Chapter 1. The Dawn of School. In September 2010, the crisp autumn air enveloped the city, giving it a delicate touch of fall. Lin Nan's soul floated in the confines of the operating room, trapped within that narrow space, observing the busy doctors around him. Confusion washed over him, having already departed from this world. Why were these people still intent on reviving him? The cacophony of exuberant shouts erupted within the surgical suite. A miracle. Truly a miracle. Our hospital is about to pave the way in this domain, becoming the first in the nation capable of reviving the dead. Ha! The speaker was Lin Nan's chief physician. Lin Nan's spirit felt utterly bewildered. Do you think you're a god? Damn it, resuscitating the dead? You're a grandiose fool, blathering nonsense without a moment's thought. At that moment, Lin Nan's spirit noticed the old doctor preparing to use two huge iron rods on his corpse. Screw you. Torturing my own dead body is unacceptable. With a sudden dive, he exclaimed, "Ha, crack!" Bang, bang. After a flurry of punches and kicks, Lin Nan's lifeless body jolted, leaving his spirit dazed amid a shower of sparks. Clash, clash. Lin Nan's spirit froze. A peculiar illusion of a dragon and phoenix materialized beside him, with the dragon raising its foot and the phoenix flapping its wings, forcefully drawing Lin Nan's spirit back into his body. This little pup has inherited our illusory evocation eyes and blood-soaked phoenix gaze, yet he aspires to live freely in another world. Fortunately, we arrived just in time. 2 months prior, having just completed the Gaokao, Lin Nan was eagerly returning home. Fate, however, can be cruel. He unexpectedly collided with a truck. Truth be told, it seemed the two had been pondering their reunion for quite some time. After an enthusiastic embrace, Lin Nan was left crumpled on the ground, accompanied by a vivid pool of blood. A month later, after being rushed to the hospital, Lin Nan remained in a stupor, his 3 souls and 7 spirits wandering outside his body. One fateful night, a celestial phenomenon ensued. A dragon and a phoenix descended from the heavens, gliding gracefully on the golden moonlight until they reached Lin Nan's spirit. Startled to his core, Lin Nan gasped. The dragon and phoenix appeared ghastly, leading him to initially believe they were the grim messengers from the underworld come to collect his soul. So, this is what the Grim Reapers look like. No way. I refuse to simply perish like this. I must return to my original world and rectify humanity's misconceptions about the afterlife. However, the Grim Reapers swiftly shattered Lin Nan's lofty aspirations. Clad in resplendent golden armor, the Dragon Elder proclaimed, "Kid, you are a rare genius, a prodigy of the Lin family that has arisen once in 10,000 years. The 2 divine eyes of the Lin family have not manifested in millennia now. Both the illusory evocation eyes and the blood-soaked phoenix gaze embody you, and we cannot allow you to perish thus." What nonsense! Lin Nan scoffed at the Golden Dragon's proclamations. It felt like he had stumbled into an alternate reality. He had read a few fantasy novels during his school days, where protagonists were often invincible beings, immortal gods and demons, or grotesque creatures like the dragon and phoenix before him. Humanity has only existed on Earth for 5,000 years, yet you claim to arise from millennia past? You think I'm a fool? The tongue is in your mouth, so you can spin whatever tale you wish. But please respect my status as a deceased being. Death is paramount. Do you understand? Death, my foot. You are the seed of our Lin family's resurgence. The ancestors of the phoenix will not allow you to die like this. Come, dear phoenix, shed a drop of blood to moisten this young one's throat. Brother will give him a couple of drops of our golden dragon blood to let him experience the fervor of our noble lineage. Lin Nan sincerely wished to reject the existence of such peculiar beings as dragons and phoenixes in this world, seeing them as mythological creatures conceived to represent greater entities, fashioned to exert control over primitive humanity to propagate the lofty bloodlines of rulers. Yet, when his spirit encountered these mythic beings in this otherworldly realm, Lin Nan could not help but admire the ancient wisdom of humanity. In the world he lived in, no one could communicate with the mythical beings of yore. Society had become a bastion of rationality, championing scientific thought, emphasizing a materialistic worldview. Who would still believe such creatures as dragons and phoenixes roamed the earth? However, here he was, grappling with the tangible reality of their existence, and, in a bizarre twist, pulling a dragon's whisker, prompting the golden dragon to screech in distress. How absurd! You must be messengers of the king of hell sent to capture me. After accepting a drop of the phoenix's blood and 3 drops from the golden dragon, Lin Nan felt as though an invigorating elixir coursed through his veins, igniting his heart and sending a torrent of energy surging through his blood. Chapter 2. The Study of Ancient Martial Arts, Part 1. Good heavens, you 2 monsters! What on earth are you feeding me? It's burning me alive. One cannot help but remark that Lin Nan's spirit is quite the rogue. He stripped himself bare before the Phoenix Fairy, startling her into a shriek as she vanished into the void. The golden war dragon turned to glance back, his heart racing, bellowing, "I won't bother with you," as he pursued the blood-red shadow that faded beneath the moonlight. After enduring more than half a month of fiery torment, Lin Nan's spirit gradually regained consciousness. To be frank, he was quite eager to deliver a couple of punches to those 2 ancient beings. Unexpectedly, he truly awoke, and the cacophony in his ears was none other than that of his attending physician. Lin Nan, do you hear me? Can you hear me? This is like a Tiger Team drill. 0101. I am 02. I am 02. Respond if you can hear. Lin Nan turned his head and replied to the physician in a nonchalant manner. For heaven's sake, could you lower your voice? My spirit has just returned to my body. And if you shout like that, I might lose a soul or 2. A miracle! A miracle! Ha ha ha, I Lu XX am the Empire's foremost physician. Ha ha ha, I brought the dead back to life. Frankly speaking, Lin Nan felt somewhat vexed. Judging by the physician's erratic behavior, he had likely lost his mind. After a wild display of exuberance, the physician even tugged on Lin Nan's ear, and upon Lin Nan's loud cry of "It hurts," confirming his revival, he proceeded to lift a nearby nurse and dance with her. This is utterly insane, Lin Nan could only exclaim. Look at this old man. Is he not mad? Lin Nan felt helpless. The greed of the people in this world had reached an irredeemable point. Just look, a mere physician resurrecting him, and he was so ecstatic he was practically having a fit as Lin Nan walked along. He pinched his hand, and then his thigh, and indeed it hurt. Could it be that I am truly alive? Ahaha, what a thrill, it's simply incredible. Could it really have been those 2 old monsters that brought me back to life? At the thought of this, Lin Nan shuddered. Those 2 ancient beings filled him with dread. At this moment, he recalled the golden dragon and the phoenix mentioning that he was the inheritor of some peculiar eyes. The way they spoke sounded quite terrifying, and he hastily ran into a Kappa specialty store. Hey, move aside. He yanked a young girl who was trying on clothes, leaned in close, and peered at her eyelids. There's nothing different. It's just Shiliang leather. You scared me. Wah, suddenly feeling 2 small hammers incessantly pounding at his waist. Lin Nan turned to see it was the girl he had pulled down. Lin Nan felt a bit embarrassed and apologized to those who were pointing fingers at him. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I didn't mean to. My wife is about to give birth, and I must hurry to see her. As he spoke, he attempted to slip away, but the girl clutched his clothing tightly. Lin Nan turned to glare at her fiercely, eyes filled with a predatory glint, like a hungry wolf. Wah, wah, wah. One of her tiny hands balled into a fist, holding on to Lin Nan's clothing without letting go, while the other hand rubbed her little eyes. Ah! The people in the store were now pointing at Lin Nan more aggressively, accusing him of moral decay. Lin Nan found it puzzling. After all, he had merely nudged the girl a bit. Was it really necessary to declare his moral degradation? But then he recalled the lie he had told. My wife is about to give birth. Lin Nan felt a bit sheepish. Hee. Noticing that the girl appeared to be merely in her teens, Lin Nan was genuinely baffled as to how this girl had such a strong grip. Despite his attempts to pry her hand off, he was wary of using too much force and hurting her. If that happened, he would be in serious trouble. To be honest, Lin Nan regretted his earlier impulsiveness. They say impulsiveness is the devil, and it couldn't be more true. Observing the girl's attire, which exuded opulence, he noticed a small jade pendant at her waist, reminiscent of the ornaments worn by nobility in ancient times. Lin Nan's heart skipped a beat. Could this girl be a remnant of a fallen dynasty? Oh dear, little girl, you're in trouble. While contemplating this, Lin Nan knew he had to address his current predicament. Frankly, he understood that the girl had firmly latched onto him. Hey, little girl, why are such a cute and lovely child like you crying like those silly girls? All right, stop crying, Big Brother will buy you some candy. Chapter 3. The Study of Ancient Martial Arts, Part 2. Candy, and yet you're the one scaring me. You fierce uncle. Wah wah. Clearly, Lin Nan's attempts at soothing her had borne initial fruit. As the thunderous wails of the girl finally ceased to disturb the store, Lin Nan, having racked his brains, smiled cheerfully. Sugar, it's not fierce uncle. It's Big Brother. Ha ha, Big Brother isn't he scaring you. He is just widening his eyes to look at you. Because Big Brother finds you beautiful, lovely, and kind. Lin Nan unleashed a torrent of sweet epithets for the girl, including even the likes of beast in human guise and clothed beast, as he recognized that without such grandiloquence, this little girl would not relent. Fierce uncle, you are indeed a beast in human guise. At that moment, the girl suddenly stood up, removing her hands from her eyes and giggling. Encountering such a little gem is truly unfortunate. It turned out that the girl was only pretending to cry and had been merely making a show. Lin Nan, caught off guard, felt a sudden gust of wind behind him. Instinctively, he ducked, only to hear a crash as a piece of glass shattered on the floor. Turning his head, he saw the girl popping a jelly into her mouth, her tiny hands gesturing towards him. Suddenly, Lin Nan felt a surge of clarity and speed in his mind. Images of hundreds of shards of glass reflected in his mind, and a scene unfolded. A girl, not much shorter than him, was about to kick him in the groin. What a vicious kick. This girl is rather ruthless. Lin Nan felt as if he were floating on air, moving like the wind. And with a simple turn, he evaded the attack, leaving the onlookers momentarily dazzled as a fleeting shadow passed by. He caught the young lady's foot between his own legs. Oh, it hurts. Lin Nan clamped down hard on the girl's delicate foot. To be honest, he hadn't even had a clear look at her face yet, and he was still shamelessly indulging in his antics. Enjoying the feel of her beautiful foot, Lin Nan couldn't help but revel in the moment. Ha ha! Who told you to come at me? He thought gleefully. The girl, Tang Meow Meow, was wearing a super short skirt, and when Lin Nan caught her foot, a gust of wind swept up her skirt, leaving her bottom exposed. Looking down, she realized her long legs were fully displayed before Lin Nan's gaze. And now she couldn't pull away or push him off. That in a fit of frustration, she almost toppled to the ground. This fall, however, was of no consequence. The view beneath her skirt was fully revealed to Lin Nan that moment. He was also puzzled. According to his past experiences, the lighting in such places should be dim, making it hard to see, yet just now it felt as if a blazing sun was shining directly into that area. Goodness, this is quite scandalous. This fleeting thought passed through his mind in an instant. And as Lin Nan chastised himself, Tang Meow Meow's body was already tipping towards the ground. But to be honest, Lin Nan acted almost without thinking as he leaped forward to catch her. Perhaps his actions were too vigorous, and he accidentally bumped into her, eliciting a soft moan from her. Heavenly! Lin Nan held on to Tang Meow Meow's body, unable to let go. You scoundrel! Let go of me! Are you seeking death? Tang Meow Meow, with eyes like deep pools of water, glistening with dew in the moonlight, noticed Lin Nan staring at her in a daze and seized the opportunity to kick him sharply on the calf. While feeling the sharp pain, Lin Nan finally learned his lesson. Compared to her, I must look like a rustic bumpkin. She surely looks down on me, but it's nice to have a glance at such beauty. It's pleasing to the eyes and soothing to the spirit. Undoubtedly, standing before Lin Nan was a stunning beauty. Her hair, dyed a deep wine red, cascaded down like a waterfall over her well-endowed bosom. To be honest, Lin Nan felt compelled to rein in his gaze, despite the allure of Tang Meow Meow's ample figure. He could not fixate on her, for that would be exceedingly rude, not only disrespecting such a beauty, but also revealing himself to be a man of poor character. Tang Meow Meow wore a snow-white wool sweater that accentuated her remarkable curves. Below, she donned an ultra-short white skirt that revealed her slender waist and the alluring shape of her rounded posterior, resembling a small hill. Completing her ensemble were knee-high white boots that hugged her calves. Tang Meow Meow's beauty surpassed Lin Nan's wildest imagination, and his heart raced uncontrollably. To be frank, Lin Nan came from a humble background and rarely interacted with the affluent elite. Moreover, judging by the demeanor of the two girls before him, they were not of ordinary nobility, not to mention Tang Meow Meow. Even the younger Tang Guogua was clearly not the product of an average household. Chapter 4. Learning Ancient Martial Arts, Part 3. Lin Nan chuckled heartily. I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention to trip your little friend. I've already expressed my regrets that if there's nothing further to discuss, I must be on my way to school. You're lying. Tang Guogua suddenly dashed in front of Lin Nan, pointing accusingly at him. Sister Meow Meow. The fierce uncle just said his wife is about to give birth, and he's in a hurry to see her. What a classic case of self-sabotage. Well, if that's the case, let them do as they please, Lin Nan thought to himself. Though he said aloud, little girl, you don't understand this logic. That moment, I had to rid myself of this little nuisance. Could I possibly avoid a little fib? The matter has been made quite clear now. So what shall you do? Guogua, bring that pig over here. Tang Meow Meow commanded as she stepped outside the shop. Fierce uncle, let us hurry. Lin Nan had no choice but to comply as Tang Guogua rushed behind him, pushing him along. Tang Meow Meow stood before a BMW convertible in a vibrant orange hue, flanked by a few dapper young men presenting roses with eager flattery. Upon seeing them, Lin Nan felt a wave of disdain wash over him. Indeed, their attire and grooming were impeccable and fashionable, yet it did little to mask the superficiality beneath. Lin Nan's notion of vulgarity extended beyond mere appearances. He perceived these individuals as unable to suppress their lascivious desires, resembling famished wolves, which elicited his distaste. Nevertheless, he recognized that the very wolves that Tang Meow Meow found loathsome at this moment were likely adored by others. It was evident that Tang Meow Meow would not depart without delivering a sound thrashing to Lin Nan. During his time at school, Lin Nan had always been a lanky figure, often bullied and coerced into handing over his lunch tickets. Despite his tall stature, he was of little use, lacking the courage to confront troublemakers. He longed to be rid of their presence for eternity. However, seeing these individuals now, Lin Nan felt a strange fondness. Having endured so many beatings, the prospect of one more made little difference, especially if it meant escaping the clutches of the two young ladies. Tang Meow Meow approached Tang Guogua. Guogua, tell sister how this pig has been tormenting you. Though young, Tang Guogua was undoubtedly a little imp. Biting her pinky and with mischievous eyes gleaming, she replied, Sister Meow Meow can beat him however she likes. I just find it amusing to watch. Truth be told, this was one reason Lin Nan harbored a disdain for the wealthy. These individuals often perceive their genes as superior, viewing the less fortunate as beneath them. Unfortunately, the ingrained mentality of self-preservation allowed him to endure a brutal beating before finally resolving this feud. Watching the group disperse, Lin Nan's lips curled into a slight grimace. Damn it, I've told myself time and again that daughters shouldn't be spoiled. And now look, they've come to bully me. Lin Nan. In classroom 203 of Building C at Longyang High School, the chemistry teacher, Lu Jinggan, notorious as the four great poison masters and affectionately dubbed a man a man without poison by former classmates, hurled a piece of chalk at Lin Nan's head. The crack of the chalk echoed as he brandished his pointer, barking like a ferocious dog. Ow! You can skip this class. To Lu, Lin Nan was the infamous underachiever of Class F in the 12th grade, an unremarkable boy with a lanky frame and short, disheveled hair, who lazily rose from his seat, a faint smile gracing his face as he sauntered out of the classroom. Did you all see that? This is the bane of our class. Such scum only drags us all down. I hope you take this as a warning. Lu's thunderous voice echoed in Lin Nan's ears. Yet he remained unfazed. This treatment was hardly new. He had grown accustomed to it long ago. The reason for his expulsion from the classroom was simple. A student like Lin Nan, akin to a single rat dropping spoiling a pot of soup, had inexplicably vanished when it was time to leave this school for higher education. His college application had been filled out by his former class monitor, Lin Zitong, and now he clutched the acceptance letter in his hands. Yet it seemed Lu Jinggan was unaware of Lin Nan's intentions to return for supplementary lessons, which only fueled his ire further. Lin Nan's audacity was astounding. He treated the school as if it were his own kitchen, coming and going as he pleased without so much as a proper notification. Thus, before he could properly settle in, Lu Jinggan was already on his feet, mercilessly shouting him out. Chapter 5. The Working Youth, Part 1. Had it been a student with commendable grades, Lu would have merely issued a stern reprimand. However, Lin Nan was different. While his language scores were decent, his performance in other subjects was far from reliable, particularly in chemistry, where he held the eternal title of last place, that he had even set a record for the lowest score in the chemistry final exam. A mere 2 points, solidifying his status as an enduring legend at Longyang High. Such a student was naturally despised by the notoriously fearsome Liu in an era where academic performance dictated one's worth. Both students and teachers were measured solely by their exam results. Lin Nan, apart from excelling in language, had dismal grades across the board, particularly in subjects that required calculations, which were veritable disaster zones. His treatment was hardly unwarranted. Standing in the corridor outside the classroom, Lin Nan idly counted the sparrows flitting across the sky. Forget it. I might as well head home. Upon reaching the count of 100, boredom overtook him, prompting an early retreat. Stumbling back into the classroom amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates and the seething fury of old Lu, Lin Nan ambled to his seat, retrieved his backpack, and leisurely strolled to the door. With a slight nod to the oncoming explosion of old Lu's rage, he bid farewell. Goodbye, Teacher Lu, and promptly departed amidst the old man's furious roars. As Lin Nan skipped along the path, his spirits soared that he would no longer have to endure the wrath of the 4 great poison masters. For a student like him, any class was merely a platform for critique, and after years of such treatment, he had grown accustomed to it. I actually do respect my teachers quite a bit. Upon exiting the school gates, Lin Nan granted himself a somewhat fair assessment that at the very least, after being thoroughly battered by Tang Miao Miao, he didn't rush to the hospital for a checkup. Instead, he collected some money at home and promptly bought a set of textbooks before racing back to class. Lin Nan flung his backpack aside, exclaiming, Oh, time to work. I'm off to conquer the vast world. He began to sing a well-known old tune from the previous century. With no one to oversee him, Lin Nan relished the freedom of returning home whenever he pleased. Having taken care of himself for years, he wasn't overly concerned about meals. However, it dawned on him that after over 2 months away, his pantry must be bare, if not entirely spoiled. The thought of his once pristine abode, now a likely mess after 2 months of solitude, sent a shiver down his spine. Just thinking about it is terrifying. I should just wander around the streets a bit. Lin Nan's parents had tragically passed away in an accident when he was very young, leaving him to be raised by the kindness of neighbors until he was 7, that they left him with little. Only a centuries-old ancestral home and a savings book containing over 100,000 yuan. Lin Nan's family was not meant to be this impoverished. Both parents had been entrepreneurs, and he had once enjoyed a lifestyle akin to that of a young master. However, after their demise, the Lin family business collapsed, leading to a decline in their fortunes. All inherited wealth was consumed by repaying substantial debts, leaving only the ancestral home as a refuge. Over the years, Lin Nan had exhausted the savings left by his parents. Urban living expenses were high, and as a young boy, he often fell prey to scams that he had considered saving money for college. But he was well aware that with his grades, attending a third-rate university was the best he could hope for. However, he also realized that such a life was beyond his means. For someone like him, even attending a third-rate university would make him a perennial underachiever, wasting both time and money. With that realization, he deemed it more prudent to work and earn a living instead. In truth, Lin Nan was not a fool. His parents were exceptionally talented individuals, and even with genetic mutations, he was unlikely to be a dullard. Quite the opposite, he had been lauded as a child prodigy in his youth, representing his school at a citywide mathematics competition in the 1st grade, where he achieved a perfect score and won 1st place. Yet, those days were long past. After losing his parents, he could scarcely find a reason to strive for anything. Chapter 6. The Working Youth, Part 2. Nevertheless, Lin Nan seldom dwelled on such thoughts. For him, worrying served no purpose. He was not one to squander mental energy on trivial concerns. His ancestral home lay on the outskirts of the city, requiring $1 to take the bus to the final stop in the city center, followed by a 15-minute walk. The ancestral home of the Lin family is quite ancient, a relic from long ago. Judging by the architectural style of this residence, it must have been crafted during one of the preceding dynasties. It has been continuously renovated and transformed by subsequent generations, resulting in its current form. Upon entering, Lin Nan was struck by the overwhelming sense of dirtiness. He found it quite puzzling that, despite having visited earlier in the morning, the place had devolved into utter disarray in the blink of an eye. In the courtyard, weeds thrived wildly, and a thin layer of moss began to creep over the bluestone walls and the old house itself. With a sigh, Lin Nan pushed open the large door to the main hall, and a cloud of dust enveloped him. It was evident that cleaning was imperative. If left unattended, the house would become uninhabitable. The task ahead was monumental, considering this old dwelling had stood for several centuries, comprising 3 substantial courtyards both inside and out. Lin Nan, working alone, found his 2 hands and feet somewhat inadequate for the job. In truth, he felt slightly disoriented. Areas of the ancestral home that were once obscure to him now appeared vividly clear, and he could discern various objects hidden in the nooks and crannies. That night, after completing his cleaning, Lin Nan leaned against the large table to rest. It was the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the moon hung particularly full in the sky. He sat there gazing at the stars adjacent to the moon. He found himself counting them until he drifted off to sleep. This was a ritual he observed every Mid-Autumn Festival, as it facilitated a quicker descent into slumber. However, this year, he struggled to find rest. By midnight, a faint pain began to throb in his chest, akin to a swarm of gnawing insects devouring his flesh, with the muscles in his chest contracting in waves, eventually unable to bear it any longer. He lit an oil lamp to illuminate his chest and was astounded to see that the flesh there seemed to be forming a large, round, jade-like bulge. Lin Nan was taken aback. His breathing quickening as a bizarre, white jade appeared on his chest, an utterly incomprehensible sight. Gradually, he discerned the shape of the jade, depicting a dragon and phoenix in harmonious union. The color of the jade, as it protruded from his skin, turned a pallid white, and he could faintly make out minute engravings upon its surface. Beads of sweat trickled down his brow. This was a matter of life and death. An uncanny occurrence manifesting within his very being. With a piece of exquisite jade emerging from his flesh, he mused about the potential fortune it could fetch in the antique market, and his spirits lifted at the thought of wealth. He contemplated, if my body can produce such exquisite jade, do I still need to toil for a living? Splendid, but what would it require to create it? I must investigate what can generate jade. Lin Nan had entirely forgotten the pain in his chest, continuing to indulge in his daydreams until the jade fell from his chest with a thud onto the bluestone floor, jolting him back to reality. I've lost my mind again, he exclaimed. Picking up the jade, he mused that his poor academic performance did not equate to being a fool. The appearance of such an odd phenomenon led him to immediately recall the dragon and phoenix from another world. Now faced with this occurrence, Lin Nan was compelled to believe that he had indeed been reborn, and that it was those 2 ancient figures who had restored his life in that moment. He remembered the words of the golden dragon. You possess 2 great treasures of the Lin family, the illusionary magic eyes and the bloodbath phoenix eyes, and you have inherited the dragon and phoenix bloodline of our golden family. You are no longer merely human. You will transcend the cycle of life and death, becoming an eternal deity in that world that, of course, if you doubt this, you may cut open your veins to see if your blood is still red. Could it be true? Lin Nan's complexion paled. If so, what was he, man, god, or monster? This is absurd. I am neither human nor demon. As he spoke, Lin Nan did not slow his pace as he entered the house, grabbing a clean and sharp pair of scissors. He widened his eyes, curious about what would emerge, but was disappointed to find that the liquid was not crimson but a brilliant gold, identical in hue to the skin of the golden dragon. What the hell is happening? Lin Nan, who did not harbor a penchant for self-harm, refrained from inflicting a second cut out of sheer curiosity. Merely staring at the golden liquid as it flowed, he watched in astonishment as a drop of the golden liquid slipped into the crevices of the bluestone, causing wild grasses to sprout vigorously from the earth. Chapter 7. The Praise of Luo's Shoe, Part 1. The sudden transformation left Lin Nan momentarily bewildered. What on earth is happening? Why are there so many strange occurrences tonight? This grass, he compared his arm to the wild grass, noting that it had grown as thick as his forearm, and the grass showed no sign of stopping its growth. Lin Nan was taken aback. Soon, he uncovered the secret. At the moment the second drop of golden blood fell, he swiftly performed a somersault and opened his mouth to consume the droplet. Once he regained his balance and prepared to bandage his wound, he discovered that his arm had returned to its pristine condition. The turmoil within him rivaled that of witnessing the jade emerge from his chest. Calm down. Calm down. I must remain composed. He realized he had become somewhat agitated. A single drop of golden blood had transformed a dormant seedling into an enormous tree. Such an exuberant life force was incomparable to any advertised life elixir. If I could sell this, I would be set for life. Look at your ambitions, always thinking of selling flesh or blood. Be careful, or you'll find yourself butchered in the market. Lin Nan played both roles in his mind, considering different scenarios. Haha, my friend, I wouldn't be that foolish. Deciding against selling flesh, or rather, the jade or golden blood, did not imply that Lin Nan lacked ways to generate wealth that I in this world. It was not difficult to sustain oneself. As a man, one must work diligently to earn a living. I am a god. This is unfathomable. After regaining his composure, Lin Nan bestowed upon himself a wildly arrogant grin. Life must go on, and to do so, he needed to control his desires and, in turn, his finances. Just as Lin Nan was lost in his thoughts, his pocket jingled with a notification. Checking his phone, he saw it was from Lin Zito. Hello. Old monitor what is the matter? What? I got an acceptance letter from the university. Where? Lujian. Damn that old coot. Oh, alright, no need for foul language. Ha ha, thank you. Lin Nan felt overwhelmed by the magnitude of the day's events. First, surviving the accident, which was already remarkable, but the most exhilarating part was the golden blood coursing through him. Whether or not he could achieve immortality was a moot point, as pondering such matters seemed pointless and merely a waste of brain cells. The vitality of the golden blood alone was enough to convince Lin Nan that it would alter the course of his life. He also began to notice that his character was changing with the influx of this blood, becoming more vibrant and charismatic, reminiscent of his youthful self. Another source of joy was the news from Lin Zito. He had actually been accepted into a university. This revelation was entirely unexpected. Lin Zito mentioned that the university he would attend was adjacent to the Imperial University where she studied, differing only in that one was international, while the other was national. The admission scores for Longyang University in their city were surprisingly low, leaving Lin Nan in awe. He felt a surge of excitement as he realized he had just scraped by with a minimum score of 320 for the 2-year program. It wasn't that he was unintelligent, but rather that he had lacked the motivation to write, as he had been devoid of funds. What a lamentable state to be in. Oh, Mom and Dad, are you watching over me from above? Shouldn't you be happy for me now? I promise to become someone of great stature from now on, no longer languishing as I once did. Lin Nan made a silent vow to the night sky, his mind drifting to the image of Lin Zito. They had shared the same classroom from elementary to high school. She had always stood by him, offering endless support, even as he changed drastically due to family upheaval. Reflecting on this, Lin Nan felt that Lin Zito was indeed a remarkable girl. I was unworthy of pursuing you before, but now I have the right. A wave of confidence surged within Lin Nan. At that moment, he picked up the round jade in his palm, noticing the intricate, winding patterns etched upon it, an ancient script known as Oracle Bone script. Lin Nan, who had a penchant for literature, had dabbled in studying such matters, and now it was proving to be quite useful. Although he had not rigorously studied Oracle Bone script, reading it felt quite foreign. Reluctantly, he rummaged through the house and unearthed a hefty tome of ancient texts. Using it to translate the inscriptions on the jade into modern language, he delved deeper into the translation. Lin Nan's heart raced with excitement. Could this be the legendary ancient martial arts that allow one to traverse walls and rooftops? Goodness gracious, my golden dragon grandfather and phoenix grandmother have bestowed upon me a magnificent gift. In the stillness of the night, when most households had long since retired, only Lin Nan remained awake in the ancestral home. Oil lamp flickering, working tirelessly until the break of dawn. Chapter 8. The Praise of Luo Shu, Part 2. By the afternoon, after a continuous 16-hour effort, Lin Nan finally translated all the Oracle Bone script on the jade into modern text. As he read through it, he felt a surge of adrenaline. Indeed, As it had been foretold, the inscriptions detailed the techniques of ancient martial arts, with one particular method being an unbeatable skill within the realm of cultivation. Lin Nan was uncertain about the number of civilizations that existed in the universe. Yet it was evident that beyond Earth, other celestial bodies were likewise nurturing distinct cultures. The Jade Tablet revealed that these civilizations revered the innate strength of humanity itself, suggesting that the time Earthlings devoted to technological advancement had instead been invested in the study of ancient martial arts. Surely my ancestors did not come from that world, right? But it is indeed a possibility. The Jade bore engravings of 4 ancient martial arts. Upon reading the terms, Lin Nan's mind conjured vivid images of the cultivation practices, and his blood vessels began to stir, responding actively to the thoughts in his mind. Lin Nan was not in a rush to practice. He needed to carefully select which of the 4 martial arts to commence with, especially since this was his first foray into cultivation. That as the saying goes, quality trumps quantity. Thus, he resolved to first master one set of techniques before branching out and ultimately mastering the martial arts of the cultivation realm. The first ancient martial art inscribed on the jade was called Dragon Capture Hand. It focused on upper body techniques, particularly the arms. Despite its name, Dragon Capture Hand encompassed intricate practices involving palms, fists, and fingers. It was evident that this skill encompassed all upper body techniques, and the images in his mind indicated that Dragon Capture Hand was a formidable ancient martial art, capable of rendering foes crippled with a mere gesture. The second martial art was known as Phoenix Spirit Leg. A comparison with Dragon Capture Hand revealed that Phoenix Spirit Leg concentrated on lower body techniques. This martial art was straightforward, primarily aimed at inflicting harm or facilitating escape. Its 9 stances were all lethal techniques. A single kick could withstand the force of 1,000 troops. Additionally, the manual imparted an escape technique called 3 steps. The third ancient martial art was familiar to Lin Nan. It was the precursor to the infamous 72 paths of the evil-repelling sword techniques practiced by the Huashan sect, which had led practitioners to sacrifice their very manhood. Upon reaching this point, Lin Nan broke into a cold sweat, pondering, "Surely, my esteemed ancestors do not expect me to learn such nefarious techniques." As he continued reading, he discovered that mastering the Qianhua sunflower scripture did not necessitate such a sacrifice after all. Those who followed the teachings of Dongfang Bubi had merely been deceived by their forebears, losing their lives along with their manhood. Lin Nan felt profound admiration for his ancestors, realizing that the legendary sunflower scripture, a remarkable martial art of the Ming dynasty, was a treasured heirloom of the Lin family. Serves you right, you unscrupulous villains, transforming into little eunuchs, As for the fourth technique from the cultivation realm, Lin Nan felt compelled to approach it with reverence. Having read numerous novels, he was well aware of the distinction between the cultivation realm and traditional martial arts, understanding that the cultivation laws were far superior to the latter. Unbeknownst to Lin Nan, the 4 ancient techniques he was studying were exquisite treasures passed down from a different world. He did not need to comprehend the reasons behind this. Simply thriving in this world was a significant joy. The 4th cultivation law was named Heavenly Excision Hand. Indeed, it was the Heavenly Excision Hand, and upon meticulous analysis, Lin Nan noted that its entry requirements were entirely dissimilar to those of the previous 3 techniques. Moreover, the lethal techniques of the Heavenly Excision Hand differed fundamentally from the physical damage of the others. According to its records, mastering this wondrous technique would transcend the constraints of time itself. Lin Nan felt a surge of excitement, pondering what his ancestors in that world had accomplished to develop such an extraordinary cultivation. Law Point 1 could only imagine the fierce competition that must have existed in that realm. As the sun set, the golden moon hung low in the west, and the vast starry sea shimmered magnificently, with the stars growing brighter from the Lin family estate. Following the cultivation techniques inscribed on the circular jade and referencing the images forming in his mind, Lin Nan began with his heart directed heavenward, his limbs resembling a circle cradled in his embrace. However, the posture appeared rather ungraceful. Fortunately, Lin Nan had entered a state of practice. He was akin to a curled infant suspended in midair. This subtle flow of air provided him with a serene atmosphere, a warmth that felt distant yet comforting, as the true energy circulated within him. The frequency of its cycles gradually intensified. Lin Nan felt as if thousands of ants were crawling through his veins, creating a tingling sensation to quell this peculiar feeling. The true power accumulated in his dantian began to nourish his blood vessels, flowing in and out, reinforcing their structure. In Chapter 9. Zunluofu, Part 3. Lin Nan directed his heart toward the heavens, focused and undistracted, maintaining his awareness on the dantian as his true energy cycled through the run and du meridians several times, subsequently nourishing his dantian for the duration of an incense stick. Finally, the true energy coursed through all major acupoints, commencing an infinite cycle of circulation. When Lin Nan awoke after half a month, he found himself enveloped in a foul odor, his garments in tatters, revealing his skin underneath that he lay amidst a thicket, or rather, a grove of branches as thick as his wrist. The vitality of the golden bloodline is truly unimaginable. It is immensely profound. Lin Nan settled back in a meditation, practicing until he discovered an exhilarating sense of freedom. That moment, a realization struck him. He was inherently a martial arts prodigy. Not only was he a martial arts genius, but he was also a talent for enlightenment. Unbeknownst to him, through intuitive learning, he had already comprehended the entirety of Dragon Capture Hand and Phoenix Spirit Leg within a month, while he was on the brink of breaking through the third level of the Sunflower Scripture, just a hurdle away from the final layer. Having read many novels, Lin Nan understood that this particular bottleneck could pose a lifelong challenge. Nevertheless, he was confident in his ability to break through quickly, bolstered by the pride of his golden bloodline. Every morning at dawn, Lin Nan rose to practice his punches. To be honest, he did not favor the flashy moves in the manual. He preferred straightforward punches that wielded greater lethality and destructive power. As for the 3 steps, he had certainly mastered them. By combining this with the Sunflower Scripture he was currently learning, Lin Nan could traverse the old house like a gust of wind. 2 months had passed since he began his training, and he now felt an overwhelming surge of power, as though he were a piece of decayed wood, with the golden bloodline nourishing him like dew. His body was swollen with strength, and he felt an intense urge to erupt that he tore away his filthy clothes, holding them to his nose, only to shake his head vigorously and fling them far away. Bare and unashamed, he rushed into the inner room to find a clean pair of underpants, then donned 2 relatively decent pieces of clothing. He then dove into a nearby stream to enjoy a refreshing cold bath. "What the hell? Why is the water so icy?" Lin Nan exclaimed as he plunged in, repeating the same words 3 minutes later. It was early November. Could the water not be cold? The weather was more severe in the northern regions, so it was no surprise that Lin Nan felt quite chilled, his lips turning purple. "Fortunately, I have a few tricks up my sleeve, ha!" Now Lin Nan not only bathed with astonishing speed but also emerged remarkably clean, astonishingly managing to do so without any soap. How was this possible? Was all that true energy within him merely for show? Upon entering the river, Lin Nan released his true energy throughout his body. And suddenly, the water temperature around him surged. The river's current was too strong, so even after exerting all his strength, he could only maintain the water's temperature at a level that wouldn't freeze him to death. However, the temperature of his skin was sufficient to steam his entire body. After deliberately cultivating 2 or 3 times, he successfully rid himself of all the grime. With a rip, Lin Nan stared in disbelief at his clothes, which had burst apart due to his body. Only then did he notice that he had grown over 10 centimeters taller in the past 2 months. "No way, my muscles have filled out and become strong. And I've grown taller. Coupled with my handsome features, I could easily make a living as a gigolo. Truly, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river." The ancient's words ring true. Carelessly, he tore the remnants of his clothes from his body. Deeming them useless now that they were torn, he tied the fragments around his waist, feeling a twinge of modesty. While he could run naked at home without a care, he felt the need to be more reserved outside, even though he sensed no one nearby. Nevertheless, he still felt a twinge of fear that in such cold November weather, bathing in the river, who knew if some nosy individual would report him. This piece of clothing is still somewhat presentable. Lin Nan pulled out an old, faded shirt, immediately recognizing it as belonging to his late father. Glancing at his savings account, he discovered only 20,000 yuan remained. having squandered a considerable amount over the years. But that's sufficient for my first year's tuition. It seems I need to earn some money. Lin Nan looked back at the old house and kicked the door with force. This cursed place. Go to hell, old relic. I no longer need you. Just get lost, before departing from the old house. Lin Nan cast several lingering glances back, feeling a twinge of reluctance to leave this place that had given him so many memories, yet acknowledging that moving further away was for the best. I must keep walking. Perhaps when I have traversed this world, you will still be my ultimate refuge. Chapter 10. I Come to Protect You, Part 1. Lin Nan spent several dozen yuan to adorn himself with a completely new outfit, each piece costing 10 yuan. The abundance of street stalls made selection a breeze for him. Currently, Lin Nan found himself in dire straits financially, and after an arduous negotiation with the stall owners, he finally acquired the styles he favored at the price of 10 yuan each. Following a heated exchange that left him flushed, Lin Nan could be described as a modest individual. Throughout his life, he had never donned designer labels, and he would never dare to step foot in exclusive stores endorsed by celebrities. In truth, he found himself somewhat nostalgic for Lin Zidong. With a chuckle, he disrupted the images swirling in his mind. A good horse does not turn back to graze. She pities you enough to care. But people eventually change. How could a woman possibly fall for a man like you, who is both impoverished and powerless? Memories cascaded through his mind like scenes from a film, each moment spent with Lin Zidong flooding his thoughts, eroding his mental faculties as if a deluge had unleashed its fury. Lin Nan could not shake the vivid recollections of their innocent play together, akin to childhood companions, but he began to suspect that those joyful and tender memories had entirely ensnared his cognitive abilities. While his rebellious spirit had been utterly extinguished, arriving at Lonyang First High School around 5 o'clock, Lin Nan had a mere 45 minutes until the school day ended. Lu Jinggan, his homeroom teacher for this graduating class, was likely still in his office. Lin Nan was familiar enough with the layout to navigate his way to Lu, the so-called toxic master. Although labeled as a private office, it was in fact a communal space where teachers of the same grade collaborated to better guide students through their final push for the university entrance examinations. Peering through the window, Lin Nan caught sight of Lu Jinggan playfully bantering with a young girl. Upon spotting Lin Nan's imposing face blocking the view, Lu abruptly straightened, turning to pretend to sketch something on his desk with a pen. Damn it! What a pretentious toxic pig! Lin Nan pushed the door open and leaned in. Teacher Lu, I'm here to collect my university acceptance letter. You're here for your acceptance letter? Lu Jinggan scrutinized the dapper Lin Nan. I don't recognize you. What business do you have in our school? Lin Nan felt compelled to offer a sheepish explanation, as his future was entirely in this pig's hands. Teacher Lu, it's me, Lin Nan, the one you've always considered the bottom of the class. Is that you? Lu Jinggan frowned. I thought I recognized you. Where have you been working, and what suddenly prompted this desire to pursue your studies? You should take this seriously. With your current demeanor, it is advisable to engage more with your superiors. You have potential. Lin Nan nodded vigorously. Yes, Teacher Lu, you're absolutely right that I've been working to save up tuition, and I'm determined to return to school. I've finally come to my senses. I was far too foolish in the past, refusing to heed your advice, leaving me in this limbo of uncertainty. I regret it deeply. Lu Jinggan handed Lin Nan the acceptance letter, and Lin Nan's sharp eyes immediately detected that it had been opened. He took it and inspected the contents, relieved that the letter itself was intact. Thank you, Teacher Lu, that I'll be on my way now. Lin Nan had no desire to linger around this old fellow any longer. His vision had sharpened immensely. He had quickly recognized Lu Jinggan's recent antics that in the past his so-called brothers had jokingly referred to him as Toxic Master, and now Lin Nan wished to bestow upon him the title of Wolf Master as well. How dare he take advantage of such a delicate situation without considering the consequences? With evening still offering a glimmer of opportunity, Lin Nan transferred several bus stops to find himself at the gates of Lonyang University. As the premier university of the empire, it had opened a specialized program this year, specifically designed for individuals like Lin Nan, who wished to remain in the city. That he lingered at the university entrance for quite some time, watching the throngs of students come and go, filled with envy. Today, he was not there to enroll, and he was already late. He pondered that the staff responsible for admissions had likely gone home by now. Moreover, he needed to secure suitable accommodation, as he planned to earnestly work for a year to elevate his academic standing. That be why sheer coincidence. Lin Nan saw that the registration dates printed on his acceptance letter fell within these next few days. As for why his enrollment was 2 months later than that of the typical students, he was oblivious. It was simply a quirk of the university's administrative system, one that many institutions had, accommodating late registrants like himself. Chapter 11. I Come to Protect You, Part 2. Additionally, Lin Nan planned to balance work and study. Ultimately, he secured a job at a restaurant located conveniently close to the university, delivering takeout. His salary consisted of a base monthly wage plus commissions. The owner offered a basic salary of 500 yuan per month, with an additional 50 cents per order delivered. However, he was required to deliver over 1,000 meals in a month to qualify for any commission, and this threshold did not include the first 1,000 meals. After some simple calculations, Lin Nan deemed the arrangement quite favorable. This area was a university town, with a college practically every street over. With a student population of approximately 30,000 per university and 10 universities in the vicinity, that amounted to about 300,000 students. Such a pool was certainly noteworthy. Lin Nan had no delusions of monopolizing this market. Some universities were simply too far for efficient delivery. Overall, Longyang University and the nearby Imperial University were his primary targets. You see, there are many students here at night, and we typically don't close until around 10:30. After that, we'll need to clean up and wash the dishes. Honestly, with just the 3 of you, it'll take at least an hour to manage everything. Fortunately, there are 2 rooms upstairs, so you can all squeeze in and make do, said Mr. He, the owner of the small eatery. Alongside Lin Nan were 2 girls working as well. One was Li Tong, a fellow student from his cohort, an impressive undergraduate from the computer science department, while the other was Li Rui, a year ahead and also studying computer science. These 2 girls were lively and spirited, embodying a wholesome charm. Eager to work, they even sought out additional tasks after finishing their current ones. Lin Nan genuinely appreciated their sincerity and simplicity, as he foresaw that once they became familiar with one another, he could afford to be a bit lazy. Today marked Lin Nan's inaugural day on the job, and in an effort to present a commendable image to Mr. He and his wife, he worked tirelessly, volunteering for the more laborious tasks. People often had a tendency to form opinions based on first impressions. For Mr. He and his wife, seeing Lin Nan, who stood at 6 feet tall, with an impressive physique and a vigorous work ethic, they were naturally inclined to favor such a spirited young man. Additionally, Li Tong and Li Rui regarded Lin Nan with newfound admiration. Just as men are drawn to beautiful women, women are equally captivated by handsome men. With Lin Nan's model-like physique and striking features, it was easy to imagine the impact he had on the hearts of idealistic young women. Both Li Tong and Li Rui hailed from humble backgrounds, lacking the delicacy and opulence typical of urban girls, instead aspiring for a more unadorned lifestyle. Their feelings were genuine and unpretentious. Lin Nan, possessing both remarkable looks and a warm heart, coupled with his willingness to toil, left a profound first impression on the 2 girls, who saw him as honest and passionate. Wow, with tonight's momentum, business is thriving. The number of female customers has more than doubled compared to usual, the owner's wife exclaimed as she counted the cash at the counter. As Lin Nan swept the floor nearby, he remarked, "Boss lady, perhaps your portions aren't generous enough. I've noticed quite a few girls returning for seconds, and one even came back for a 4th helping. You cheeky fellow. Stop being so flirtatious." The boss's wife, caught up in the excitement, disregarded the presence of the 2 innocent girls. The moment her words left her lips, Lin Nan's face flushed crimson, while Li Tong and Li Rui were left utterly mortified. "Boss lady, how am I being flirtatious? I'm merely speaking the truth," Lin Nan retorted, genuinely perplexed by her comment. After counting the money, the boss's wife declared, We've made 30% more profit than last night. Come on, let us share the bounty. Tomorrow, little Nan should dress like this and stand at the entrance to attract customers. I guarantee business will soar." As she spoke, she handed each of them a bright red 100 yuan note, saying, "This is your bonus for the month. There won't be any more." Lin Nan swiftly accepted the bill, slipping it into his pocket while beaming with delight that, to be honest, he was in exceptionally high spirits. With his captivating appearance, it was no wonder that Mr. He approached Lin Nan to remove the white towel from his head. In the future, Don't wear that unless necessary. It's intended for the girls to keep their hair clean. This place can get quite greasy. And you look ridiculous wearing it. Chapter 12. I Come to Protect You, Part 3. Got it. In truth, Lin Nan was unaware of the extent of his own charm. With a simple knot of his small headscarf, he exuded an air of youthful rebelliousness that, when combined with his refined appearance, robust physique, and 6-foot stature, revealed a wildness intertwined with the scholarly demeanor, effortlessly radiating a fervent passion of youth. Such a man, without a doubt, captivates women the most. It was evident from Bossy's tone that he was somewhat displeased, prompting Li Tong and Li Rui to stifle their laughter at a man lacking in grace. "Let us head home," the proprietress declared, tugging at Bossy to leave. Suddenly, she turned back to Li Tong and Li Rui, saying, "You two little girls must be cautious. Lock your doors tightly at night to prevent any wolves from sneaking in to steal your fragrance." Lin Nan felt a flush of heat on his face. "Boss lady, do I seem like a wolf to you?" "Indeed, you do not merely resemble one. You are one." "Ha ha ha," Bossy boisterously chimed in. "Li Rui and Li Tong, you must be sisters, for you look strikingly like twins," he observed as the three of them washed dishes by the basin. "Yes, Brother Xiaonan, your eyes are quite sharp. We are indeed twins." "Don't we look alike?" Li Rui, seemingly more talkative and vivacious than Li Tong, replied that my sister fell gravely ill, which forced her to repeat a grade. My sister is brilliant. She ranked first at Imperial University and was directly admitted to Longyang University with full tuition waived, plus additional rewards. Upon hearing Li Rui's words, Lin Nan felt a twinge of shame. Haha, is that so? Your sister is truly impressive. Once they had finished their chores, the three were ready to retire for the night. Naturally, Li Tong and Li Rui, being twin sisters, shared a room, while Lin Nan was assigned to another. "This room has no bedding," Lin Nan exclaimed upon entering. Finding only a bare bed, he knew the owner would not deceive him. There should be 3 sets of bedding upstairs. Given the current situation, it was clear that all 3 had been placed in the adjacent room. "Never mind, I'll practice. I'm too lazy to sleep," Lin Nan decided. Securing the door, he was not afraid of the 2 girls coming to tease him in the middle of the night. Such a possibility was as remote as surviving a lightning strike. Yet, even if those 2 young ladies intended to show kindness by bringing him bedding, it would be inappropriate for them to witness him practicing. "Sister, did you hear that? That guy actually locked the door. How infuriating! I wouldn't dream of delivering him the bedding." Li Tong grumbled as she reached the door, her face slightly flushed. With a swift motion, she secured her own door, leaving the bedding on the original counter. "To think he regards us as predatory wolves. He'll see what is coming tomorrow morning." She huffed indignantly. That Li Rui giggled in response. "Right? He'll get what is coming to him tomorrow. That I don't think Lin Nan did anything wrong. Isn't it true that you've been feeling a bit fluttery?" "Sister, don't hit me. I saw you sneaking glances at that guy several times. You cheeky girl. You've been sneaking glances yourself. Thinking I wouldn't notice?" Bang bang. Lin Nan heard a sudden commotion from the adjacent room, which quickly subsided. The night had grown exceedingly quiet. Lin Nan chose to meditate atop a modest wooden box. As the floor was quite cold, he had no intention of enduring the torturous training like the little dragon maiden. A brief survey of the room revealed a wardrobe of moderate height and width. With a swift leap, he summoned an immense force, as if the air around him solidified, propelling him onto the wooden box. This was his first attempt at lightness skill, and he executed it with commendable precision. Thanks to the visualizations and incantations he had practiced in his mind, which imparted to him the secrets of harnessing power. Each time he engaged in his exercises, a premonitory image would manifest in his mind, vividly portraying the ensuing actions, enabling him to adeptly master leaps within 10 meters. At this moment, he sat on the wooden box in a meditative posture, resembling a Buddha, his legs crossed, hips aligned, spine straight, maintaining a 3-centimeter distance from the wall behind him. His arms were slightly bent, palms resting on his knees, fingers hovering just above the surface. His breathing gradually became even, and as he delved deeper into his practice, his mind achieved tranquility, a clear sign of entering a meditative state. That it was evident that Lin Nan was now immersed in the sensations of cultivating his abilities. Chapter 13. A Trial of Skills, Part 1. Perhaps due to the extraordinary golden blood coursing through him, Lin Nan's body began to take on a subtle golden hue shortly after nightfall. smooth and luminous, that a faint crackling sound emanated from the space between his palms and knees, as his internal energies began to circulate throughout his being. In the city, there were no roosters crowing, and Lin Nan's biological clock had yet to adjust. It was only the incessant ringing of his phone alarm that gradually roused him from slumber. Blinking through the haze of sleep, he leapt down from the wooden box. "Ha! What has happened to you two? Those bags under your eyes are quite pronounced. Didn't he sleep well last night?" Lin Nan remarked upon encountering the two girls as they emerged to freshen up. "You look like a giant panda." "I heard someone has named their account. I'll take down the panda. I'm a national treasure." "Could it be you two?" "How dull." Li Tong shot Lin Nan a glare, suddenly feeling a wave of indignation. Turning back, she noticed Lin Nan shirtless, clad only in a pair of boxers, and gasped, "Ah, pervert. My sister calls you a pervert." Brother Xiao Nan quickly put on a shirt. Li Rue, with her toothbrush still in her mouth, blinked her large eyes at Lin Nan's well-defined chest. Good heavens, how can these two sisters be so different? Lin Nan mused, offering a candid assessment of Li Tong and Li Rue. "Am I really dressed so scantily? This isn't even underwear. It's simply ridiculous," Lin Nan retorted, adjusting his shorts before stepping outside. Lin Nan had taken to selling snacks, earning commissions in the process, which was quite different from delivering food. While some university students found it embarrassing to sell, Lin Nan felt otherwise. It was akin to the weaver girl and the cowherd. Everyone earns their keep through their own efforts. Regardless of status, labor is the noblest pursuit. With this belief, Lin Nan enthusiastically hawked his wares. When Lin Nan exited the school, registration had already closed. Due to work commitments, he had temporarily decided to reside in Boss He's small restaurant. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was around 10 in the morning. "It must be time for deliveries," he exclaimed, patting his sturdy waist, and sprinted towards his snack shop. "Lin Nan," a sharp female voice suddenly pierced the air behind him, startling him that he turned to see a group of students halting to gaze at him, sending a shiver down his spine. Some of the stares were loaded with a fierce intensity. Fortunately, most eyes quickly shifted back to the girl before him. Standing in front of Lin Nan was a young woman, an exquisite beauty. His first impression was one of awe. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded down her shoulders, complementing her stunning figure. She wore a chic ivory tank top, beneath which a form-fitting garment accentuated her voluptuous curves. Below, she sported a daringly short white skirt, which could hardly contain her long legs, swaying enticingly in the breeze, harmonizing beautifully with her slender arms. Lin Nan's gaze descended to her feet, where she wore the latest style of canvas shoes that he recognized them instantly, having bought similar clothes the day before. The plethora of counterfeit items at the market had left a vivid impression on him. Such a naturally beautiful ensemble, combined with her fiery voice, evoked a primal urge in him. Upon hearing her exuberant scream, several onlookers began to regard her with predatory interest. The young woman had stepped out of a car, a Porsche, a convertible at that. Lin Nan stared in astonishment at the approaching girl, utterly bewildered, his mind racing with a singular question. When did I meet such a remarkable girl? Little fool Lin Nan. "You still don't recognize me," she said, stepping closer, her smile revealing pearly white teeth, a delightful fragrance wafting towards him. Lin Nan was utterly perplexed. Now I remember. You're Luo Fu," he blurted out, unable to fathom who she was. Luo Fu. The girl's expression flickered slightly before she chuckled, covering her mouth. "What are you laughing at? Am I mistaken?" Lin Nan's heart raced. It was clear that this stunning beauty knew him well, as evidenced by her calling him Little Fool Lin Nan with such familiarity. This extraordinary girl must know him, yet he could not recall her name. Chapter 14. A Trial of Skills, Part 2. Who is Luo Fu? The girl asked playfully, her delicate hand resting on her hip. Sheer little sister. "You've completely forgotten about me, you wretched Lin Nan." The last few words she exclaimed with a playful pout. Lin Nan did not expect to guess the girl's name correctly. He was simply trying to buy time to jog his memory. His mind raced with countless images, he stammered. "I don't know you." Lin Nan chuckled. "Beautiful lady, please do not misunderstand. How could I possibly take in a little sister? I'm still a big virgin, haha." "You rogue, then tell me, who am I?" Lin Nan felt a twinge of annoyance. It was evident that this girl cared deeply about whether he could recognize her. "Luo Fu." "Yes, it must be Luo Fu. The sun rises from the southeast corner. illuminating my Qin family tower. The Qin family has a beautiful daughter who goes by the name Luofu. Luofu delights in silkworms and mulberry picking. Gathering in the southern corner of the city, her black hair is tied up with osmanthus branches as hooks. She sports a delicate hairstyle and wears moonstone earrings. She dons a lower skirt of fine silk and an upper robe of purple. Those who see Luofu will lower their burdens and stroke their beards. Young men, upon seeing Luofu, will remove their hats and adjust their headgear. Farmers forget their plows, and laborers forget their hoes. They come back resentful, merely to sit and admire Luofu. After reciting the first half of the verse, Lin Nan laughed and said, "Look at those little piglets. They've drooled at the sight of you. It's clear they wish to linger here for a while longer." "Indeed, you are the stunning Luofu. Ha!" At the moment Lin Nan laughed, he suddenly remembered who the girl before him was. A thought crossed his mind. Goodness, with just half a year apart, Lin Xiaodong has blossomed into such a ravishing beauty. I can only imagine how many handsome men she will ensnare in the future. Lin Nan was correct. The girl standing beside him was Lin Zidong, his childhood friend and class monitor. Upon hearing Lin Nan praise her beauty, likening her to the ancient beauty Luofu, Lin Zidong's heart bloomed with delight, a flurry of joy blossoming within her. Yet she persisted playfully, "You scoundrel Lin Nan, then tell me, who am I?" Just as Lin Nan was about to utter her name, a tall figure suddenly appeared, establishing a tangible barrier between him and Lin Zidong. Before Lin Nan could exchange a few sweet words with Lin Zidong, this intruder interrupted. To be frank, Lin Nan was quite displeased. This unwelcome presence had obliterated the romantic atmosphere. As the old saying goes, wherever there are people, there is a world of intrigue. Where there is intrigue, there are beauties. And where there are beauties, there are lecherous scoundrels like this one. Of course, with such a rogue around, a righteous hero will appear to rescue the distressed maiden. Undoubtedly, Lin Nan inwardly scorned the tall, disheveled man before him, using the opportunity to elevate his own stature. And one knew from whence this scoundrel had emerged. He seemed like a ghost, appearing at the sight of beauty, yet that mattered little now. What was important was that he had stepped between Lin Nan and Lin Zidong, and this fellow's tall stature had obscured their view of one another. The scoundrel was handsome, exuding an air of nobility that Lin Nan lacked. Dressed in a pristine white suit, with matching size 45 shoes, that he held a bouquet of fiery red roses, and with his refined, gentlemanly demeanor, he radiated a natural enthusiasm that swept through the entire street like wildfire. Those who had been admiring Lin Zidong's beauty now turned to the scoundrel. The boys swallowed hard, envious of his fortunate lineage, while the girls' eyes sparkled with infatuation, eager to leap forth and pursue him, only to be pulled back by their jealous boyfriends. Some girls glared at Lin Zidong with resentment, incredulous that she could so effortlessly attract such a prime specimen of a man. The scoundrel flashed a wide smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, and as he presented the fiery roses, he spoke clearly. "Hello, Mississippi, my name is Huquankai. I am currently a big virgin, with no fiancé. My uncle is the chairman of the Yaozhong Group, with assets amounting to 300 billion. That the moment I saw you get out of the car, I was utterly captivated. Your beauty and figure have completely ensnared my young heart. May I ask your name? If you two are unengaged, would you accompany me back to meet my uncle? I will propose our marriage to him." Huquankai. Lin Nan glanced up at the large oaf before him, that he had heard of Huquankai, the notorious playboy of Lonyang No. 1 High School, who roamed about with a bouquet of roses, attempting to charm every attractive girl he encountered, and reportedly changing partners every week. It was said that none of the women he had courted had left with less than a battalion of admirers. How shameless. And yet he claims to be a big virgin. I see you are merely a despicable cad. Chapter 15. A Small Test of Skill. Part 3. Lin Nan approached from behind, and while Huquankai was enthusiastically expressing his affections, he delivered a swift slap to the top of his head. Huquankai, caught off guard while passionately professing his love, stumbled forward as if he had been knocked off his feet by a powerful blow, nearly crashing to the ground when he encountered a delectable piece of leg meat. Just like in their childhood, Lin Zidong instinctively assisted Lin Nan at that moment, raising her knee and colliding with the oncoming Huquankai. "Big virgin. Here's your big bouquet. This lady has a man." Lin Zidong delivered a forceful kick to the fallen Huquankai, unceremoniously tossing the roses back onto his face that Hu Quan caught unawares, bled profusely from his nose, leaving Lin Nan momentarily stunned. Is it possible for someone to lose this much blood from their nose? Lin Zidong, you are still as fierce as ever. Lin Nan, feeling somewhat benevolent, pulled out a tissue, crumpling it and stuffing it into Hu Chuansai's mouth. My apologies, wrong place to boast, haha. Suddenly, Lin Nan's senses heightened. He felt a rapid disturbance in the air nearby, and a vivid dynamic scene unfolded in his mind. 6 incredibly fast-moving figures were rushing toward them. Glancing over, he saw 2 black Hongqi sedans screech to a halt at the roadside, and before the cars had even come to a complete stop, 6 burly men in suits charged toward them with determination. Not good. We need to get in the car. Lin Nan acted far more swiftly than Lin Zidong, who had yet to grasp the situation before he dragged her to the front of the car. You crazy Lin Nan. What are you doing? You're hurting me. Lin Zidong shot him several annoyed glances. Lin Nan quickly opened the car door, pointing toward the approaching bodyguards of Hu Quankai. His bodyguards are coming. We need to make a run for it. Time was of the essence. Lin Nan didn't have the luxury of running leisurely around the car. With one hand braced against the vehicle, he leaped into the air, executing a 360-degree turn before landing neatly inside the car. Drive. What are you waiting for? Bah! The car door slammed shut. Lin Zidong's driving skills were undoubtedly commendable. Lin Nan had not seen any vehicles pursuing them in the rearview mirror. All right, slow down a bit. It seems those guys are taking Hu Quankai to the hospital. They didn't follow us. Lin Zidong finally felt a tension release from her tight nerves, taking a deep breath and laughing as she turned onto another street. Driving slowly, to be honest, Lin Nan did not particularly enjoy the scent inside the car. The heavy perfume was suffocating, causing him to sneeze multiple times that he felt as though tiny creatures were tickling his nostrils, making it difficult to suppress. Sitting in the car, Lin Nan was lost in thought. He had returned home to study in the first semester of his senior year, and now it was November, almost a year since he had last seen Lin Zidong. Now, sitting in her car, he experienced a strange fantasy. Could it be that fate had arranged this encounter, and this girl was destined to fall into my hands? Lin Nan also pondered whether his years of indifference toward her would now seem terrifying and inexplicable if he suddenly exhibited an unusual warmth. He thought to himself, girls change so much in 18 years. She is no longer that self-centered class monitor of old. You silly Lin Nan, you finally recognize this lady. That deal, you know what I was thinking. Lin Zidong huffed. If you hadn't remembered me, I would have thrown myself against your chest. Why not throw yourself onto the street instead? Why my chest? Lin Nan clasped his hands over his chest, feigning a scared expression, observing Lin Nan's earnest demeanor. Lin Zidong glared at him. Because I wanted to see how hard your heart is, or if it is dark. I have pursued you for so many years, yet you remain so cold to me. I don't care, I'm in college now, and my parents permit me to date freely that I've decided to pursue you. You want to pursue me? Lin Nan was taken aback by Lin Zidong's boldness. At this moment, he recalled something. How do you recognize me? We haven't seen each other for nearly a year, and I almost couldn't recognize you. Lin Zidong pulled out a delicate hand and pinched Lin Nan's arm. It's you who lacks conscience. How dare you say that? Lin Zidong extended a hand to push Lin Nan, startling him momentarily. This is the street. Be careful not to cause a rear-end collision. Lin Nan had only just begun to master advanced martial arts and certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise. His beautiful life was just beginning. You're the only one afraid of death. Weren't you reckless before? Lin Zidong giggled, their laughter resonating within the vehicle. How did you recognize me? Lin Nan felt that he had changed significantly. Yet Lin Zidong had effortlessly identified him. I am genuinely curious. I'm a man, and men change daily. Remember that no man is a real man without courage. Lu Jinggan. I hadn't seen him for merely 2 months. And he didn't recognize me. Just yesterday, when I went to collect my notice, he asked me who I was. Can you believe it? No. Foul language. Lin Zidong suddenly turned her head away, her small hand gently patting Lin Nan's face. I was only asking if you came to school daily, which led me to find Lu Jinggan, that he described your current appearance, and that is how I knew it was you. Isn't it natural for me, your dear cousin, to be concerned about you? Lin Nan felt a surge of gratitude. Undeniably, apart from his deceased parents, this little girl had been the most caring presence in his life. Lin Nan replied, "What's the big deal? You re older than I am. It's only natural for you to care. You re quite thick-skinned." Lin Zedong pouted. "Let us go home." "Home? You're home?" Lin Nan asked suddenly, recalling the sports car Lin Zedong was driving. "This is this year's latest Porsche, costing no less than $4 million. That how could you afford it? Your parents are notoriously frugal, hardly the type to splurge on such a luxurious car for you." "Lin Nan, could you refrain from criticizing my parents?" Well, that brings us to my remarkable achievements this year." Observing Lin Zedong's haughty demeanor, Lin Nan felt that she had changed considerably. With a gasp, he asked, "What great feat have you accomplished to earn such wealth? Are you saying you bought this car yourself?" Lin Zedong smiled mysteriously. "Don't you read these types of publications? That I participated in this year's Spring Super Charming Asian All-Round Miss Competition, and after over 9 months of fierce competition, I emerged victorious, claiming the crown with my unparalleled skills in physique, temperament, intelligence, and performing arts that I am truly talented. I just signed a contract with Lon's Entertainment, and this sports car is a reward for me. A rising star with immense popularity. Super Charming Asian All-Round Mississippi." Lin Nan's mind spun at the thought. The names of competitions had become increasingly extravagant, that it was truly impressive that such fervent titles could be paraded so openly. However, Lin Nan was not fond of such competitions. He lamented how some television stations exclusively broadcast these talent shows, corrupting the youth who all dream of becoming stars. In Lin Nan's words, "Could the future prosperity of the empire be sung into existence by your few songs?" Lin Zian, knowing Lin Nan's temperament, attempted to placate him. All right, don't be upset. Well, now that I've signed, why didn't you mention it earlier? If I stop after 5 years, would that be acceptable?" Lin Nan suddenly felt a twinge of selfishness. Chuckling, he replied, "That's unnecessary. It's simply my own mindset that's flawed. The entertainment industry's popularity must be due to its ability to provide a delightful escape for many after a long day at work. Just think about it. Listening to a beautiful song or watching an elegant dance is truly refreshing. I isn't it. Oh dear. There I go again with the foul language. Lin Nan, you flirtatious rogue, do you often deceive young girls with sweet words?" Lin Zedong suddenly blurted out this seemingly random remark. "I am one of the top 10 students at the Empire University. How could I not recognize you when you didn't initially recognize me? Before I lose my temper, you must admit your fault." Chapter 17, A Kiss, Count Me In, Part 2. "My goodness, Lin's girl, after such a long time apart, your suspicion has only grown." Lin Nan turned his head away, helplessly glancing at Lin Zedong. Her fair skin and exquisite face made his breath catch, as if something were blocking his chest, making it particularly heavy to breathe. To be candid, due to special family circumstances, Lin Nan had only ever been close to Lin Zing. It's not that he lacked attention from girls in high school. Even Lin Zedong had once looked down on his cowardice. Let alone in elementary and middle school, where Lin Nan had always regarded Lin Zian as an older sister, and under her strict supervision, he had no opportunity for any sneaky business. Thus, when it came to girls, Lin Zedong had completely severed any potential avenues for him. Lin Nan's passivity could be summarized simply. Girls mature faster than boys, awakening to certain realizations sooner. One could say Lin Nan was quite unfortunate, having his lineage's future entirely in Lin Zedong's hands, though he remained oblivious to it. Lin Nan's current personality mirrored that of his childhood, bold yet cunning. Even if he were caught red-handed in a crime, he would likely argue his way out with righteous indignation until the other party believed he was indeed innocent. Moreover, what Lin Zedong was saying now was utterly baseless and lacking evidence. So Lin Nan certainly would not concede. With unabashed bravado, he declared, "Lin Zedong, if you refuse to accept my compliments on your beauty, that's fine, but I spent quite a while crafting that metaphor likening your beauty to that of a celestial being. And it's truly a natural gift of prose." The eloquence, suddenly uttered, without merit yet with effort, countless brain cells sacrificed for that moment. I think I may have lost a year off my life, seeing Lin Nan's exaggerated claim. Lin Zian dismissed her doubts. "Consider yourself lucky. I'll let you off this time. By the way, Lin Zedong, aren't you studying at the Empire University? What brings you to my school's doorstep?" Lin Nan inquired, puzzled. isn't at all, because you need my protection. If I hadn't transferred from Empire University to Longyang University, you wouldn't know how much bullying you'd endure over the next 4 years. I've realized that there's no difference between Empire University and Longyang University. The only distinction is the abundance of foreign devils within. Haha, I fear that by the end of 4 years, I might become one of them, and you wouldn't want me anymore. One could hear that Lin Zidong's wish remained the same as when she was younger, to marry Lin Nan. Lin Nan felt a surge of joy, smiling triumphantly. Suddenly pulling her by the neck, Lin Nan said, "Tong, I've heard that the customs among the foreign devils at Empire University are particularly liberal. And in that chaotic place of yours in the entertainment industry, are you still a virgin? Damn, Lin Nan, you're asking for it." Lin Zidong snatched a decorative item from the car roof and hurled it at Lin Nan's head. But that didn't quite vent her anger, as she kicked him instead. "Damn, Lin Nan, are you speaking human language?" "Why wouldn't I be?" Lin Nan replied, a bit aggrieved as he massaged his injured calf. "It has said that the current trends are rather poor, and girls are particularly infatuated, easily lured by bad men into losing their most precious possessions, that I'm worried about your safety. I care about you, so don't overthink it." To be honest, Lin Zidong had seen shamelessness before, but she had never encountered someone as shameless as Lin Nan. "Do you even have the audacity to ask me that? If I were to be taken advantage of, would you still want me?" No. A prodigal son returning is worth more than gold, as long as you can reform. I still like you." Lin Zian's eyes were aflame, genuinely aflame, causing Lin Nan's heart to race. "Do you really like me?" Lin Zidong asked with a mischievous smile. "Humph." Lin Nan rolled his eyes at Lin Zidong. "I knew your acting skills were lacking. If you hadn't smiled, I might have truly thought you were angry. To smooth over your temper and my previous indiscretion, I'll indulge your little whims for now. But don't get it twisted. I want to apologize. I genuinely care about you. You're the one overthinking it. You're shameless and despicable. I want to tell you whether I've been taken advantage of or not. You'll find out on our wedding night." Lin Zidong said this with a hint of shyness. And that beauty, in Lin Nan's eyes, was immensely gratifying. Even that hint of bashfulness assured him that Lin Zidong would preserve her virtue for him. Oh no! Lin Nan suddenly remembered he had to deliver food. Wasting 5 minutes with this diversion. "Tong, I still need to go to work. Please take me to ES Snack Shop." Chapter 18, A Kiss. Count me in, Part 3. You lazy bum, you still have to work? No need for that. Although my earnings haven reached the limitless realm, we could manage just fine with what we have in this lifetime. You really don't need to deliver food besides. Today, as students look like pigs, with eyes like those of dogs, that you be looked down upon at school. What the hell? Who dares look down on me? I'll make them pay, just don't let me find out. Lin Nan was touched when he recalled Lin Zian's decision to support him. "Tong, are you going to support me? Is it a monthly, yearly, or a lifetime commitment?" In Lin Zian's eyes, Lin Nan's words were akin to coercing her into confessing her feelings. Recalling Lin Nan's earlier declaration of affection, Lin Zidong felt her heart flutter like a timid deer, pounding as if heavy stones had plunged into a deep pool, creating a resonant echo within her chest. With a bashful smile following her moment of honesty, she declared, "Well, I shall support you for a month first. If that goes well, then perhaps a year, that if you perform admirably, I might even consider a lifetime commitment." Lin Nan was well aware that Lin Zian had genuinely liked him, having promised to marry him under the meteor shower. Furthermore, during the lowest ebb of his life, she remained steadfastly by his side, a loyalty that he felt he could never repay, save for dedicating himself entirely to her. He chuckled inwardly at his own audacity, but outwardly he feigned nonchalance, saying, "Tong, you mention I'm a man. How can a man rely on a woman to provide for him? Besides, you're only offering to support me for a month. If that doesn't pan out, wouldn't you just kick me to the curb? For the sake of my future indulgences, you might as well drop me off at family snacks." Lin Zidong was momentarily speechless. "You foolish, bumbling Lin Nan. Are you intentionally trying to provoke me, or merely jesting? What more do you want from me?" Abruptly, she pulled the car over to the side of the road, covering her face with her small hands. "Whoa. Tong, oh dear, why must you be so exasperating? I have already made a promise to my boss that it would be utterly dishonorable to leave without a word. How about this? I'll work there for a month. And once my boss finds someone else, I'll resign. But let us be clear. You must pay me first, or I want to work. Just as Lin Nan had envisioned, Lin Zitong was feigning tears. Take me with you. Lin Nan. Lin Zitong teased. Then I'll come to pick you up tonight, but you must stay at my house. I can't trust you around those two particularly lovely girls at family snacks. You are aware of that? Huh? Of course, beauty is notoriously difficult to conceal. The moment they appear, lustful creatures will spread the word to eager admirers. Every night, the boys from our class flock to eat family snacks. They were not there for the food. They lingered just to catch a glimpse of those two girls. In Lin Nan's mind, he seemed to develop an almost prophetic awareness, able to perceive the surroundings within a radius of several dozen meters. Sitting in the car, he felt an unusual energy wave transmitting information to his brain cells. After swift integration, analysis, and summarization, images appeared in his mind as vivid as reality itself. Although he had evaded the pursuit of Hu Chuansai's gang, he remained vigilant, uncertain whether the henchmen of those large groups would come after him to curry favor with their master. Based on his understanding of Hu Quankai, a man notorious for his arrogance and disdain for authority, Lin Nan doubted that he would let him off easily, that if this situation had occurred 2 months prior. His mindset would have been, let the son give the father a beating, and we shall see how things unfold. Once we are familiar, there'll be no need for such treatment. But now, things were different. He vowed not to show weakness again, especially with the girl beside him, whose expectations weighed heavily on him. Clearly, countless brain cells within Lin Nan were processing potential dangers, presenting him with scenarios to evaluate. At that moment, it was as if he were witnessing the scene unfold before his very eyes, that in his mind, a large truck laden with dozens of tons of black barrels was barreling towards them. Moreover, right ahead, he sensed that the truck's speed was not only unabated, but accelerating, as the wind patterns indicated the driver's muscles were tensing in anticipation. Chapter 19. Registering the Gang, Part 1. Lin Nan. Doesn't that truck seem to be heading straight for us? Lin Zitong suddenly interrupted, signaling for him to look ahead. Damn it! Lin Nan realized his folly. He had overanalyzed the situation while the truck loomed large. With eyes wide open, he could see the imminent danger. Reverse, reverse! Upon hearing Lin Nan's frantic shout, Lin Zian wasted no time and rapidly reversed the car. However, being on a busy street, the sudden maneuver posed significant risks for the vehicles approaching from behind. In the rearview mirror, Lin Nan spotted yet another truck hurtling towards them. Damn it! Are they out of their minds, trying to run me over? As they reversed, Lin Nan suddenly noticed a stretch of road devoid of guardrails. Tong! Steer the car in there? Fortunately, Lin Zitong acted with remarkable coordination, and though the truck struck the rear of their vehicle, the Porsche spun around and came to a halt on the sidewalk. Lin Nan, witnessing Lin Zitong's pale expression, reached out to grasp her small hand reassuringly. Don't be scared. I'm here. Who is scared? This is exhilarating. I've never felt anything like it. It's fantastic. It seemed Lin Zitong reveled in the thrill of the chaotic moment. I promise to protect you. So you just sit tight in the car and watch how this lady handles things. In the instant their Porsche was thrust onto the sidewalk, a series of screeching brakes echoed through the air, accompanied by the cacophony of crashing cars and the terrified screams of bystanders. The scene resembled a chaotic melee akin to a terrorist attack, with crowds fleeing in panic while nearby shopkeepers hastily shut their doors, leaving customers scrambling. Another gang conflict. Damn it, these wretches are always brawling. Do they want me to shut down my shop? An elderly man behind a nearby stall slammed shut the only aluminum door he had. Moments later, 20 burly men emerged from the chaos of screeching brakes. Lin Nan, stay put in the car, Lin Zitong instructed as she flung open the door and stormed towards the group. Just as Lin Nan attempted to protest, the door slammed shut behind him. Reluctantly, he unbuckled his seatbelt and followed her. Lin Zitong confronted the 6 imposing figures in suits. What do you want? Trying to kill someone in broad daylight? Apologize immediately and fix our car, or you'll regret it. There was no hint of fear in her demeanor. One of the men stepped forward, a scar running diagonally across his face, and with a finger thick as a small twig pointing at them. He sneered, look at you, feisty little girl. The police will come, but they'll be called by our boss, First, we'll teach you a lesson, and then you'll be locked up for 17 or 18 years. But our master said, if you become his little lover, all debts can be forgiven. The scar-faced man gestured toward Lin Nan. This kid will also receive some leniency on your behalf, but he'll still need a lesson. Our master decreed 5 years for him. So he learns how to behave. Lin Zitong, a diligent student who had only learned rigid textbook knowledge, found herself at a loss in this situation. The scar-faced man's imposing words made her waver. Aren't you worried about being exposed for your collusion with the underworld? You'll all be finished if caught. Did I suggest you apologize to me now, and we can let this go? Hearing Lin Zitong's words, Lin Nan was at a loss for words. Anyone with sense could tell she was intimidated. Yet she continued to put on a brave front. Just as the scar-faced man lunged toward her to intimidate her, Lin Zitong darted behind Lin Nan like a clever sparrow seeking shelter. Ha! So you're just a facade of bravado, little girl. Our young master thought you came from a prominent family, but one scare from me sends you scurrying behind your boyfriend like a frightened mouse. Damn it! How dare you threaten me? Brothers, teach them a lesson. To be frank, Lin Nan was furious, truly furious. Who was Lin Zitong? She was the one who had cared for him with such tenderness, and yet here she was, being intimidated by the likes of this scar-faced brute. Chapter 20. Registering the Gang, Part 2. Lin Nan turned to Lin Zitong, grasping her delicate hand with utmost concern. Little Tong Tong, don't be afraid. I am here for you. What are you doing? Chanting incantations. I'm not afraid of them. Lin Zitong chuckled, finding Lin Nan's antics amusing. That in truth, Lin Nan's concern was understandable. He had once been frightened as a child, falling ill for months until an elderly villager helped him by chanting incantations, and miraculously, he recovered. Fearing the same fate for Lin Zitong, he instinctively began to chant for her. I heard that the faster you chant, the more effective it is, Lin Nan asked curiously. You really aren't scared? Really not scared? Lin Zitong stepped in front of him again. I'm here to protect you. Listening to Lin Zitong's sincere declaration, Lin Nan felt a surge of joy, and he couldn't help but smile at her adorableness. The thought of this girl, brimming with enthusiasm, tugged at his heartstrings. Here he was, barely able to safeguard his own existence. Akin to a clay figurine attempting to traverse a river, yet she flapped her wings like a hen, striving to fend off the descending demons of death. That a warmth enveloped his heart. The T.O. speak candidly. Lin Nan found himself genuinely moved, truly touched. Damn it. I am not someone easily swayed, he assessed himself conservatively. However, this scarred face has frightened me into feeling gratitude. Perhaps I ought to take some action to express my appreciation. Lin Nan was not in a hurry to deal with these individuals, for he harbored no hatred, yet that he consistently maintained a tranquil demeanor towards everyone and everything to teach a lesson to the scarred face. He needed to summon a profound rage within himself. You little brat, do you understand the law? In Longyang, our Zhang family embodies the law. Our young master is the very voice of the law. If he says you are guilty, then you are guilty. At that moment, the scarred face displayed a peculiar expression. Ha! The young master has instructed that if you truly refuse to recognize your place, he would not hesitate to offer you to us lowly servants for a couple of days of amusement. Ha! The repugnant visage of the scarred face had reached a level of intolerance for Lin Nan, and his inhumanity was nothing short of madness. Lin Zitong, after all, was a public figure, and to so shamelessly provoke her tender heart with such brazen words was simply unforgivable. In truth, Lin Nan could no longer contain his fury. With the anger boiling within, he yearned to execute a swift strike, severing the scarred face's head from afar, compelling him to kneel before Lin Zitong in remorse. Yet, being in the public square, he chose to act rationally, opting for a series of 3 swift steps as his approach before tearing through the scarred face's flesh. That it was predictable that the scarred face would be in a state of sheer ecstasy at that moment. Just as the scarred face leaned closer to Lin Zitong, Lin Nan unleashed his 3 swift steps, his figure flickering like a wraith, suddenly materializing between the two. The scarred face, startled, felt as though a wall had appeared before him. As Lin Nan's eyes widened with a grin, he revealed a long, dark gray whip, wide enough to span 2 fingers and long enough to reach his palm. That instant, the scarred face seemed unaware of the pain. For Lin Nan's speed was astonishingly swift, so much so that the sensation had yet to transmit to his central nervous system. Had I in that moment? Lin Nan smiled, devoid of sympathy, twisting the hardened shell of the scar on the face around 180 degrees, presenting the bloodied side to the scarred face. Wow! Suddenly, blood gushed forth as he clutched his face. Get him! Get that bastard! Damn it, finish him! The scarred face curled on the ground, incessantly shouting for Lin Nan's demise. Damn it! Go die! Lin Nan delivered a kick to the curled-up, scarred face, intending to instill fear in the onlookers, intimidating those audacious enough to commit murder. Thus, he channeled the internal strength of the Phoenix God kick. And without question, the scarred face was sent flying, crashing through the glass of the vehicle where Hu Kuan-kai was seated, blood spraying forth. Having witnessed the audacity of others, they had never encountered anyone as bold as Lin Nan. No matter how capable a person might be, the black-clad men around him could hardly believe Lin Nan could take them all down. With no choice left, they surged forward. If you want to fight, then fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Nan roared, plunging into the fray. Chapter 21. Registering the Gang, Part 3. Although Lin Nan possessed remarkable skills, his lack of experience in chaotic brawls became apparent. Surrounded by adversaries, he found himself without the opportunity to unleash wide-ranging lethal techniques like the Phoenix God kick. The reason was simple. Executing such moves required elevation, and amidst the encirclement, he was left exposed to blunt instruments and electric batons. Should he wish to leap higher, he would have to endure several strikes that in truth, with his inner strength, a few punches or kicks from these guards, who had only trained in external skills, would not inflict any damage upon him. Yet a master has their pride, and Lin Nan, with his temperament already somewhat volatile and prideful, could not bear the thought of being struck by these ordinary practitioners. Consequently, he quickly found himself in a passive position, preoccupied with evading the combined assaults of a dozen individuals. Lin Nan's expertise lay in speed and agility. His limbs moved quickly, and his body was fluid as more than a dozen fists and legs converged upon him. With knives and electric batons in the mix, he initially found himself somewhat flustered in dodging and blocking. However, within less than 15 seconds, he adjusted to the rhythm of their attacks. Moreover, he discovered that as he attuned to their tempo, his vision sharpened. Each strike would linger in his sight for half a second or longer, akin to turning movie frames into still photographs. Their punches and the force behind them became crystal clear to him. With such a slow pace, he no longer needed to block, easily evading their blows. Eventually, Lin Nan no longer required the visual cue of their strikes. His keen observation and judgment allowed him to anticipate their next moves based solely on their breathing and subtle bodily shifts. His ears and skin also became attuned. He could discern the direction of their strikes merely by listening to the wind, and even his exposed skin could sense the faint airflow generated by the punches and kicks. By this point, the coordinated assault of the dozen thugs posed no threat to Lin Nan. He could easily take them all down. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to squander this rare opportunity to hone his agility and sensory abilities, opting instead to fold his arms and weave through the storm of fists and feet like a fish in water. In the end, he even closed his eyes, relying solely on his ears and skin to gauge the locations of incoming attacks. Onlookers regarded Lin Nan as a madman, some even cheering for him, having witnessed him seemingly overwhelmed and unable to lift his head. Who could believe that anyone could withstand such a formidable onslaught from so many bodyguards? Unlike others, Lin Nan's adaptability to external changes was remarkably fierce. Indeed, he thrived under pressure, growing more invigorated the more opponents there were. He was the kind of person who thrived on challenges. Only when faced with sufficient numbers would he reveal his true prowess. Amplifying his own momentum, Lin Nan was now truly impressive. Amidst the onslaught of a dozen individuals, he had even begun to playfully engage, and the primary reason for this was that his limbs were restricted by the surrounding bodies. Additionally, he had to ensure that no opportunistic villains lurked around Lin Zidong during the scuffle. After a minute had passed, Lin Nan relished the exhilaration brought on by the barrage of fists, kicks, and blades that to him. These individuals no longer contributed anything beneficial to his martial arts development, that he needed to strike these lunatics without mercy. You worthless trash! You think such skills are enough to survive here? It seems you've been too comfortable for too long, forgetting your own names. Watch the might of my super, invincible whirlwind kick. As he spoke, Lin Nan's mind rapidly analyzed the gap that appeared amidst the encirclement. His body moved like a dragon, twisting and darting out, suddenly using this momentum to execute a spinning kick, completing a full 360-degree arc, sending the crowd sprawling. Of course, a few who were outside the circle were spared due to Lin Nan's lack of reach. Nevertheless, the damage inflicted by the wind of his kicks would keep them in the hospital for at least 10 days to half a month. Clearly, those struck collapsed onto the ground, with few ribs unbroken. Lin Zitong blinked in astonishment at Lin Nan. What just happened? Lin Nan, did you really take them all down with your super invincible whirlwind kick? Lin Nan struck a cool pose, his meaning unmistakable. The facts speak for themselves. I have nothing more to say. Undoubtedly. Lin Nan's words were exceedingly arrogant, his bravado striking Lin Zitong's heart like a miniature meteor, igniting a warmth that melted her previously restrained affection. Suddenly, she leapt onto Lin Nan, her arms tightly encircling his neck, her long legs wrapping around his waist like the tentacles of an octopus. Dear brother, my wonderful Neza brother, you are simply too impressive. At these words, Lin Nan shuddered. Have you been completely assimilated by the city's atmosphere? Why do I suddenly resemble Neza? Isn't the super invincible whirlwind kick Neza's signature move? I'm going to call you Neza brother. What's wrong with that? Lin Zitong refused to release her hold on him. Please don't cling to me so tightly in public. Lin Nan gestured towards a nearby sports car. That fellow Hu Quan-kai is still inside. Let us go teach him a lesson. All right. Lin Zitong, like a whirlwind, eagerly pulled Lin Nan towards Hu Chuan-Cai's vehicle. Young Master Hu, could you please roll down the window? Lin Nan calmly tapped on the car window. Young Master Hu, could you please roll down the window? Lin Nan's voice was gentle and delicate, yet it concealed an irresistible command that in fact, he had yet to utter half a phrase. If you do not comply, I shall open your car door myself. Lin Zian blinked her large eyes, gazing curiously at Lin Nan's every move. Her heart racing. Brother Neza truly possesses character. To teach a lesson, one must first soften their words that I shall learn from him in the future. Hu Quan-kai remained inside the car, refusing to open the door. Firstly, he had already contacted Director He of the Municipal Police Department. If he could just hold on for a moment longer, he would witness this arrogant young man being thrown into jail. Secondly, he began to fear Lin Nan's wrath, not to mention that all his formidable subordinates were handpicked by his uncle from his security team to protect him. They had all been laid low by Lin Nan. Unable to rise for quite some time, that if he were to step out now, he would be courting death. Regardless of the circumstances, he was resolute in his refusal to open the door. Lin Nan understood this as well. Therefore, after a failed attempt at persuasion, he unceremoniously punched through the glass and forcibly opened the door. I say, young Master Hu, we both graduated from the same high school. It is not easy for us to navigate this world. How about this? I know you've already called the police, so I kindly ask you to make a call and inform that officer not to come. That it would do us all a disservice if he arrives. Wouldn't you agree? Furthermore, I wish to remind you, young Master Hu, Lin Nan pointed at Lin Zitong. She is, after all, my woman. One should not disrespect a friend's wife. Young Master Hu, as someone who operates in this realm, you must surely understand this simple principle. I believe we should be friends, not foes, don't you think? Chapter 22, Little Demon Tang Tang, Part 1. Yes, 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 we are friends, not enemies. Hu Quan-kai suddenly grasped Lin Nan's meaning. Lin Nan, the strong dragon, does not suppress the local snake. He is a wise man who avoids immediate loss, and without hesitation, he made a phone call. Hello, is this Director He? What happened earlier was a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Haha, no worries, no worries. I'll treat my brothers to a meal another day. Just tell them that Hu thanks them. That's generous of you, young Master Hu. You are currently in repeat studies, and we are merely keeping to ourselves that I don't wish to cross paths with you, nor do I want you to cross paths with me. You have your people, but I have my fists. To speak candidly, I hope you will not cause trouble for your uncle. Besides, there are plenty of beauties in the world. The one who dealt with your brother earlier was actually your friend. As the saying goes, one does not strike without prior acquaintance. You have nothing to lose in this matter. That I hope you make a wise choice. Hu Quan-kai turned pale, nodding cautiously, like a chick pecking at grains. I understand. Rest assured I, Hu Quan-kai, shall never appear on this street again, that if I ever go against this promise, You may break one of my legs the next time you see me. How does that sound? Agreed. Why would it not? Young master who is known for his word. Others may not be trustworthy, but I certainly trust you. After showering Hu Quan with praises, Lin Nan allowed him to leave. Damn it. It used to be easy to flatter others. Why is it so exhausting today? Brother Neza, what are you mumbling about? Nothing. Lin Nan playfully slapped his own forehead and said with a grin. Zedong, could you refrain from being so annoying with your voice? Also, I am not Neza. If you keep calling me that, people will think you are unhinged. Besides, when did I become your brother? Have you not always considered yourself my elder sister? Hee. Lin Zedong waved her finger. I speak the truth. You were born in May. I in July. You were born before me, so you are undoubtedly my dear brother. Then why did you previously call me your younger brother? What are you talking about? That was because you needed my protection. To spare your pride, I said that. All right. Please forgive me, will you? Good. 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 Not good? As she spoke, Lin Zedong began to shout at Lin Nan's ear. Of course. How can I not be good with you acting like that? I am practically courting death. Get in the car. I'll take you to his snacks. Lin Zedong smiled sweetly, as if she were seeing the Lin Nan of her childhood once more. In the car, Lin Zedong attempted to extract the secret of Lin Nan's martial arts prowess, but he merely chuckled, saying she would learn in due time. Upon returning to his snacks, Lin Nan busied himself. While Lin Zedong headed off to repair her luxurious BMW, Tob Frank, when Lin Nan arrived at his snacks at noon, he found the place even more crowded than the night before, and a quick glance revealed that nearly all the patrons were young women. Adorned in vibrant attire, Lin Nan's arrival sent waves through the small eatery, as the shouts of the ladies surged like an unstoppable tide, overwhelming the din of many envious male classmates. Damn, have you heard? This place hired a pretty boy to work last night. Did I swear, this pretty boy is incredibly handsome. Just looking at him makes me wanna... As Lin Nan passed by, a burly man could be heard uttering vulgarities. Another man at the table scoffed, You re-gay. If you like him, keep it to yourself that we're here to admire the flowers, so don't drag us into your nonsense. As Lin Nan strolled in, he naturally overheard a variety of raucous comments, most of which were unpleasant. Just as he stood at the entrance, he heard an exceedingly youthful voice wailing, Boss where is that handsome guy from your shop? Lin Nan stood at the doorway. Observing Boss bending over backward in a sycophantic manner, though one could argue it was more out of fear than flattery. Lin Nan felt an inexplicable familiarity with that voice, and as he turned to see a petite girl of about 1.30 meters approaching, a troublesome figure from his memory resurfaced. Oh no, it's the little demon. Hey Lin Nan, you're back. Come here, come here. Boss on the verge of tears, finally spotted his savior and hurriedly approached Lin Nan. His back turned to the little demon Tang, his eyes blinking rapidly. Lin Nan, we cannot afford to offend this little girl, that if she wishes to play with you later, remember, do not lose your temper. If you happen to lose your virtue, I will compensate you. As he spoke, Boss left in tears, muttering, How did I get involved with this little devil? Is it really that serious? Lin Nan watched Boss dejected figure, feeling a mix of emotions, just as the little demon hopped down from her chair and approached him. Little demon, Tang, why are you here? ISNT Elementary School, a closed education system. How did you get out? Hurry back. Lin Nan observed Tang Guoguo wearing the uniform of Longyang Affiliated Elementary School. Pa! Tang Guoguo extended her exquisite little index finger, playfully swiping it beside her face. Shame, shame, shame. So it's you, the fearsome uncle. You are the legendary handsome Lin Nan from school, the so-called lowly killer, who has captivated countless little beauties. Aunt Lin Dazwai, HM. What do you mean by HM? Lin Nan found the little demon's words quite amusing. However, caution was warranted, as Bossy seemed to fear her like a mouse fears a cat. He could understand the term lowly killer, deducing it from similar phrases like girl killer or ant killer. Tang, what do you mean by Aunt Lin Dazwai? I admit, I am quite handsome, so much so that it has stirred the attention of the Central Committee. Why must you prefix in a handsome? Do you think my appearance and demeanor are effeminate? Of course, tales vary from place to place. For instance, in Tang Guoguo's class, the rumor was that Lin Nan was the lowly killer who bewitched countless young girls, while in high school, he transformed into the girl killer. In university, he became the dishwashing ant, known for his diligence. kindness, and selflessness, even garnering recommendations to head the Women's Federation to teach the next generation of young men how to be good husbands. Tang Guo surveyed Lin Nan with a precocious gaze. And Lin Nan, attuned to the nuances of her scrutinizing stare, felt a burning sensation all over, sighing internally, "Damn, this little lowly's gaze is quite intense." Very well, very well. The demon Tang Tang circled around Lin Nan with exaggerated seriousness. "I, Tang Tang Tang, hereby appoint you as the protector of our Longyang-affiliated middle school's little flowers. That my task for today is complete. I shall return to school to collect my reward. You shall not escape." Lin Nan seized Tang Guo and placed her on a swivel chair. "Hold on. You have yet to answer my question. Where do you think you're going?" Tang Guo pouted, but Lin Nan immediately pinched her cheeks. "Do not even think about crying. That tactic does not work on me. Little Tang Tang, that if you do not explain things today, haha, the esteemed Miss Tang Tang is not in a safe position here. You gave me quite the beating yesterday, and today I shall return the favor." As he spoke, Lin Nan rubbed his backside. "What you kicked yesterday still stings a bit. Remember, you kicked me twice amidst the chaos." Lin Nan chuckled boastfully. Chapter 23, Little Demon Tang Tang, Part 2. Lin Nan's intentions were crystal clear. If Tang Guo did not clarify matters today, she would find it impossible to leave unscathed. Tang Guo pointed her little finger at Lin Nan's large hand, indicating that she wanted him to release her face. "If I let go, you must not scream. Should you cry out, I have my methods to silence you, and I may even have to give you a beating. Do you understand?" After Tang Guo nodded, Lin Nan finally released his grip. Tang Guo rubbed her cheeks and suddenly leaped off the chair, intending to flee, only to be unceremoniously pulled back by Lin Nan. Pouting her small lips, she exclaimed, "Lin Dashui, what do you want? A good man shouldn't quarrel with a woman, and a good dog shouldn't block the way." Lin Nan was momentarily taken aback by the little demon's quick-witted tongue. "So, according to your logic, if I let you go, I'm a good dog, and if I don't, then I'm not a good man. Haha, but to avoid being a dog, I guess I'll reluctantly be a bad man." Lin Nan grinned wickedly. Seeing that her provocation had no effect on Lin Nan, Tang Guo's mind continued to whirl. Lin Nan, unaware of the devious ploys this little girl might concoct, raised his hand to pat her head. But Tang Guo swiftly leaned away, gazing up at Lin Nan with a pitiful pleading look. "Please, fierce uncle, let Tang Tang go, okay? Not a chance." Lin Nan resolutely interrupted her attempt to soften his resolve. "All right, fierce uncle, what do you want to ask? However, as the guardian of the flowers at Longyang Primary School, you must help us with something tonight." Tang Guo was determined not to leave empty-handed. Originally, Lin Nan intended to inquire why those people had the audacity to refer to him as Annie in front of the handsome guy. But that question seemed trivial. Recalling the attire from last night, he indeed resembled an auntie, and it wasn't entirely unfounded for him to be called Auntie Lin Dashui. At this moment, Lin Nan felt somewhat pitiable. The little demon had called him Lin Dashui, yet he had misheard it as Lin Dashui, even deceiving himself into thinking he was so handsome that it had stirred the central government. Lin Nan asked, "What is this guardian of flowers you speak of? Are you trying to be disgusting? I never agreed to that, and I have never heard of your request for help either. Don't you come here causing trouble again, that if I see you again, I'll spank you. Woo woo woo. Fierce uncle is bullying me. Fierce uncle is bullying me." Tang Guo whimpered as she exited. Lin Nan was somewhat astonished by her behavior, watching as she walked to the door. Truth be told, he felt he had been rather excessive. It was understandable for a young girl to be a bit mischievous and playful. However, upon seeing Tang Guo turn back and stick out her tongue in defiance, Lin Nan felt a pang of sympathy and realized his methods were not sufficiently ruthless. "If you're so capable, why don't you just stand there and not run? Go to hell. Fierce uncle. If I don't run, then Tang Tang won't be a super invincible beautiful girl, but a super idiot and a stupid pig." That afternoon, Lin Nan attended class at school, finding it exceedingly dull. The university lectures were rather mundane. Some were lecturing, others were sleeping, and the smokers continued to smoke while the chatterboxes engaged in idle talk, their attention scattered in all directions, creating an atmosphere of chaos. While he could endure these distractions, one thing truly irked him. The couple in the back row, passionately kissing, their smacking sounds echoing in his ears. After enduring the unbearable mental torment, Lin Nan, lacking in decorum, approached the couple. "Hey bro, you're really into it? Mind if I join in the fun?" His words extinguished the couple's passion. How could a kiss possibly involve three people, especially with two men and one woman? "Damn it, are you disgusting or what? Get lost." The bald man pulled his hand out from the girl's underwear and wiped it on her clothing. Lin Nan, noticing the bald man's furtive demeanor and the large rooster tattoo on his head, couldn't help but think that this guy was as low as one could get. After casting a glance at the woman he held, Lin Nan couldn't help but lament, "What a shame for such beauty to be wasted on a dog." "Hey, girl, how can you settle for someone like him? I advise you to leave him as soon as possible. He looks like the kind of scoundrel who steals chickens." Lin Nan wasn't being kind. He was merely stating the facts. The bald man's expression suggested he might devour Lin Nan whole, yet it wouldn't quell the anger boiling within him. Unfazed, Lin Nan extended his hand, saying, "I'm Lin Nan, that if you're willing to enlighten me, I'd be ever so grateful. Also, I want to point out that treating a girl like this is quite disrespectful. To the very least, you should provide a comfortable bed and a condom." The bald man shook Lin Nan's hand, but immediately swatted it away. "What a ridiculous little brat. Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? Which gang do you belong to? I'll go find your leader and settle this." As for the smaller gangs at Lanyang University, there were 5 major factions known as the 4 gangs and 1 society. The 4 gangs referred to brothers from various provinces, namely the Jiangnan Gang, Northeast Gang, Westland Gang, and Lanyang Gang, while the society was the largest student organization on campus. The Lanyang Gang was quite unique. It consisted of the sons and grandsons of high-ranking officials stationed in the capital. They prided themselves on being part of the Lanyang Gang, the only faction capable of rivaling the student council. Why? Because their members were either businessmen or political elites, meaning they had money, power, and weapons at their disposal. This was also the reason why only the Lanyang Gang and the student council possessed electric batons, a privilege denied to other gangs. Moreover, due to their wealth and influence, they also recruited specialized technicians to back them up, including fierce thugs from outside the school to serve as their guards, colloquially known as watchdogs. This was also why the Lanyang Gang was often isolated at school. Students wanted to prevent their institution from becoming a breeding ground for future criminal elements. Lin Nan had only just learned of these dynamics. Students who were honest and upright tended to empathize with and assist one another, enabling them to rise against oppression from smaller gangs and avoid being exploited repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan chuckled, "I don't belong to any gang. Wait, actually, I do have a gang. Give me a moment to recall what it's called. Damn it, I've never seen such a pathetic lackey. Didn't your leader teach you that you should know the name of your own gang? You don't even know what your gang is called. Huh. You're definitely going to get a good beating from the leader tomorrow." Unfazed, Lin Nan replied, "I remember now. My gang is called the Southern Eagle." He didn't know where those 4 words came from, but they sounded quite impressive, so he said them aloud. "I'm the leader. If you have any grievances, feel free to bring them to me." In truth, Lin Nan had fabricated this gang name on the spot. Currently, it consisted of just one person, himself, so naturally, he was the leader. The bald man, fuming, rubbed his head, pondering what kind of gang the Southern Eagle was. That it certainly wasn't one of the 5 major gangs, and he knew dozens of smaller gangs but couldn't categorize it after ruminating for a while. Seeing the bald man struggle to comprehend, Lin Nan chuckled. "Brother Bald, don't strain yourself. The MY gang hasn't registered at school yet, and I'm currently a lone wolf, so are you thinking of a one-on-one duel or requesting a gang battle at school?" "A gang battle?" The bald man was utterly bewildered. "You're alone. Our gang has 30 to 40 members. How are you going to fight? Are you looking for death?" Upon entering this school, Lin Nan sought to maintain his golden lineage with excitement, recognizing this bald man as the lowest of the low, intending to rid the school of a significant nuisance. "Don't worry, Brother Bald. I'll apply for a gang soon, and it'll be effective by tomorrow. By the way, could you please apply for the gang battle tomorrow? You can choose a location and time." "All right. You're clearly asking for trouble," the bald man exclaimed excitedly as he pushed aside a girl in front of him and stood on the table. "If you win, I won't kiss girls in class anymore. But if you lose, well, prepare to die." Damn it, you were just looking for a beating. The bald leader huffed angrily as he exited the classroom, instructing Lin Nan to wait for him the following afternoon. In society, there were rules. No gang was allowed to intrude into private residences or schools, as doing so was a grave offense, even if one were to enter a stranger's home with a knife. A simple call to the city police would summon a specialized anti-gang task force. National warrants were always at the ready, which is why gangs generally refrained from disturbing residents or schools. Schools had their own rules as well. Mimicking societal gang battles, students participated in various gang wars and annexations, which had to be applied for through the school's underworld union. Such matters were also shared with gangs from other schools. Of course, criminal organizations outside the school occasionally infiltrated to obtain information, but such occurrences were rare. The TO maintained an untainted environment. The state took a firm stance against such activities that the classroom erupted into chaos and excitement. Undoubtedly stirred by Lin Nan's enthusiasm, the substitute teacher, after futilely banging on the lectern in frustration, joined in the discussions. Lin Nan, that bald guy, was the leader of the battle gang, nicknamed Ironhead Wong the Pervert. The battle gang ranks 32nd in the school. Their strength shouldn't be underestimated. Why provoke him? A particularly gossipy girl chimed in. Ironhead Wong the Pervert, Lin Nan remarked. That name is quite vivid, even without seeing his appearance. Just a rooster tattoo on his bald head reveals his character. It is still discernible that the reason this bald man sports his shiny head, adorned with a large rooster tattoo, is not without significance. It is evident that all of Wang Dou's dubious prowess resides atop his head. Lin Nan, can you lend an ear to what the teacher has to say? Teacher, why are you still here? Lin Nan gazed at the substitute teacher in astonishment. Truth be told, he had no idea what the teacher's name was. Speak, go ahead. Anyone capable of establishing a faction within the school is somewhat competent, for human temperaments differ. Some skilled individuals prefer not to linger in large gangs, finding instead that smaller factions brim with passion. Within Wang Dou's decisive gang, there exists such a person, who fraternizes with Wang Dou and is known as the second weirdo. Noticing Lin Nan's desire to smirk upon hearing this name, the teacher continued, Lin Nan, it is apparent that you possess some abilities as well, but do not let your guard down, nor should you look down upon others. Remember, there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. The second weirdo's surname is indeed second, while the term weirdo is a nickname he acquired through his association with Wang Dou. It is often said that one must not lack pride, yet must also avoid arrogance. Lin Nan reflected on the teacher's words and replied, Thank you for your guidance. Teacher, that I will take heed. One should embody humility. Young man, you possess exceptional talent, yet remain modest. Your future is promising. As the teacher spoke, he began to chuckle ominously. Suddenly, Lin Nan sensed that this old man was not to be underestimated, although they were not well acquainted. He spoke with an unusual depth of understanding. Fortunately, I am not one to harbor suspicions, otherwise you would be in for a misfortune. After smiling at the teacher, Lin Nan exited the classroom. Clearly, this old man exuded an indescribable aura of transcendence. Beneath his wispy, white beard lay a visage brimming with vitality. Lin Nan's keen eye found no detail escaping his notice, and the old man's heartbeat resonated with strength, even more robust than that of an ordinary person. Lin Nan could hardly fathom why a seemingly decrepit old man, as if buried in dust up to his neck, possessed such vigorous life force. Of course, Lin Nan did not naively believe he had a golden lineage coursing through his veins. Yet it was certain that this world was replete with peculiar individuals. Perhaps this substitute teacher was one such enigma. Lin Nan did not deem it necessary to forge a deep connection with this strange old man at present. When the time arose for consultation, he would not hesitate to seek him out. From the old man's words, it was clear he held Wang Dou and the second weirdo in high regard. Lin Nan preferred not to dwell on trivial matters, for the reason was simple. He did not wish to expend mental energy on such mundane concerns. In his words, it was akin to one person feasting while the entire gang thrives, and as long as one survives, the entire gang prevails. The school's Underworld Association was established on the third floor of the Academic Affairs Office. an institution dedicated to addressing internal gang issues. It was said that the teachers within the Underworld Association hailed from Shaolin Temple or were practitioners of Wing Chun and other martial arts, possessing immense lethality and intimidation. Upon arriving at the Underworld Association, Lin Nan did not encounter the legendary Four Great Scoundrels, the quartet of teachers who frequently dealt with the Academy's gang affairs. The foremost among the Four Great Scoundrels was referred to by students as the ferocious fiend Young Ji. It was said that this individual was exceedingly malicious and brutally violent. Should a student fall into his clutches, they would return traumatized for at least 6 months, terrified beyond measure. The second was auspicious De Huang Yin, the yellow-faced woman. This fierce matron, the wife of the ferocious fiend, had conspired with him for over 20 years, her notoriety rivaling that of Yang Go. Together they were known as under the ferocious fiend. Madness ensues. Under the auspicious day, death lurks. Such was Huang's ruthless approach to unruly students. She would not relent until they were utterly vanquished. Consequently, any individual with a modicum of wisdom would prefer to encounter Yang Go rather than the yellow-faced woman. The third was known as Evil Accumulated to the Brim. Air Gun, a notorious figure on campus. A master of poisons who had never been seen alive by anyone. Students dealt with by him mysteriously vanished. Encounters with this individual were rare, as one would typically not cross paths with him unless they had been marked for death. His peculiar and nefarious reputation led students to collectively label him Evil Accumulated, reflecting his fearsome standing among them. Not only for his malevolence, but also for his lasciviousness, that it was rumored that he preyed upon both genders. And the reason no one had seen his true face was that he silenced all those he had processed. This was the most peculiar individual Lin Nan had heard of. The fourth was referred to as Extinction of Descendants, Master Mei Chunfeng, who, like the second sister Huang Yin, had been taken by the third scoundrel as his wife. That it was said that this master possessed a formidable array of coercive techniques. If she wished to extract information from you, you would have no choice but to comply, lest you face utter ruin, leaving a young man emerging from her grasp utterly diminished. Hence, the title Master of Extinction was not without reason. Recalling these four malevolent figures, Lin Nan felt a surge of perspiration. Within the territory of the Underworld Association, he dared not address them as the Four Great Scoundrels. Especially having experienced a resurrection, Lin Nan increasingly believed in the supernatural. Perhaps in this uncanny place lurked the Four Great Scoundrels. No, the claws of the Four Great Fiends. Chapter 25. This man is quite remarkable, Part 1. As the season ushered in a chilly breeze, some of the more delicate young ladies had already donned their down jackets. Yet Lin Nan remained clad in a short-sleeved shirt. Firstly, due to lack of funds, and secondly, because his physique was robust. However, as the biting wind swept through, he could not help but shiver. Damn it! How useless, trembling just to register a gang. What will I do in the future? Lin Nan steeled his resolve and approached the office of the Underworld Association, that he was unaware that applications for the association were traditionally submitted through formal documentation, and that the corridor leading to the office was largely deserted. Naturally, aside from the Four Great Scoundrels and their underlings, Lin Nan felt a twinge of trepidation upon hearing that the Four Great Fiends had recently taken on an apprentice, who was in the process of learning and emulating their ways. Frankly speaking, Lin Nan hoped not to encounter this new apprentice, lest he be turned into a test subject. With a heart full of apprehension, he arrived at the office marked by the four bold characters of Underworld Association, summoning the courage to knock on the door. If I must die, then so be it. I've died before. With this thought, Lin Nan cast aside his anxieties and found newfound resolve. After a prolonged moment, a feminine voice emanated from within. Come in, the door is unlocked. Why the delay? One might wonder. For those who came here were of a certain ilk, a kind that need not knock before entering. The voice was melodious and enchanting, akin to the sound of spring wind shattering thin ice, clear and refreshing, resonating in his ears with a charm rivaling that of a guqin. This timbre allowed Lin Nan to calm his racing heart. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted him was a young woman. Lin Nan had long heard that members of the Underworld Association despised being stared at, so he merely cast a brief glance at her before lifting his gaze. Now encountering two middle-aged individuals, a man and a woman, both seated. The man had a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. Possessing a strikingly handsome appearance, likely also a formidable figure, Lin Nan dared not stare too long, but instead scrutinized him carefully, his mind still lingering on the visage of the young woman. It was no exaggeration to say that she was as bewitching as the legendary Daji, her bright red ensemble strikingly eye-catching. Just then, a deep voice resonated from within. "Classmate, what brings you here? It is quite rare for students to visit us." "Oh!" Upon hearing such a cordial tone, Lin Nan immediately exhaled in relief, deducing that these individuals were not connected to the four great fiends or their apprentices. "I am here to register a gang. Is there anything you require from me?" Lin Nan leaned casually against the young woman's desk, beginning to scrutinize her closely. Good heavens, how remarkable she is! He could not discern her figure, but her beauty was evident that a heart-shaped face, willow-like brows, starry eyes, and lips like a delicate flower. Her pale skin exuded a faint, alluring fragrance that wafted through the air. Lin Nan inhaled deeply, feeling utterly invigorated. As he lowered his head to gaze at the young woman, she fortuitously lifted her gaze to meet his. Their eyes locking. Those grayish pupils reflected a remarkably handsome face, igniting Lin Nan's curiosity. "Miss, your eyes are so radiant." As he leaned in for a closer look, he chuckled. "Ha, miss, the person in your eyes is me." The young woman smiled faintly, sweetly responding, "What name would you like to register for your gang?" "The number of members, the name of the leader." "Miss, shall we engage in a bit of conversation?" Lin Nan crouched down. "This office seems rather dreary. Do you mind if I bring a touch of laughter?" The young woman glanced at the two seated individuals behind her, seeing no reaction from them. She tacitly permitted Lin Nan's triviality. "This place is quite nice. It's just that you find it lacking." Today won't do. I'll come back in a few days to chat with you. First, let's register the gang. My memory is rather poor, and I might forget later." Lin Nan then remarked, "The name of the gang shall be South Country, Divine Eagle, and I am the leader." "Ha ha! As for the number of members, there is currently only one." "That won't do. A minimum of 5 members is required to register a gang," the young lady was saying, when a rather affable-looking elder man behind her interjected. "All right. Let him register. Over all these years, he is the only one brave enough to approach our underworld union. Such courage deserves recognition. Let us go ahead and register him." "Ha, uncle, you are truly kind. To be honest, this place is hardly suitable for anyone to linger." "Oh, and what kind of place is suitable then?" replied the alluring woman opposite him. Lin Nan chuckled and said, "Uncle, Annie, and little sister, I can see that your hearts are in the right place. So, let me be frank. Do you know how the students outside describe your underworld union? They say it's worse than a pig or a dog. And as for your superior, those 4 great demons, sigh. I was dripping with sweat when I first arrived." At this moment, Lin Nan tugged at his thin shirt, and an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. "However, upon meeting the 3 of you, I felt I wouldn't be scared to death, which is why I dare to speak with you." "Young man, I see you are infatuated with the young lady who is registering you," the alluring woman said with a laugh. "Not at all. A man must keep his composure," Lin Nan replied, sensing a tugging at his back. Turning around, he saw it was indeed the young girl. "Your gang has been successfully registered. The basic registration fee is 50 yuan. "Thank you. You want money?" Lin Nan exclaimed in surprise, and noticing the odd expressions on everyone's faces, he quickly changed his tone. Of course, haha." Blushing, Lin Nan fished out a handful of cash from his pants pocket and placed it on the table. Among them, only 1 bill was red. The rest were small denominations. Picking up a 100 yuan note, he began to count the small change. "I'm short by 1 yuan. Who is so unscrupulous as to steal my 1 yuan? You can keep the rest." Pfft. The young girl found Lin Nan's antics amusing. Lin Nan glanced at the aunt and uncle, a smile creeping onto his face, and said, "What are you laughing at? There are plenty of thieves outside. Besides, it's my first time losing money." "All right, don't embarrass yourself here. Take your brand new 100 yuan and leave." The alluring woman chuckled. "This is truly the most extraordinary lad I've ever encountered in my teaching career. Annie, what about my 1 yuan? Let Lu Yin pay for you." "Oh, then thank you," Lin Nan said, stepping back only to suddenly turn around and bump his head against the doorframe. Ugh! Damn it, are you also conspiring against me? At that moment, Lin Nan turned back. Thank you, Miss Lu Yin, that I'll return the 1 yuan to you tomorrow. It's nothing. 1 yuan isn't worth you making a trip for. 1 yuan is worth it. If it were 50, it wouldn't be worth my while. Haha. Lin Nan was unceremoniously pushed out by Lu Yin, and after he left, Lu Yin nestled in the alluring woman's embrace, pouting in anger. Master, look at that brat. In her eyes, I am worth even less than 50 yuan. What is the meaning of this? When Lin Nan returned to his snack bar, he found Lin Zitong already waiting there for quite some time. However, he was puzzled to see not only Lin Zitong, but also the 2 young ladies from the Tang family present. Frankly, Lin Nan could tell at a glance that Miss Tang had come to demand an explanation. Yet, when he approached them, Miss Tang did not scold him. Lin Nan, perplexed, asked, "What is this? Have you changed your temperament? It's making me a bit uncomfortable that if there is nothing else, could the esteemed Miss Tang kindly step aside and allow me to pass? I still have to work for Bossy." Chapter 26. This man is quite remarkable. Part 2. Lin Nan, are you a friend of Lin Zitong? Tang Miao Miao asked. Lin Nan glanced at Lin Zitong and replied, Zitong, do you know this willful and unreasonable girl? Lin Zitong smiled faintly. Of course. Big men can be so petty. I've always lived with them. Oh, Lin Nan acknowledged. What business do you 2 young ladies have with me? Tang Miao Miao's expression turned grim. Lin Nan, you need not work here any longer, that I've already spoken to Boss He. He will find another helper. You should come home with us now. Go home with you? Lin Nan exclaimed. Miss Tang, are you out of your mind? Why would I go home with you? How ridiculous. What gives you the right to tell me not to work here? Are you the one paying my living expenses? This is utterly absurd. Lin Nan was now quite irate. After all, he had just found a job, and now it was being taken away from him. Tang Miao Miao smiled lightly. Lin Nan, do you know the good deeds you've done? Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this for you. Let's not discuss it here. I've compensated Bossy with 100,000 yuan for economic losses and have given Li Tong and Li Rui each 10,000 yuan as compensation for taking on your share of the work during your absence. Therefore, you have been completely dismissed from Boss He's employment, understand? Boss He? Lin Nan waved to Boss He, who turned his back and gestured for him to leave. Lin Nan realized that Boss He was indeed quite fearful of Tang Tang. It seems you have successfully sunk to the bottom. At that moment, Lin Nan stared at the 3 women for a moment before suddenly declaring, Fine, I will go. If you're not afraid, why should I be? You take care of Tang Tang. Make sure she doesn't run away. This girl is quite unruly, so don't bully her, Tang Miao Miao warned, her tone laced with anger and tension. Lin Nan was confused. Tang Miao Miao, what have I done to offend you? You ruined my job just so I'll go to your home? And you dare to act all fiery towards me. Is this what Lin Zitong wanted? If that's the case, there's no need for it. Lin Zitong, I've told you before, what do you take me for? Lin Zitong felt wronged as the conflict unexpectedly turned towards her. Lin Nan, how have I wronged you? If you're going to shout at me like that, do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on, let us shout at each other and see who is louder. Damn it, you're the one who did the good deed, and I'm the one who is upset. What are you complaining about? Lin Nan felt it was strange, suddenly sensing something was amiss. Logically, Lin Zitong had never lost her temper with him. Why was she suddenly shouting today? Little demon, are you plotting something behind the scenes? Lin Nan felt utterly helpless, although he couldn't fathom what role Tang Tang played in this. He could deduce by elimination that this little demon was indeed behind it. Lin Zitong had been quite friendly with him at noon, their conversation filled with flirtation, and it was impossible for her to turn hostile in an instant. Apart from the minor disagreement with Tang Miao Miao yesterday, which had already been resolved, the root of the conflict lay with the little demon. Moreover, Lin Nan had offended the little demon at noon, and her smug expression as he left was etched in his mind. Little demon, if it's not you causing trouble, then I'll just dive head first into the wheels of fate. Tell me how you are plotting against me. Wah. The little demon cried, tears streaming down her face. Yet she refused to reveal the reason. To that moment, Lin Nan approached Lin Zitong. Zitong, is there some misunderstanding here? Look, that little demoness tears seem so fake. What do you want her to do? Laugh while crying. Lin Zitong replied with a detached smile. Why do you sound so bitter? Lin Nan remarked. If that little demon has said anything to you, don't believe her. After living with you for so long, you should know her temperament. She is as bad as they come, and nothing she says can be trusted. Now is not the time for that discussion. Meow Meow is coming with the car. Let us wait for her here, Lin Zedong said rationally. We need to resolve this issue. Staying here won't be of any help. Once everything is clarified, it will benefit everyone. It. Lin Nan was genuinely puzzled now. It seemed he had underestimated the little demoness influence, as even Lin Zedong no longer trusted him. Zedong, others may not know me, but you do that I'm just smooth talking. There is nothing more to it. Look at that little girl with her petite stature of 1.3 meters. What could I possibly do to her? Lin Nan thought it through and concluded that the worst-case scenario would be that the little girl went home and accused him of misconduct. Otherwise, Lin Zedong wouldn't be this angry. Upon hearing this, Lin Zedong chuckled. Lin Nan, where's your mind wandering? Oh dear, you still don't understand the situation. Just don't ask too many questions. When we get home, Tang Meow Meow will interrogate you. Just answer honestly. At that moment, Lin Zedong glanced past Lin Nan at Tang Guoguo. Lin Nan followed her gaze and saw Tang Guoguo's delicate face adorned with 2 teardrops. Her gaze lost in the infinite depths of the starry sky, as if the desolation and melancholy of the night had seeped into Tang's eyes at that moment, reflecting an endless chill under the golden moonlight. Lin Nan could also discern a hint of confusion in the little demon's expression. Oh dear, you little demon, how can you be so scheming? Lin Nan patted Tang's little head without reservation. Learn from the good, not from the adults playing deep and mysterious. Haha, you little demon, today I'll humor you and play along to see if you can truly outsmart me. Lin Nan was now almost certain that it was indeed the little demon who was orchestrating this entire affair. Zedong, do not extend your sympathy towards her. She is nothing but a counterfeit. Have you ever seen her in such a state of sorrow? This alteration in your perception is rather dubious. Only a coward would believe her. You little devil, your charade has gone on long enough. It was peculiar. No matter how Lin Nan provoked her, the little devil Tang remained silent and did not retaliate against Lin Nan's disdain. Lin Nan chuckled dryly. Ha, Zedong, it seems this girl truly has matters weighing on her heart. What could be the reason? I haven't wronged her in broad daylight, aside from lifting her from the ground and refusing to be her floral guardian. Zedong, you must agree, this is simply her own boredom. A honk echoed from the road, and the little devil's eyes flickered as she pitifully lifted her gaze to Lin Nan. Suddenly, Lin Nan remembered that Tang Meow Meow had instructed him to take good care of Tang, and he scooped her up, such a hefty little bundle. You're quite heavy. Tang, did you grow up eating gold? Your little dairy is rather well padded. As he uttered these words, Lin Zedong shot him a glance. And Lin Nan could feel the palpable fury emanating from Tang Meow Meow in the car. Ha! The environment here is rather pleasant. Following Tang Meow Meow into the villa courtyard, Lin Nan was struck by the strikingly symmetrical floral designs that greeted his eyes, instantly lifting his spirits. However, it was not long before Lin Nan experienced the formidable nature of Tang Meow Meow. Placed in the center of the hall under the glaring lights, Lin Nan's eyes began to tire. Tang Meow Meow's methods of punishment were notably unconventional, rather than striking him. She commanded him to gaze up at the light for 2 hours. It is not hard to imagine how harsh this form of punishment was for Lin Nan. The prolonged strain on his neck from such an awkward position, along with the intense brightness, posed a significant threat to his eyesight. When Lin Nan finally lowered his head, his vision was momentarily obscured. Chapter 27. This man is quite the display. Part 3. Lin Nan sat down on the sofa in resignation. Now you all can believe what I say. Right. You can trust the words of Miss Tang as well, that if you possessed even a modicum of intelligence, I wouldn't have to endure such torment. Just then, Tang Meow Meow emerged from her hot shower, coincidentally catching Lin Nan in the midst of his complaints. Miss Tang, have you finally grasped the truth of the matter? You cannot casually accuse others of luring underage girls. Why would Lin Nan willingly endure such tribulations? Simply put, he had come to fully appreciate the power of the little devil, Tang, that he now understood why Lin Zedong had been so cold towards him, and the disdain with which Tang Meow Meow regarded him. To be frank, Lin Nan was genuinely in awe of the little devil. Call Tang Tang down. I want to confront her directly, Lin Nan said, irate. When did I ever pull down her pants and spank her? And about that other thing, Tang Meow Meow, seeing that Lin Nan still had not admitted his fault, retorted. Lin Nan, you scoundrel, you dare not acknowledge your own vile actions. Now that Lin Zedong is here, I will ensure she sees your true colors. When Tang Tang returned to me, she was inconsolable, both of her little cheeks swollen from your bites. What more could you possibly say? Is that not excessive, moreover, if you refuse to confess to this? I, Tang Meow Meow, will pursue this matter to the ends of the earth. Lin Nan was truly at a loss for words. I've said it countless times. That mouth of hers was pinched by my fingers. Who told her to act pitiful? Tang Meow Meow, consider this. In that situation, if she had started to cry, how could I possibly maintain my dignity at Longyang University? How can you still speak? That adorable little girl? And you had the audacity to pinch her? You must be feeling guilty, Lin Zedong chimed in, her eyes narrowed in scrutiny. Given Tang Meow Meow's tone, Lin Nan realized that unless he confessed, he would soon be heading to the police station as a defendant. Thus, he shifted his approach. Tang Meow Meow, this is all your coercion. Tell me, if I confess to this matter, what would be the consequences? Lin Nan was weary of the back and forth. No matter how he argued, both ladies remained unconvinced of his innocence, leaving him standing there like a criminal, which was quite vexing. You speak with such conviction? Tang Meow Meow retorted coldly. What a duplicitous scoundrel you are. If you confess to having lured my sister and committed such unspeakable acts against her, then at least you would be a man who takes responsibility for his actions. How you are punished is beyond my concern. Should Tang Tang desire your demise, then perish you shall. Should she wish you to be a eunuch, tomorrow you shall cease to be a man. Damn it, do not think that just because you put on glasses, you can masquerade as a person. Lin Nan held Tang Meow Meow in utter contempt. Fine. I admit it. I will seek out Tang Tang to find out what she has to say, he declared. Tong Tong, you have now seen this fellow's true nature. We must keep our wits about us from now on. Upon entering the room, Tang Meow Meow emerged in a dazzling evening gown, exuding youthful vitality, and took Lin Zedong by the hand. Let us head to the gathering. He and Tang Tang can sort out their matters themselves. At that moment, Tang Meow Meow turned and shouted at Lin Nan, You little scoundrel, do not bully Tang Tang. If you do, I, Miss Tang, shall see to it that you pay dearly. All right, I shall keep my distance when I see her next. Lin Nan waved his hands, urging the two of them to leave swiftly. I will go find Tang Tang, and upon my return, we shall have everything settled. Ha ha. To be frank, Lin Nan did not believe that Lin Zedong and Tang Meow Meow were dim-witted. After all, having lived with Tang Tang for years, they should be well aware of the little devil's character. However, he did admire the little devil. To set him up, she had even gone so far as to slander him with intentions of assault. When Lin Nan entered the room, Tang Guogua was lying on her small bed, clutching the large ears of a teddy bear. Tang Guogua's room exuded a delightful fragrance and was adorned in a charming manner. Stuffed toys were scattered about in various poses. Whether on the bed, the sofa, or beside the television. Sitting up at the head of the bed, upon seeing Lin Nan enter, Tang Guogua promptly dove into her covers. Goodness, now you know to fear me. Lin Nan pretended to be the big bad wolf. Pulling back the covers, come out. Your plan has succeeded. I have come as per the instructions of Miss Tang to negotiate with you. Tang Guogua sprang from under the covers, wrapping herself snugly in her little blanket. Big bad uncle. What is there to discuss with Tang Tang? Since you admit to having done that deed, you must be entirely obedient to Tang Tang and dote on her endlessly. Hee, when I grow up. If I forget about this incident, I might just let you off. Smack! Lin Nan flicked her on the head. Does that hurt? Encountering you truly feels like my worst luck. To tell you the truth. You've already had your fun at my expense. From now on, do not pester me, understand? Otherwise, the big bad uncle will not be kind. Though he claimed to be here to negotiate, Lin Nan did not genuinely believe so. With a mischievous girl like Tang Guogua, indulging her was ultimately unwise. If no one else would play the villain, then he would step up as the great antagonist. Where is the big bad uncle headed? Tang Guogua asked. noticing Lin Nan was moving towards the door. The moment Lin Nan saw her eagerness, an ominous premonition surged within him. Once bitten by a snake, one is wary of ropes for 10 years. He was now acutely aware of this truth. Cautiously, he replied, "I'm going outside. It is not in my nature to be alone with a girl in the dead of night." "Big bad uncle, where is sister?" "Gone. The house is empty." Tang Tang is scared. "Big bad uncle, please stay with me here." Tang Tang suddenly leaped from the bed, approaching Lin Nan and pulling him back inside. Surely, there is a plot afoot. Lin Nan assessed Tang Tang's actions with a fitting description. At that moment, he recalled Tang Miao Miao's instructions to have a good talk with Tang Tang. Yet he had no idea what deeper implications lay beneath that if he failed to keep the little devil entertained. Would she not turn against him? "Little devil, you go to sleep. I will stand here and wait until you drift off." "Big bad uncle, you should sleep too." You are indeed quite cunning, big bad uncle. You sleep on the floor, Tang Tang will sleep on the bed. Big bad uncle must keep Tang Tang company." To be honest, Tang Guo's petite and innocent appearance was quite endearing to Lin Nan. But the thought of the venomous heart concealed beneath that innocent facade sent chills down his spine. "Let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve tonight, and I shall catch you red-handed, thus clearing my name." With that resolve, Lin Nan lay down on the floor. "Big bad uncle, it seems I heard someone ringing the doorbell. You should go check." Just as Lin Nan had settled down, a series of ringing sounds echoed. "Sleep well. I will go answer the door." Upon opening it, he found a police officer standing outside, a female officer. She was tall, only slightly shorter than Lin Nan, appearing to be about 1.7 meters. Before Lin Nan could scrutinize the policewoman further, he saw her head stretching and retracting as she peered into the room. Lin Nan felt her behavior was rather impolite and darkened his expression. "I say, officer, it's late at night. Are you afraid of ghosts knocking at the door? Do not lurk about. There are children inside, and you might frighten them." The female officer raised her head. "I receive a distress signal stating that an unfamiliar man was attempting to lure a girl. I must enter to investigate. Here is the search warrant." As she spoke, the female officer produced a piece of paper from her pocket and waved it in front of Lin Nan, attempting to enter. Lin Nan blocked her path. "Miss, I didn't quite see it. Could you show it to me again?" Chapter 28. Passion. Jin Yaobao. Here I come. Part 1. The female officer paused. "Miss, you are quite cautious. You have seen it clearly." Lin Nan glanced at the search warrant he had received. Officer Huang from the Anti-Crime Task Force exclaimed, "What the hell? You've come to my home for a sweep. And you little policewoman, are you here to combat crime or something else?" The officer retorted, "That is none of your concern. I suspect you of attempting to seduce the owner of this residence, Miss Tang Guo." As she spoke, the female officer swiftly produced handcuffs, aiming to restrain Lin Nan. In that fleeting moment, Lin Nan's myriad of brain cells analyzed the officer's speed, trajectory, and potential points of capture, leading him to make a precise judgment. Just as the handcuffs were about to clasp his wrists, Lin Nan's hands danced like a phantom, evading the restraints, leaving the officer astonished. The handcuffs returned empty. At this instant, the officer regarded Lin Nan with curiosity. "With such skills, why resort to seducing young girls, you morally bankrupt beast?" "Damn it!" Lin Nan cursed, realizing the cunning of Tang Guo. She had exploited the opportunity to call the city police while Lin Zitong was away with her sister, falsely accusing him of attempting to assault her. Now it dawned on Lin Nan why Tang Guo insisted on his company. His expression shifted dramatically. Something was amiss. The little demon surely had more tricks up her sleeve. It was easy to imagine Tang Guo creating a chaotic scene in the room, tearing her clothes, and emerging in tears. "All right." Lin Nan snapped his fingers, declaring, "If one has a guilty conscience, they need not fear the haunting of spirits. Little policewoman, if I am not mistaken, you must be a friend of Tang Miao Miao, right? Humph. Is it not a breach of your professional ethics to collude with Tang Tang in such a manner? After all, I am a respectable man. Don't think donning that uniform makes you untouchable. To be frank, not only will I prevent you from entering this house today, but I also intend to detain you until Tang Miao Miao returns." "Oh, so you believe you can keep me here? Huh?" The female officer swayed her hips provocatively. "Your intuition is commendable, but you can only blame your misfortune for bullying little Tang Tang. Step aside. I need to collect some evidence. You'll be detained for 10 days or half a month, and once Tang Tang calms down, I'll release you. Lin Nan stood firmly at the door, unwilling to yield. Officer Huang, do you take me for a fool? You privileged brats have nothing better to do than to pick on others. Honestly, your mere presence irks me. You strut around pretending to be pure. Don't think your badge grants you impunity. My fists don't discriminate, and they certainly don't overlook that pretty green uniform of yours. With that, Lin Nan reached out and patted the collar of Officer Huang, causing her tie to skew. No wonder you're such an eyesore. Your worth is evidently too low. Lin Nan's words were biting, and it was evident that Officer Huang was breathing heavily with agitation at that moment. She smirked coldly and suddenly swung her electric baton towards Lin Nan's head, unprepared for her boldness. Lin Nan raised his arm to block, and with a crackle, sparks flew as the baton collided with his arm, reminiscent of two speeding metal objects grinding together. Both Officer Huang and Lin Nan recoiled from the impact, each retreating in disbelief. Officer Huang stared incredulously at her baton. The new model, fully charged, had failed to incapacitate the man before her. Impossible! How can 1.2 million volts not subdue you unless you're dead? At this moment, Lin Nan's inner turmoil surpassed that of Officer Huang, and it was far more intense that T.O.B. Frank, having just emerged from school, he had seen electric batons before. There was no way he could remain unharmed after such a shock. Clearly, he had comprehended Officer Huang's words, and his astonishment felt like turbulent waves crashing within him. His internal energy surged, rapidly restoring his previously numbed and scorched cells. Am I dead? Lin Nan shivered. That can't be. It must be my golden bloodline at work, rendering this voltage ineffective against me. Thus, he deduced, as waves of amber-hued golden blood coursed through his arm, calming his shock. Naive and uninformed, there are countless extraordinary individuals in this world. A mere electric baton can only subdue ordinary people. Against someone with my extraordinary abilities, your baton is futile. That I advise you to remain and clarify the situation before departing. Lin Nan implied that Officer Huang should stay to testify on his behalf and clear his name. Seeing Lin Nan not only handsome and poised but also remarkably forthright, Officer Huang pondered for a moment and replied, "You may not know how temperamental little Tang Tang can be. If she truly gets angry, she might not eat or drink for half a month, which would surely alarm the elder Tang. Here is the deal. Pretend to cooperate with me, and once I take you out, I'll release you immediately." How does that sound? Recognizing that escaping the grasp of the devilish Tang Tang was futile, and perceiving the implied significance in Officer Huang's words, little Tang Tang must be a prized possession of the Tang family. Lin Nan resigned himself to not challenging her further. All right, you can come in, but remember, no evidence collection. Just imagine, even I, the noble gentleman, am aware that little Tang Tang must have prepared the scene meticulously. I'll let her cool off. Upon entering, Lin Nan was compelled to applaud the chaotic state of the room. What is this? A condom. He picked it up, startled. Tang Tang, where on earth did you get this? From your sister. What are you up to? It wasn't like this when I left. When Lin Nan pulled back the covers, he was utterly stunned to find Tang Tang lying there, completely naked, tears glistening in her eyes that he quickly covered her up. The little demon is indeed audacious, if I don't get arrested. It seemed she was prepared to go to extremes, that so be it. Lin Nan complied with the two women's antics until he was finally handcuffed and brought to the police vehicle. Feeling a sense of relief, Officer Huang, Tang Tang certainly isn't shy about her investments. At this point, Lin Nan bore a slightly embarrassed demeanor. Officer Huang, I have nowhere to sleep tonight, considering how cooperative I've been with your work. Might I borrow a place to rest for the night? Officer Huang glanced at Lin Nan's expression in the rearview mirror. I didn't know you before. How did you offend Tang Tang? Meow Meow and Zedong must have given you quite a hard time. How did I advise you to steer clear of them in the future, or you'll have more to endure? Lin Nan understood that had he not managed to impress the little policewoman before him, he would have undoubtedly faced a lengthy detention. Perhaps if the two young ladies at the Tang household forgot about him, he might spend his life behind bars. Thank you. Damn it. I suppose I'll just stay in the school dormitory tomorrow. I certainly can't afford to provoke those two young ladies. As for Tang Tang, I'll keep my distance from her in the future. Officer Huang chuckled. Not only can you not provoke her, but which of us sisters can? You won't be able to leave school for at least half a month. I told Tang Tang you'd be locked up for that long. Lin Nan continued to make lighthearted banter, realizing that if he did not charm this little policewoman, he would have no place to rest that night. Ultimately, through his relentless pleading, Officer Huang agreed to let Lin Nan stay at her home for one night, though he could only sleep on the floor. Chapter 29, Passion, Jin Yao Bao, I Am Coming, Part 2. Heartless, when Lin Nan awoke, he found himself not in the grand hall of the villa, but rather in the small courtyard outside. Sitting on a large stone, he felt the chill of the winter air. However, Lin Nan was struck by a peculiar sensation. How could Officer Huang, as a public servant, drag him from his slumber in such an inhumane manner? One could only imagine the sight at that moment. Lin Nan, standing at 1.8 meters tall with a robust physique, was indeed a formidable figure. It was hard to fathom how the seemingly petite and delicate Officer Huang could manage to move such a pig. Undoubtedly, Officer Huang had endured considerable hardship. Lin Nan felt a chill against his back and scratched it, only to discover he had torn his clothing. Strange, my shirt is ripped. Now, his emotions were not as volatile as before. Before unleashing a torrent of curses, Lin Nan surveyed the courtyard that on a nearby stone bench lay a fresh set of student attire. Well, at least the little girl has some conscience. She knows to show some care for her elder brother. Lin Nan changed into the new outfit right there in the courtyard. Discarding his old clothes, with the fresh attire and a rejuvenated demeanor, Lin Nan now resembled a spirited young man that in all his memories. He had never donned clothing that fit him so well. His toothbrush and towel were still at the He family snack shop, so he needed to retrieve his daily essentials from there to move into the school dormitory, clad in casual wear and sneakers. He presented a refreshing appearance. At first glance, one might think him to be quite the dashing figure. Who would have thought that Huang would be so thoughtful? He, a girl like this, how nice. Lin Nan originally set out for school in high spirits, but on the bus, he encountered an unpleasant scene. On the bus, a particularly lecherous old man was shamelessly caressing the posterior of a young woman with his calloused hands. Due to the throngs of passengers, Lin Nan had to lower his head and peer through the gaps between the heads to catch a glimpse of the man's lascivious expression. That was truly baffling to him that such a creature as a bus pervert still existed. It seemed that only the ignorant and depraved would engage in such behavior. Yet, here he was, confronted by this very spectacle. The odds of encountering such a situation were likely no less than the probability of a certain small president of the United States being struck by a shoe. They say widows attract misfortune, and it appears to be true. At the moment his gaze met the girl's pleading eyes, Lin Nan quickly averted his gaze. The young woman appeared to be around 1.7 meters tall, half a head shorter than Lin Nan. With a figure comparable to Huang Chang's, her face was fair as snow, pure and enchanting. Her phoenix eyes slightly furrowed, and her willow-like brows neither overly flirtatious nor too demure, complemented by two shallow dimples adorning her cheeks. Dressed in a school uniform, she exuded an aura of youthful innocence that Lin Nan's eyes. Unmarried widows were plentiful, but unmarried young women were a rare find that he might lack in many areas. But discerning whether a woman had been claimed was his forte. He could see the truth at a glance. With his keen perception, it was evident that this girl was still an untouched flower. The term widow bore different connotations for different individuals that in this day and age. Seeking a pure girl was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Impossible even with a microscope, let alone a magnifying glass. Thus, Lin Nan succinctly defined a widow as any woman who was not a virgin that in this era. Marital status had lost its significance, and one could no longer simply ascertain a widow's status by assessing whether she was divorced. The girl Lin Nan referred to as a young lady was indeed a rare treasure, deserving of the title of a precious gem. However, he felt as if he were letting prime meat slip through his fingers. As Lin Nan would say, he only needed to ride the bus for one more stop to reach school. Initially, he had intended to assist the young girl, but he quickly realized that such interventions often led to complications. A girl might easily feel indebted and offer herself in return, which could create troublesome scenarios. Moreover, who knew where she had boarded, or how many unscrupulous hands might be lurking along the way to touch her delicate form? Thus, Lin Nan resolved to keep an eye on the situation, remaining indifferent as long as the lecherous old man refrained from crossing any lines. However, halfway through the journey, the girl unexpectedly found refuge in his embrace. More specifically, pressed against his chest, thereby evading the old man's unwelcome advances. She had noticed Lin Nan's attentive gaze and shot him a glare filled with resentment, clearly blaming him for his inaction. It had been a long time since Lin Nan had encountered such an exquisite girl. Amused, he observed the expanse of her fair skin and instinctively reached out to adjust her clothing. The girl turned back to him, her eyes blazing with indignation. "Oh, don't misunderstand. Your panties are a shade of crimson, right? Hee, your clothes have ridden up, so I was merely helping you pull them down." Lin Nan had not intended to be so explicit, but he sought to avoid suspicion and to prevent being looked down upon by the girl. Thus, he boldly stated the color of her undergarments. Avoiding her furious gaze, Lin Nan turned to face forward. Longyang University. Damn! He nearly missed his stop. The bus had come to a halt, and he had not even realized it. This is all that wretched girl's fault. To be precise, it was Lin Nan's first time arriving at this place before classes commenced. When he had visited the previous day, it had already been class time, and there had been no uniformed students standing at the entrance, as there were now 0.8 students adorned with matching student council insignias were stationed at the entrance. When he had come to register a few days prior, he had not paid attention to the spacious entrance. They say beauty can be judged by the legs, haha, but can it also be determined by the entrance? This grand gate exudes an imposing aura, rich in culture, with intricate carvings that are both profound and splendid. One can only imagine the strength and prestige of this university. As Lin Nan admired the university's entrance, he felt a pair of eyes upon him. It was the girl from the bus that he approached her. "Why the sour expression? I'm the one who helped you." At that moment, Lin Nan glanced towards the 8 intimidating student council enforcers stationed by the iron gate. "What? Are you afraid to enter because of the 8 beasts at the entrance? Haha. Rest assured, this is a school, not a bus. It won't be chaotic here." Clearly, the girl realized Lin Nan was mocking her. After a glance at the 8 enforcers, she kicked Lin Nan before striding defiantly through the gate. Meanwhile, Lin Nan found himself intercepted by the 8-inch beasts. Looking up, he was met with the imposing words, "Student Council. Are you truly members of the Student Council? Why are you stopping me?" Lin Nan scrutinized the group, suddenly countering. "Are you part of a gang?" "Hey," a tall, slender man with purple hair swaggered over. "Are you a student at our school?" "Damn, you look so sleazy. Get out of my way." "Yes. I'm a student here. Did you not see my uniform? Have you been watching girls urinate too much, and now your eyesight is impaired? Haha, brother. Go to hell." The purple-haired man swung a fist toward Lin Nan. The moment the punch was thrown, Lin Nan sensed the man's rising anger. Just as the fist was about to collide with his forehead, Lin Nan swiftly seized the man's hand, catching it perfectly. The purple-haired man struggled twice, staring blankly at Lin Nan, clearly astonished. Lin Nan, meanwhile, maintained an air of indifferent calm. "Who are you? I guard this gate daily, ensuring the safe passage of my fellow students. How come I've never seen you before?" Chapter 30, Passion. Jin Yaobao. I'm coming for you. Part 3. Lin Nan did not wish to offend the school's most notorious gang right at the start of his academic journey. "I only registered a couple of days ago. It's no surprise you haven't seen me. Now, I ask you, why are you stopping me from entering? And why do you want to hit me?" The purple-haired man, having been pinched enough, withdrew his hand and looked at Lin Nan again. "Where's your uniform?" The new policy from the student council states that students in uniform are charged 5 yuan, while those not in uniform are charged 100. Besides, as a new student, it's customary to receive a beating upon entry. It's a rite of passage into Longyang University. "Come on, brother. Let me give you a punch." Lin Nan realized that these 8 individuals were stationed here to extort money, akin to how gangs operate in society. "Do you think I'm an imbecile? Go ahead. Hit me. Why don't you let me hit you instead? I'm just confused. Why is there such a vast difference between wearing and not wearing a uniform? And why are you telling me this?" "I am wearing a uniform." The purple-haired man wore a look of disappointment, shaking his head and exclaiming, "Brother, are you messing with me? That's the uniform of Longyang Affiliated High School, not the University Division. Since you've walked through this gate, it indicates you belong to the University Division. To be frank, brother, I want to hit you. because you look like you're causing trouble. Lin Nan's heart raced. Damn it. That little female officer set me up. This was utterly humiliating to AT that moment. Lin Nan glanced toward the side entrance, where he noticed several students in the same uniform as is looking at him in astonishment. He felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in, vowing that within a fortnight, he would purchase 2 sets of clothing. No, I can only buy 1 set. The other will have to be accompanied by that female officer. Lin Nan seethed inwardly. He never anticipated that gaining entry through the main gate would be so challenging. Firstly, he lacked a student ID, as he had not yet had the chance to collect it. Secondly, without the university division's uniform. According to the purple-haired man's assertions, he wouldn't be allowed to enter today. Suddenly, the image of the girl from the bus appeared in Lin Nan's mind. His eyes lit up, for she too lacked a uniform, and he had not seen her present any proof of enrollment. Pointing at the girl with her pert backside, Lin Nan exclaimed, "Why isn't she being charged to enter?" It was evident that Lin Nan was displeased at being asked for 100 yuan. The purple-haired man smirked, gesturing dismissively at Lin Nan, his demeanor exuding a sense of superiority. "Brother, are you illiterate or colorblind? Can't you see that Lu Huiqing is a stunning beauty? Who would dare ask her for money? Damn it, what a miserable way to start the day. What joy is left in life? Why don't you try dressing up a bit? If you could transform into a voluptuous beauty, I might just let you in without a fuss." Not to mention Lin Nan didn't have 100 yuan to spare. Even if he did, he would be reluctant to part with it. "Damn it. Let me be honest with you. I don't have any classes for the first 2 periods this morning, and I've been waiting here, that if you dare to let anyone else in before me, I will use my fist to force my way in." You think you're some kind of superhero? Indeed, brothers, this kid thinks he can just punch his way in. Ha! The purple-haired man laughed mockingly. "You must be kidding if you think you could just waltz in here. Get out of my way. Once I finish letting this group of beasts in, I'll deal with you." Lin Nan complied, as he was unaware of the current school regulations and dared not act out of turn. After all, this was their territory, and it was not yet his time to wreak havoc. However, should he find an opportunity, his fists would not discriminate. Lin Nan squatted beside the gate, now fully aware of the prevailing circumstances. The student council was indeed a force to be reckoned with. The students entering were all dutifully adhering to the new rules set forth by the student council. One by one, they entered, obediently handing over their money. Lin Nan watched as the glimmering coins exchanged hands, illuminating the purple-haired man's and his companion's eager expressions. That a whimsical thought crossed my mind. When will I, too, be able to collect money in such a manner? How splendidly arrogant one could be. "What is this, my friend? Are you not prepared to pay? Considering your status as a formidable warrior, I shall overlook the matter of your identity, but the money cannot be spared. After all, you need to eat, and so do we. Brother, hand over $100, and we shall grant you passage." The man with the purple hair approached Lin Nan. "To be frank, I am quite tempted to punch that smug face of yours, to turn you into a grotesque spectacle, and see if you still possess such bravado." Lin Nan stood up nonchalantly, showing no signs of reaching for his wallet. "This is a one-time concession, a courtesy extended to your student council. Next time, do not obstruct me, for my fist shall not be so forgiving." Just as Lin Nan was about to pay and enter the school, a sudden roar of motorcycle engines echoed from behind. Turning around, he saw a striking young man clad in a white racing suit, his motorcycle screeching to a halt at the school entrance beside Lin Nan. Removing his helmet and holding it in hand, the biker smirked with an air of indifference. "Ha! This kid exudes an aura of menace. A spectacle awaits." Lin Nan made way, aware of his own inexperience in handling such situations, hesitant to act recklessly. It was evident that this biker was quite audacious, appearing determined to enter without paying. Compared to my plight, his is far worse. Does he really think he can outshine me? "Hey, what is the deal with this kid?" Lin Nan inquired, patting the shoulder of the purple-haired man, delighting in the impending drama. The purple-haired man shot Lin Nan a glare, his arrogance palpable as he barked. "Kid, where do you think you're going? Is this your first time at school? Don't you understand the rules?" To Lin Nan, it seemed these individuals had reached a point where they valued money over life itself. Clearly, the biker radiated an air of danger, and even the cowardly could sense the threat he posed. Yet at this critical moment, To Lin Nan's astonishment, the purple-haired man extended his hand, demanding money from the biker, seeking death. In an instant, as Lin Nan uttered those words, the biker's helmet crashed down upon the purple-haired man's head, not even casting a glance in his direction. As he strolled past the astonished gazes of the remaining 7, suddenly, crimson liquid streamed down from the purple-haired man's head. He pointed at the biker, exclaiming, "Little Lou, go inform the boss. Someone has attacked our enforcer. Damn it, tell the president to eliminate him." Witnessing this scene, Lin Nan felt no shame in observing that the school was akin to society. Might makes right. At that moment, he truly regretted his earlier decision to prepare to pay. Adjusting his attire and checking the time, he noticed class was about to begin. As he swaggered toward the remaining 6 individuals. Someone dared to obstruct him. An enforcer approached with an air of arrogance, glaring at Lin Nan. "You idiot, there are still 6 of us here, and you think you can slip in during the chaos? Do I not appear to be a notorious outlaw? Haha, are you not afraid that I might be even more formidable than that biker?" Lin Nan suddenly advanced, his presence swelling with confidence. In that moment, he thrust his fist into the face of the audacious enforcer, a sharp crack resonating as bones shattered, and Lin Nan grinned. "You lot, do not underestimate the sons of this generation. I trust you now recognize who I am." Bye-bye. As Lin Nan entered his classroom, a profound silence enveloped the room, with only a few students present. Fortunately, there were 2 familiar faces, the petite beauty who had dismissed him earlier, and the intimidating biker. Due to the peculiar arrangement of the school's courses, not all students shared the same major, but happened to be enrolled in the same subject. Chapter 31. Passion. Jin Yao Bao. I have arrived. Part 4. The biker sat at the rear of the first row. Lin Nan intentionally walked past, extending his hand. "Lin Nan." "Mingyu." Lin Nan intended to sit beside him, but Mingyu did not reciprocate the gesture. Deeming it unnecessary, he then turned and approached the girl. "Lu Huiqing, may I sit here?" Lu Huiqing turned her head in confusion. "How do you know my name?" "The people at the entrance refused me entry unless I paid. When I inquired why you could enter freely, they said you were a stunning beauty and told me your name. If you're not afraid of getting beaten up, feel free to sit here." With 20 minutes left until class, the classroom gradually filled with students. It was Lin Nan's first experience sitting among so many seemingly familiar peers, creating a lively atmosphere. He glanced around the room and nudged Lu Huiqing. "Lu Huiqing, our class has quite a few girls, however, none possess your allure. You shouldn't look at me like that, or I might think you fancy me, which would make me quite bashful. Now, tell me, what class is this? Why are there so many people?" Lu Huiqing rolled her eyes at Lin Nan. "We are not even in the same class. How would I know? You can ask the class president about class matters, the academic officer about studies, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. For life-related issues, consult the life officer. The whole world knows this." "So your words are futile," Lin Nan replied, glancing around once more. "Still, I don't see many attractive faces. Yet you still ask me?" Lu Huiqing suddenly reacted to something Lin Nan said, causing her pen to fall and strike him on the head. Ouch! Hitting his affection, scolding his love. "Dear classmate, let us not be too ambiguous so soon. We just met this morning. Wouldn't that be moving too fast?" Lin Nan grinned mischievously. It was evident he was deliberately provoking Lu Huiqing's feelings toward him. Or more precisely, toward himself. "Shameless. Pervert. You don't seem like a good person," Lu Huiqing retorted, her voice laced with disdain. Truthfully, she recalled their earlier encounter on the bus, feeling apprehensive about Lin Nan's character, fearing he might use that incident to coerce her. "You wouldn't dare to bring up what happened on the bus, would you?" Lu Huiqing inquired, her bright eyes sparkling subtly. "What on earth is there to discuss? Are you suggesting I reveal the color of your intimate undergarments to everyone?" No way. I'll keep that to myself. Why would I want to share such treasures?" Lin Nan, lacking a book, casually grabbed one from Lu Huiqing's lap. "Let me borrow this. I need something to occupy myself during the first class. Whose class is it anyway?" Surprised by Lin Nan's loquaciousness, Lu Huiqing skeptically handed him a calculus textbook. As Lin Nan bent down to retrieve it, he heard Lu Huiqing's teasing question. "Are you trying to hit on me?" Losing his balance, he stumbled into her embrace. Quickly recovering, he exclaimed, "I didn't mean to. This is my first day at school, and I'm quite excited. You see, I'm thrilled to be able to stay in this city, so I tend to ramble." Lu Huiqing's cheeks flushed. Radiating charm, she had been dubbed the ice-pure beauty at school, and indeed, in that moment, she truly embodied the title. Lin Nan felt somewhat entranced. Hee. Lin Nan chuckled foolishly. Lu Huiqing motioned for him to observe his surroundings before lowering her head to read. Lin Nan turned to look. "Wow, what are you all doing?" Over 20 pairs of hostile eyes glared at Lin Nan, filled with animosity. Just before class began, a girl named Hai Ruoshi entered, illuminating the entire classroom, followed by an endless wave of commotion and admiration. Lin Nan's eyes brightened. Beautiful women not only please the eye, but also invigorate the spirit. Haha, why not look? Once you see, you'll want to see more. Lin Nan noticed some students making space. "Damn it, I'll make some room too," he declared, pushing Lu Huiqing aside. She looked at him quizzically. "What are you doing? Are you blind? Can't you see the stunning beauty has arrived? Look at how everyone is clearing space. I must do the same. I beseech the heavens to bless me with the beauty sitting beside me." Lin Nan continued to nudge Lu Huiqing to at that moment. Lu Huiqing finally noticed Hai Ruoshi. "Oh, please stop pushing. You're hurting me. I see there's someone attractive next to you. Why do you need so many?" Never too much. The more the merrier," Lin Nan shamelessly replied. Just then, Hai Ruoshi approached Lin Nan. "Hey, handsome, move aside. I want to sit with Lu Huiqing." Lin Nan complied, standing aside to let her take a seat in the university. Seats could accommodate 3 on each side and 4 in the middle. Once Hai Ruoshi settled down, she glanced around the classroom, her brows furrowing. "Strange, where's Bao Ge today? Haha, Huiqing, you can finally have some peace. Jie, you wait for me outside the classroom." The woman referred to as Jie had been closely following Hai Ruoshi, clearly acting as her personal bodyguard. Hai Ruoshi grasped Lu Huiqing's wrist and asked, "Huiqing, who is that handsome guy beside you? Is he daring enough to snatch food from Bao Ge?" Seeing Hai Ruoshi extend her little hand, Lin Nan found himself yearning for it. However, his outstretched hand was abruptly struck down by Lu Huiqing, failing to capture the delicate, chubby fingers of Hai Ruoshi. Lu Huiqing shot Lin Nan a glance. "What is your name, hey? You still haven't told me your name?" "Oh, I am Lin Nan, not worth mentioning." Hai Ruoshi shrugged in confusion, pulling out her advanced calculus book and fixing her gaze upon Lin Nan. She shook her head and said, "Lin the Handsome, I suggest you refrain from sitting next to Sister Huiqing. Otherwise, prepare yourself for a visit to the hospital." The first class was advanced calculus, taught by an elderly gentleman who appeared to be in his 80s. Despite his age, he possessed remarkable vitality, walking with a steady gait. Upon his entrance, Lin Nan felt a surge of respect. It was evident that someone of his age should have long retired to enjoy life, yet remained steadfast in his duties. Observing Lin Nan gazing at the old man with admiration, Lu Huiqing nudged him and whispered, "This esteemed elder suffers from high blood pressure, high thrombosis, and high blood sugar. If he calls your name and you don't understand the question, just knock on the desk. I'll handle it for you. So this old gentleman's surname is Gao. No wonder everything about him is so high." Lin Nan jested, turning his attention back to the elderly professor. Gao the elder, vigorous in his old age, scanned the classroom with sharp eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Wonderful, wonderful. So many of you have come today. Splendid. Now let us review the previous lesson." As he spoke, he turned to the blackboard and wrote down 2 problems before rummaging through his notes for the attendance sheet. "Number 17. Is number 17 present? Is number 17 here?" The room fell silent. And feeling pity for the old man, Lin Nan stood and said, "Gao the elder, number 17 is not here. He'll probably arrive in a few minutes." Chapter 32, Challenge Me, and You'll Regret It, Part 1. A chorus of groans erupted from the class. And Lu Huiqing pulled Lin Nan down, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting? How do you know number 17 isn't here and will arrive in a few minutes? If he doesn't show up shortly, do you want the old man to drop dead?" I was merely expressing sympathy for the old man, that I figured number 17 would eventually appear, so I spoke offhandedly. After explaining, Lin Nan rested his chin on his hands. staring blankly at the classroom ceiling. Beside him, Hiroashi stifled a laugh. Impossible, I counted. The number is sufficient. Haha. Perhaps some fool doesn't even know his student number. Elder Gao, can you find out who number 17 is? Number 17, Lin Nan. You little brat, come out. Gao the Elder bellowed. Thud. Lin Nan's hand slipped, failing to steady himself, and he crashed onto the desk. Boom. He realized that he was number 17. It dawned on Lin Nan. Gao the Elder. Yuri looking for Lin Nan. Here he is, the one at the back. He hastily pointed to Mingyu, thinking quickly that if he admitted to being Lin Nan now, Gao the Elder would surely drop dead on the spot. Lin Nan blinked at Mingyu, saying, Lin Nan, stand up. I'm Mingyu. We just met. Don't you recognize me? Gao the Elder observed the two, smacked his textbook, causing a ruckus in the classroom. Silence. Mingyu, do you think this is a playground? Yelling at Lin Nan. That Lin Nan, you are utterly disgraceful. Do you want me to go to your ancestral grave and pull out some grass to pray for you? Gao Laosher. I am Mingyu. He asked Lin Nan. Truth be told, Mingyu still had no idea what was happening. Why hasn't Gao the Elder collapsed yet? Lin Nan pondered, watching the old man stand unwavering at the podium. It seemed impossible, given his condition. He should be in a critical state. Lin Nan leaned forward, glancing at Lu Huiqing. Miss, your intel isn't very reliable. Unreliable? So, you took it upon yourself to experiment with the old man's half-functioning life. Huh. Haha. Hiroashi found Lin Nan quite amusing. Actually, Gao the Elder's conditions are merely episodic. Lin Handsome need not worry. You could try teasing him a bit. Perhaps you might even deduce the frequency of his episodes. Haha, so we wouldn't always be on edge in his class. Yuri really something else. Lin Nan shot a glance at Hiroashi. Gao the Elder is so advanced in age. And you still find time to toy with him, but if you want to play, go ahead. I have no desire to engage in a heart-pounding game with an old man. Hiroashi feigned innocence, saying, I don't wish to play a heart-pounding game with the old man either, but he keeps playing it with us. Lin Nan could only smile at Hiroashi's explanation. Halfway through the lesson, Gao the Elder abruptly received a phone call and fled the scene, leaving Lin Nan perplexed by this unexpected behavior. Uncertain of what had transpired, he turned to observe his classmates whispering and pointing toward the outside. Lin Nan craned his neck and noticed a large group of people charging toward them. No way, what a tragedy. Am I really going to attract trouble on my first day of school? Damn, my luck is truly dismal. Lin Nan sat down, feeling a slight flush on his cheeks, and suddenly turned to see Hiroashi's adorable face inches from his own. Feeling her curious gaze and warm breath sent Lin Nan's heart racing. Miss, why are you so close? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? Arrogant classmate. Surely they aren't here looking for you? Hiroashi asked, somewhat gleefully. With a guilty conscience, Lin Nan genuinely feared these individuals were indeed seeking him. The student council, the most formidable gang in the school, was not to be trifled with. Fortunately, Mingyu had arrived before him, serving as a shield. Lin Nan again nudged Lu Huiqing, inquiring, what is going on? Is there an organization that comes to apprehend students who fight in school? Lin Handsome, I think you should pay more attention to your daily life. With so many questions, how can Huiqing respond? Dante, you know your inquiries are rather childish. Unless one is foolish. Anyone should understand. Hiroashi glanced at the approaching students, laughing. The people outside are members of the student council's enforcement team. Haha, this should be entertaining. Judging by Gao the Elder's situation, it must be that one of our classmates got into a scuffle with them. Lin Nan mumbled under his breath, feeling that Hiroashi had no intention of sparing him any dignity. School and society are both one big cesspool. Seeking peace is impossible. As the group drew closer, Lin Nan noticed a student with purple hair, bandaged on his forehead, pointing at them. Of course, he couldn't see the student whose nose he had smashed. He must be in the hospital right now. Heh, Lin Nan mused, feeling rather pleased with himself. These students, dressed in flamboyant attire, bore not a hint of scholarly demeanor, exuding a thuggish vibe. When Lin Nan witnessed the student council collecting tolls from students, he resolved to establish a regime through sheer force. In these times, the timid fear the fearless, while the fearless dread those who are on the brink of death, and the bold fear the reckless that a few individuals barged into the classroom, their expressions menacing, as if their dignity had just been trampled upon. Leading them was a chubby fellow, somewhat plump, standing at around 6 feet tall, a towering figure. Lin Nan particularly noticed the student with purple hair as soon as he entered. His large eyes widened, immediately spotting Mingyu. Treasure boy, it was that brat who smashed my head. Lin Nan interpreted the term treasure boy to mean that if the school were likened to a different form of society, the student council would resemble a gang, with the likes of the purple-haired student as little thugs. Haha, damn, not a decent one among them. It seems registering as Nan Guishuning was indeed a wise decision. Just as Lin Nan prepared to witness a spectacle, he suddenly noticed Treasure Boy glaring at him with exaggerated intensity. Hey, why are you staring at me? You should be glaring at Mingyu. Lin Nan muttered under his breath. At that moment, he felt a pair of small hands pushing against his waist. Turning to look at Lu Huiqing, he found her expression unnaturally tense. Miss, you're not that timid, are you? Getting scared so easily. Haha, with so many people in class, do you think he'd dare to harass you? Go away. Don't be so cocky. Lu Huiqing shot Lin Nan a glare. Change your seat. Don't sit next to me. At that moment, Lin Nan recalled what Lu Huiqing had said upon entering and Hai Ruashi's warning. His expression soured, shaking his head with a bitter smile. So I've become the third wheel. No wonder that fellow is glaring at me so fiercely. Then why aren't you hurrying to leave? Hai Ruashi pulled out a piece of gum from her bag. Chewing it audibly, Lin Nan completely ignored her. Strange. Why should I leave? What have I done to Lu Huiqing? I haven't done anything. What can that treasure boy do to me? Just because he has a crowd doesn't mean he can overpower our entire class. Lin Nan refused to back down, questioning why the student council was so arrogant as to dare enter their classroom to take someone. Hearing this, Hai Ruashi clearly regarded Lin Nan as an idiot. Lin Shuai, it appears that the phenomenon you mentioned has yet to occur at school. Do you really think that those seated possess the audacity to confront the student union like you? Haha. Those rascals wouldn't hesitate to resort to violence. That I advise you, given your stature, to refrain from masquerading as a mediator. Otherwise, you might meet a grim fate. Chapter 33. Competing with me. I'll haunt you. Part 2. But he cast a dismissive glance at Hai Ruashi, who was clenching her small fists. The current situation resembles the fierce competition among big bosses in entertainment venues. Though Lin Nan hardly qualifies as a major player, he scrutinized the chubby boy, contemplating a principle. If I appear weak from the outset, who will fear me in the future? Moreover, Lu Huiqing is such a delicate beauty. How could I allow this hefty fellow to take advantage of her? Should I feed the best dishes to the pigs? At that moment, Lin Nan turned his gaze towards Lu Huiqing. Classmate, it seemed from your tone earlier that you do not harbor much fondness for this chubby boy. Perhaps fear predominates. Fear not, for your elder brother is here to protect you to the ends of the earth. Haha, he is a chubby boy. Soon enough, he'll beat you to a pulp. This was the first time Hai Ruashi had heard someone refer to Jin Yaobao as a chubby boy. Lin Shuai, do you know who this person is? The president of the student union, quite skilled in combat, I assure you, and he has quite the temper. You should exercise caution. He might just knock you down. Is that so? Then I find myself rather looking forward to it. Clearly, Lin Nan was also eager for the appearance of a formidable opponent. The sight of a rival ignited his competitive spirit. Lin Nan discerned that Jin Yaobao had already marked him as an adversary. As the robust Jin Yaobao strode towards him, Lin Nan rose and extended his hand with a smile. Lin Nan, damn it, pretty boy. Who wants to know you? Jin Yaobao shot Lin Nan a disdainful glance and turned to Lu Huiqing. How am I? Jin Yaobao, any less than this pretty boy? Must you provoke me in front of so many classmates, leaving me no way to save face? However, Lu Huiqing retorted, Jin Yaobao, do not speak so recklessly. We have no relationship. Why can't I sit beside another boy? You are my woman. Whoever dares to touch you, I will beat them. Jin Yaobao glared at Lin Nan, his voice icy. Listen here, kid, remember this. I am Jin Yaobao. If you dare to lay a hand on my woman, be prepared to face my wrath. After I've dealt with the scum in your class, I'll come find you for a one-on-one. Lin Nan awkwardly withdrew his hand, which had been suspended in midair, and rubbed his nose. Haha, brother Bao, I've grown up taking punches, but I'm not looking to continue that way. It seems growth through being beaten isn't swift enough. I've decided to start growing through the process of fighting from today onward. Oh, with that scrawny frame of yours? Jin Yaobao looked at Lin Nan with contempt, giving a light pat on his chest. How would you know without trying? You'll find out soon enough whether my scrawny stature is anything but ordinary. Lin Nan smiled defiantly. Perhaps Jin Yaobao did not regard Lin Nan as a threat, scoffing as he ascended the podium, grabbing the microphone to shout, "Classmates, enough chit-chat. Today, a new student has assaulted one of our student union's enforcers. I trust everyone is aware of how we deal with such obstinate scum that to align these miscreants with the image of Longyang University. I will now grant everyone 1 minute to clear the stage." In no time, over 70 classmates rose to lean against the walls, including Lu Huiqing and Hai Ruoshi, who obediently stepped back. Lin Nan, being one of the instigators, had no intention of retreating. Instead, he stood defiantly in the center of the classroom. The audacity of his stance was undeniable. Jin Yaobao pointed at Lin Nan, laughing. "You seem unaware of our student union's methods, that you are just like them. Step aside, or don't blame us for mistakenly hitting you." "Huh, you speak so sweetly. Yet aren't you planning to beat me up later?" Lin Nan shot Jin Yaobao a middle finger at that moment. Hai Ruoshi called out, "Lin Nan, come here quickly. The student union is handling internal matters. Why stir up trouble?" Lin Nan looked at Mingyu, grinning as he extended his hand. "You're more arrogant than I, yet I can only mix in by smashing some kid's nose. Ha. You're my teacher." A rare smile broke through the stern visage of Mingyu. "Your words are mostly nonsense. I don't dare to claim that title. As teachers, let's not even mention it. We should learn from each other moving forward." It was evident that Mingyu shared an affinity for Lin Nan's character. At that moment, another of Jin Yaobao's lackeys recognized Lin Nan and whispered something in Jin Yaobao's ear, causing his expression to darken as he sneered. "What a stroke of luck. It turns out 2 scoundrels are in the same class. This will make our task much easier. Let us teach them a lesson or 2 every day until they understand what it means to be a student of Longyang University. Get 8 of you to go up and give them a good beating. Then we'll see how things unfold." What a boastful student union president. Lin Nan rubbed his nose, mocking. "What if you can't handle us too? Are you planning to drop your pants and let us brothers give you a good thrashing?" "Haha, I'm not into that," Lin Nan self-deprecatingly mused, observing that only 8 individuals were approaching. He patted Mingyu on the shoulder, saying, "With just 8 of them, your demeanor suggests you don't take them seriously. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? One of us is enough. I'll leave this to you." With that, Lin Nan made his way towards Hai Ruoshi and Lu Huiqing, in the center of the classroom. 8 students surrounded Mingyu. They were the student union's enforcers from their sophomore year. Experienced in handling such matters, thus, Jin Yaobao instructed them to give Mingyu a severe lesson. However, they were unaware that while they were merely students, Mingyu had already navigated the real world for 3 years. Mingyu's helmet was never far from his grasp, serving as his sharpest weapon that he was quick to act, exuding an aura of danger. He struck down an enforcer with a swift blow, splattering blood and startling the young female students into tears. Jin Yaobao's expression shifted dramatically, astonished to find himself facing 2 truly capable tough guys, while he believed these individuals relied on their connections for influence. Jin Yaobao was not concerned. In the capital, he knew many who were more powerful than his grandfather. Thus, he boldly approached to demand retribution, only to find himself at a significant disadvantage. Originally, Jin Yaobao had intended to display his prowess before Lu Huiqing. He was not without skill, having secured 3rd place in the National Jeet Kune Do competition for juniors in 2009, but rarely engaged in fights. Today, however, he came primarily to deal with the one who had shattered his subordinate's nose. That being Lin Nan, who now stood aside, laughing. "Hai Ruoshi, what is the relationship between Jin Yaobao and Lu Huiqing? It seems to me that his affections are unreciprocated. Lu Huiqing hardly pays him any mind. Yet I can see that Jin Yaobao appears quite infatuated with her. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory." Lu Huiqing suddenly scolded him. Lin Nan chuckled, undeterred. "You may scold as you wish. I remain unfazed. Hai Ruoshi, I am quite eager to hear your version." Hai Ruoshi giggled mischievously. "Lin Shui, do you wish to hear the version of this great lady? To be frank, my account is the authentic one, and you must support it. Speaking of which, aside from being hot-tempered and boorish, Jin Yaobao is somewhat acceptable. Most importantly, he harbors deep feelings for our sister Huiqing, never abandoning her, and he once swore a fierce oath. If anyone dares to harm Lu Huiqing, he will fight to the death. At this point, Hai Ruashi cast a sly glance at Lin Nan. Chapter 34, Chaotic Battle, Part 1. Oh, what are you staring at? I'm merely observing your demeanor and presence. You all are prominent figures in the capital. While I am just a little bumpkin from the countryside, that I have never entertained the lofty dreams of soaring to great heights. Everything must be won through sheer force. Lin Nan shot a glance at Jin Yaobao. This kid could be the president of the student union, aside from a bit of muscle. It must be tied to his family's influence. Hai Ruashi giggled. What is this, Lin Shui? You dare to lay a hand on his subordinates, yet not on Brother Bao. Haha, rest assured, Brother Bao handles matters without needing family intervention. Especially since we are in school. If he fails to manage this trivial affair, he would be embarrassed to return home seeking help. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan felt a surge of joy. To be honest, he was genuinely afraid of being apprehended by the authorities if he laid a hand on Jin Yaobao. Damn, Mingyu is indeed quite capable. In less than a minute, he has taken down 2 enforcers with his helmet. However, the situation has grown even more dire. Lin Nan noticed that the enforcers had drawn the electric batons provided by the school. Clearly, upon seeing Mingyu's astonished expression, Lin Nan realized he was in a bit of trouble. After all, fighting barehanded relies on strength and agility, and now that the student union's enforcers had brought electric batons into play, Mingyu had to proceed with caution. That he tossed the helmet to Lin Nan. Take this. Lin Nan caught the bloodstained helmet and placed it on the desk. Lu Huiqing, take a look. At this moment, Lin Nan slowly approached Mingyu. It was evident that Mingyu was a lone wolf, and Lin Nan was eager to collaborate with him on an adventure. However, Jin Yaobao blocked his path. Lin Nan, was it you who broke my subordinate's nose? He asked me for money, so of course, I had to teach him a lesson, Lin Nan remarked, anticipating that Jin Yaobao would come charging at him. He was about to say, wait until I deal with the 6 electric batons around Mingyu before I pay you a visit, when he noticed Jin Yaobao raising Lu Huiqing's hand. Contrary to his expectations, Jin Yaobao did not rush over to engage him in a duel, but instead said, Huiqing, look at this. You always say I'm ruthless, but what about that guy? He breaks people's noses at the slightest provocation, revealing his violent, bloody, cruel, and heartless nature, and yet you still associate with him. Lu Huiqing, taken aback by Lin Nan's fierceness, asked, Lin Nan, did you really break one of Bao Ji's underlings' noses? Yes, and what's the big deal? If it's broken, just go to the hospital to have it treated. Haha, it'll heal quickly, it's nothing serious. Unexpectedly, Lu Huiqing exploded in anger. You're all a bunch of thugs. Lin Nan chuckled at Jin Yaobao. Bao Ge, you miscalculated. What? Who does this kid think he is, daring to speak to Bao Ge like that? Brothers, zap him. You pig-headed fool, daring to compete with Bao Ge for women, you really don't want to survive at school. Lin Nan sneered at Jin Yaobao. Bao Ge, shouldn't you manage your underlings' loose lips? Don't you think that instead of this pointless verbal sparring, it would be more effective to silence them with a punch? Damn it, that little pest is provoking Bao Ge. Bao Ge, beat him up, we support you. Damn it, you little brat, aside from your incessant chatter, what else can you do? Come on, come at me. I'm all for it. Come on, haha, let us go. Lin Nan found this noisy kid extremely irritating. If you don't want to come up, you still have 4 brothers. Let us all take him on together. You're really asking for it. Brothers, take him down. The noisy enforcer was suddenly taken aback when Lin Nan suggested he bring his brothers to gang up on him. If I don't move, I'm a fool. Brothers, let us go. A bunch of rabid dogs. Lin Nan unabashedly offered a candid assessment of these individuals. What good is sheer numbers? With you 4 useless sycophants, I can take you out with a single punch. To be honest, Lin Nan had already discerned that these 4 were all bark and no bite, as the capable ones had already joined Mingyu's team. A few idiots barking from behind. I'll make you regret your foolishness. The 4, emboldened by their numbers and armed with electric batons, powered them up and charged menacingly at Lin Nan. Suddenly, Lin Nan paused, then smirked coldly, inwardly contemplating, do these people really see me as an easy target? Do I appear that benevolent? Go to hell. Lin Nan immediately targeted the most talkative boy, launching a punch without reservation. Bang! Violence! Lu Huiqing shut her eyes tightly as a splash of red emerged. Meanwhile, Hirowashi watched in excitement as Lin Nan unleashed a flurry of punches. Yes! Yes, whoosh, bang! Hirowashi cheered boisterously from the sidelines, vividly narrating Lin Nan's strikes, her voice incredibly animated. Did I end the eyes of these students? Lin Nan's punching power seemed to multiply several times. After retracting his hand, Lin Nan glanced at the blood on his knuckles. Finding no place to wipe it, he grabbed a handful of white chalk from the podium, quickly grinding it into powder to cover the blood. Moments later, as the chalk dust settled, his hands remained pristine. Lin Shuai, how could you strike so hard? Seeing the fury etched on Lu Huiqing's face, Hirowashi quickly gestured to Lin Nan, forming silent words. Yet, the expression on her face betrayed a hint of schadenfreude. Lin Nan discerned that Hirowashi wanted him to withdraw from the fray. What the hell, if you're not supporting me, at least don't undermine me. Lin Nan turned to observe the conflict involving Mingyu and the others. Earlier, it had been mentioned that Longyang University had 4 gangs in one association. The Jiangnan Gang, Northeast Gang, Shilu Gang, and Longyang Gang, with the Student Council being the association. When it came to power, the Student Council was the most formidable, as it had the school's backing, making it completely justified to assault students. Most importantly, the special electric batons they wielded were lethal weapons that it was evident that with his powerful arsenal, the remaining 6 had gained the upper hand, leaving Mingyu with virtually no room for resistance. A sudden scream echoed in the room. Lin Nan turned to see Mingyu struck by an electric baton, lying in the center of the classroom, convulsing. Damn, I would never stoop to such disgraceful actions. Lin Nan's eyes flared with anger as he sprang into action, leaping onto a desk, his figure instantly appearing in the midst of the crowd. With a spectacular spinning kick, he sent everyone flying. What's wrong? Are you feeling a bit confused? Lin Nan laughed at the 6 horrified faces before him. Don't think that just because you have electric batons, you can do as you please. This isn't your battleground. Even with your electric batons at your speed, you wouldn't reach me before I kick you away. That if you want to come at me, you better consider your own strength first. Jin Yaobao seemed to realize that Lin Nan indeed possessed some skill. Just as the enforcers who had come to report had said, this kid is ruthless, completely devoid of humanity. You guys hurry to the infirmary and make sure you don't suffer any lasting effects. Jin Yaobao intervened, offering the 6 an escape route. One young man touched the blood trickling from his nostrils, feeling a sharp sting radiating from his nose. In that moment, he nearly slammed his head against the wall, realizing the futility of his situation. Damn it, Baogo, this kid hits too hard. Look at us. We can't even open our eyes. Baogo, you handle things here. We're heading to the infirmary. After exiting the classroom, another enforcer remarked, Fei Guo, should we call in more muscle for Baogo? I think that kid is truly a martial arts expert. Chapter 35, Chaos, Part 2. No kidding. It's clear to anyone with half a brain that this kid has some real skills. The leader, referred to as Fei Guo, scolded his subordinates with frustration. Do you even know who Baogo is? He is a champion in Jeet Kune Do, someone we little guys can't even compare to. Damn it, don't flatter yourselves. Rest assured, no matter how tough that kid acts, he will never be a match for the president. Everyone knows you're as thick as a brick. This is a golden opportunity for Baogo to showcase his strength in front of Lu Huiqing. You should know that for quite some time, no one has dared to approach her after Baogo declared, Lu Huiqing is my woman. This kid comes to school wanting to chase the boss's girl. He must be tired of living. Let us just wait and see the show, huh? Mingyu, are you all right? In the classroom, Lin Nan helped Mingyu to his feet, channeling a subtle force into his body to expel the residual electric charge. Mingyu looked at Lin Nan in astonishment, his impression of this person now tinged with an air of mystery. Nodding lightly, he replied, I'm fine. Lin Nan, do you realize you are going against the student council? Have you thought about the consequences? At that moment, Jin Yaobao seized the opportunity to confront Lin Nan, eager to engage in a fierce battle. Lin Nan stood up slowly. To be honest, Jin Yaobao, I don't fear you just because you're the student council president. I've been quite disappointed since coming to this school. It's a chaotic mess. Lin Nan exhaled upon his clenched fist. Isn't it just a matter of whose fist is harder? Only then will people listen to so. If I want my words to carry weight, I don't mind taking the first swing at your student council. Jin Yaobao's teeth clenched in anger. Damn it, you really think you're something special? What kind of place do you think this is? A mere freshman daring to urinate on an upperclassman, especially me, the president of the student council. If I don't cripple you today, who will respect me in the future? With that, Jin Yaobao leapt onto the podium, towering over Lin Nan as he pointed at him, declaring, Lin Nan, do you dare to fight me? Lin Nan, standing below, widened his eyes at Jin Yaobao, inwardly lamenting how these students had lost all sense of propriety. Do you think I, Lin Nan, am afraid of you? With a punch in my hand, I can face 1,000 troops. What? You want to challenge me before your brothers arrive to back you up? Lin Nan scoffed coldly. His laughter stiffed at this moment. He was caught in a dilemma. Damn it, what terrible luck! In the dead of winter, he had stirred up such a formidable storm that in truth, Lin Nan mostly wore a bitter smile. To be frank, in terms of martial arts, he was not afraid of Jin Yaobao. However, on another level, Jin Yaobao was not just the student council president, but also involved with gangs outside of school, making him a significant source of trouble. Lin Nan merely wanted to slightly deflate Jin Yaobao's arrogance, not entirely provoke him. As a newcomer, I should keep a low profile, Lin Nan thought to himself. Yet he was not entirely averse to a life-and-death duel with Jin Yaobao in a new environment. A new battlefield, challenges sparked passion. Upon arriving at school, he understood the rules of the street. One should not overshadow the original owner, maintain a sense of proportion, and only rise to prominence later. Avoiding direct confrontation, that he had never harbored dreams of being invincible based solely on his own abilities. After all, in an era dominated by bullets and artillery, ancient martial arts could at most serve as a means of self-defense. Lin Nan furrowed his brow and asked, Jin Yaobao, how do you want to fight? Lin Nan is truly a ruthless expert, and Jin Yaobao now finds himself caught in a predicament, mustering his courage to declare, in this very classroom, we shall determine the victor through combat. The loser must avoid the winner in the future, and furthermore, shall not lay a finger on the winner's women. As he finished speaking, Lu Huiqing hurled a higher mathematics textbook at him. Jin Yaobao, do you wish to die? The loneliness of a master is palpable. True combat is indeed a rare treasure. Lin Nan's fighting spirit was ignited by the provocation. Fortunately, there are beautiful women to serve as motivation. It is simply delightful. Leaping onto the desk, Lin Nan proclaimed, with fervor, Jin Yaobao, I am coming. With a slight lean, in an instant he executed a bounding leap, closing the distance to Jin Yaobao, standing together on the podium. Jin Yaobao employed modern Jeet Kune Do. While Lin Nan utilized ancient martial arts, his movements graceful and unrestrained. Each strike appeared gentle and weak, yet bore the effect of Tai Chi's delicate power. Lin Nan, you scoundrel. Jin Yaobao was suddenly startled by Lin Nan's move, monkey's paw, and paled, gazing at Lin Nan with trepidation. Do you wish to embarrass me? Oh, brother Bao, you jest, Lin Nan replied, looking at his empty hands. It seems I underestimated you, thinking that by exposing your little secret, this matter would conclude, and that outsiders would label me as despicable, claiming I won through underhanded means. Haha, who would have thought that the infallible plan I concocted moments ago had such a glaring flaw? Alas, I have been too careless. What flaw? Jin Yaobao's face turned ashen. Had it not been for my quick reflexes, you would have torn my pants off. Rest assured, as a newcomer, how could I dare to confront you seriously? Facing Jin Yaobao, it was not only the broad daylight that deterred him from using underhanded tricks, but also the knowledge that Jin Yaobao, being a figure of authority in the capital, must possess formidable backing. Lin Nan's martial skills were but trivial in comparison, and perhaps in Jin Yaobao's eyes, he was nothing more than insignificant. Especially in this era where the military is familial, the economy is conglomerate, and intelligence is privatized, he did not wish to attract undue attention due to this skirmish, which would undoubtedly lead to complications. Moreover, he had no desire to offend Jin Yaobao. Within the classroom, the classmates watched with wide eyes, for Jin Yaobao was a top-tier expert, a champion of Jeet Kune Do. And yet before Lin Nan, he possessed not a shred of advantage. It is truly unexpected. Lin Nan's lanky frame does indeed hold formidable martial prowess, Hiroashi remarked, tugging at Lu Huiqing's delicate hand with a sweet smile. Sister Huiqing, I now have a phrase to describe this guy's extraordinary ability to disguise himself. What phrase? Lu Huiqing inquired. What could possibly emerge from your mouth? Xiao Qingqing, do not portray me as utterly unrefined, a facade of humanity with the heart of a beast, a simple mind with robust limbs. How about that? Those words are quite vivid, are they not? Hiroashi's eyes sparkled with stars, for she greatly admired low-profile masters like Lin Nan. Quite vivid, Lu Huiqing murmured with a wry smile. This little girl is indeed thick-skinned. Fully aware that those three terms were bestowed upon her, yet she resolutely attributed them to another. Haha, tomorrow I must greet the president of the Guerrilla Gazette. This young lady and this handsome gentleman are truly a match made in heaven. Indeed, I see it as a case of a male thief and a female prostitute, a lecherous man paired with a despicable woman, someone muttered nearby, clearly overheard by Hiroashi. Hey, little girl, watch your tongue, or I shall give you a thrashing. Who is afraid of whom? I support Brother Bao. Supporting Brother Bao is of no use. My fist supports this lady, and I shall strike you. Bang! At this moment, Lin Nan and Jin Yaobao had been battling for half an hour. Jin Yaobao, once a young master of Ji Qindu, was reduced to a state of utter exhaustion, nearly defeated on the battlefield, which was rather laughable. Lin Nan, however, pretended to be weak and feeble until he finally lost interest in the fight, delivering a kick that sent Jin Yaobao tumbling off the podium. Chapter 36, The Chaos, Part 3. Jin Yaobao slumped to the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Lin Nan, you brat, you have guts. You are the first to withstand me for such an extended duration. For that, I commend you. However, as the president of the student council, I shall find a way to deal with you. Today's battle shall resume 7 days hence. Jin Yaobao, are you speaking nonsense? I just kicked you off. What further combat is there? You are my defeated foe. And from now on, you shall avoid me, and your women shall be mine. He was utterly defeated, yet still wished to postpone the rematch. I have encountered shameless individuals, but none as brazen as you in such a public setting. You, Jin Yaobao, are one of them. Jin Yaobao's face was ashen, when suddenly a student council officer whispered something in his ear, causing him to erupt into laughter. Lin Nan gazed in astonishment at Jin Yaobao, perplexed as to what was so amusing. Jin Yaobao then pulled Hiroashi forward, offering her to Lin Nan. This girl is yours now. I shall no longer pursue her. Ha ha. Furthermore, I will avoid you in the future. In 7 days await my return. Damn it, scoundrel. Who said anything about 7 days from now? It was clear that Jin Yaobao was engaging in wordplay. Everyone knew that his favored woman was Lu Huiqing. Yet without clarification, he had the audacity to present Hiroashi as a substitute. The reasoning was simple. First, he did not wish to diminish his own status, as Jin Yaobao was aware that Hiroashi was the daughter of the High Group CEO. Thus, her substitution would not tarnish his reputation. Second, it also granted Lin Nan face, as Hiroashi was indeed a charming young beauty. Lin Nan, I hope that after you have Hiroashi, you will not interfere with my pursuit of other girls. Otherwise, you will be crossing paths with me. Jin Yaobao, it matters little to me, but you ought to consider whether my brothers will agree. Even the most foolish of pigs will have a day of brilliance. Your trick is indeed venomous. Lin Nan praised Jin Yaobao. Jin Yaobao grinned, unabashed. What can I say? I was bitten by a dog. Can I bite back? Apologies, but I must resort to a few minor tricks. Lin Nan looked at Jin Yaobao in disbelief. A president of the student council, a leader in the university, stooping to such antics like a clown. Haha, I never claimed to be a gentleman. I am still curious to see what the second price you, Jin Yaobao, will pay. With a lack of shame, Jin Yaobao replied, Lin Nan, rest assured upon encountering you, I will certainly steer clear, that I promise I will not cross paths with you, huh? Damn it. If two people walk towards each other in order to avoid each other, they must indeed take a detour. Lin Nan now saw Jin Yaobao clearly. You, my friend, possess no credibility whatsoever. Thank you for the compliment. Since I have resolved matters here, I shall not linger. Jin Yaobao cast a lingering glance at Lu Huiqing, sighed deeply, and fled, tail between his legs. In the hours that followed, Lin Nan basked in glory, having defeated the renowned expert Jin Yaobao, news of which spread like wildfire across the campus. Various factions began to take notice of him, particularly the 4 clans and 1 society, who continuously sent representatives to negotiate with Lin Nan, hoping to recruit him as a member. The incident of Jin Yaobao publicly pushing Hai Ruoshi into Lin Nan's embrace also circulated throughout the campus, becoming a widely shared romantic tale. For this reason, Lin Nan received a thorough scolding from a woman named Yin Jie, though it was evident that he feigned a desire to avoid trouble. It was clear that Hai Ruoshi had some backing, as Yin Jie appeared to be her personal bodyguard. The speed of this gossip is truly astonishing. With no classes in the afternoon, Lin Nan invited Mingyu, Hai Ruoshi, and Lu Huiqing out for a meal, allowing them to become acquainted. However, Mingyu seemed disinterested in the beauties, bidding farewell and riding off on his flashy motorcycle. Hai Ruoshi, being an optimistic person, relished the opportunity to eat and drink, while Lu Huiqing admired Lin Nan's intelligence and agreed to join at Hijia snack bar. The trio ordered several small dishes that, of course, Lin Nan did not dismiss Huang's warning. Having witnessed the prowess of the little demon, he felt humbled and awed. Upon seeing the swivel chair at the counter, he became restless, as if sitting on pins and needles, wishing to finish his meal and escape with his belongings. That Lu Huiqing clearly sensed Lin Nan's urgency. Lin Nan, do you have something going on? Indeed. Lin Nan hushed her, glancing around furtively. I will leave once I finish eating. You may take your time. Remember, you must cover my meal first, and I shall repay you once I earn some money. What? Did you not say you would treat us? Why must we pay? Lin Nan, you are not a miser, are you? Hai Ruoshi remarked, visibly displeased. I have never paid for a meal when dining with a man. I meant to treat you, Lin Nan swallowed, attempting to articulate his thoughts more clearly. However, if you do not mind, you could fight to pay, as many boys vie to treat girls to meals. You could make do and take a small loss. From your words, are you preparing for us 2 stunning beauties to treat you to food? Hai Ruoshi blinked her mischievous eyes, subtly tugging at Lu Huiqing's hand beneath the table, whispering in her ear, run, sensing Hai Ruoshi's outrageous actions. Lin Nan suddenly seized both girls. You two are the real tightwads. All right, I concede to you. It's merely a trifling sum, but I'll take care of it. You seem rather generous, but I doubt you possess the qualities of a good person, Hai Ruoshi remarked, her wariness still unyielding. I must say, you are quite the cunning girl, Lin Nan chuckled. Of course, it's not that this young master wishes to spend money. It's merely that you are compelling me to do so. When I said I would treat you to dinner, I certainly did not intend to provide these 2 big mouths with a free meal. However, there is still a rather agreeable solution. Hai Ruoshi shot Lin Nan a look of disdain with her large eyes. You may be a worthy adversary for Brother Bao, but in the pursuit of your little girlfriend, you pale in comparison. Brother Bao is utterly devoted to Sister Huiqing, catering to her every whim. Whatever Sister Huiqing desires, Brother Bao can procure it for her in the blink of an eye. We're here to dine, not to discuss Jin Yaobao. Lu Huiqing playfully jabbed Hai Ruoshi. It's all because of this miser. Just when I had a smidgen of goodwill towards him, he managed to ruin it entirely. Hai Ruoshi recalled Lin Nan's last remark. You claim to have a solution? Do not dare to entertain any notions about me. I would rather lose my virtue than my wealth. Do you not think you can flatter me in broad daylight, for I shall not be moved by your every word or deed. I am known throughout the school for my unyielding heart. You may inquire with my dear Sister Huiqing. Is that something to boast about? I must make you aware that I am indeed the most hard-hearted in the entire school, Lin Nan retorted. Just as a plump figure appeared at the entrance of his snack shop, Lin Nan snapped his fingers. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. You 2 frugal souls, let us pluck some feathers from Brother Bao. Isn't that Brother Bao? Lin Nan strode overconfidently. Brother Bao, we were just talking about you. What a delightful coincidence. How about it, Brother Bao? Do you need my assistance? Lin Nan subtly gestured towards Lu Huiqing. Chapter 37. The Third Young Lady of the Jiangnan Gang. Part 1. Of course, the 2 girls were oblivious to the exchange of glances between the 2 men. To be honest, when you wink at me, I feel rather perverse, Jin Yaobao remarked, shoving Hirawashi to Lin Nan's side while seating himself beside Lu Huiqing. Upon glancing at the dishes on the table, he frowned. My dear Huiqing, how could you choose such unnutritious fare? Come, let Brother Bao order something delectable for you. Lin Nan seized the opportunity to pass the menu over, all smiles. Brother Bao, I hope you don't think me too stingy. In fact, I am treating everyone to this meal. Since you're here, let's enjoy it together. This is my first time treating the beautiful Lu Huiqing, and it is indeed an honor to so, Brother Bao, please do not compete with me over the bill. For I would feel just a tad embarrassed. Upon hearing this, the two girls stared at Lin Nan in disbelief. Hirawashi shook her head in astonishment. Lin Nan, you think you can win over Brother Bao like this? Today, I am determined to make you pay. Brother Bao, don't listen to this fool's nonsense. He has no intention of treating us, Hirawashi interjected. Lin Nan quickly covered her mouth, leaning in close to whisper, I've never encountered such a gluttonous girl. Even if I don't want to treat you, what of it? Speak less. Otherwise, I might just have to take you along with me, and then you'll see who foots the bill. Lin Nan, you shameless cad. Hirawashi protested. Kicking her feet in frustration, to be honest, she genuinely doubted Lin Nan would stoop so low as to resort to underhanded tactics. Seeing that Hirawashi had quieted down, Lin Nan chuckled. Come now. Brother Bao, no need to hold back. Order whatever you like, and put it on my tab. Damn it, this time I have you cornered. Lin Nan thought gleefully. You have unwittingly become my unwitting benefactor. This chap actually invited Lu Huiqing to dinner. Damn, don't think I'm unaware of your financial state. Jin Yaobao analyzed the situation. A few $100 to make my Huiqing owe you a favor. Not happening. In Jin Yaobao's eyes, Lu Huiqing's worth far exceeded that amount. Moreover, he was displeased with Lin Nan at first glance. A mere few $100 is insignificant to me, and given your current predicament, it seems quite unwise to be so extravagant. After all, for those of you who are financially challenged, a dinner costing a few $100 can be quite a burden. How about this? In the future, Lin Bro, you can treat us again. This time, let me host. Everyone can eat and drink to their heart's content. Haha, Lin Nan, momentarily taken aback, replied, Brother Bao is right. I have indeed been too extravagant. Your admonition is well taken. To be frank, Lin Nan was feeling rather pleased at the moment. The current situation raised concerns about how much he would end up spending. Although his snack shop typically offered a selection of dishes akin to those found in high-end restaurants for the benefit of unexpected visits from affluent guests, the prices were still quite considerable. Watching Jin Yaobao hastily order 8 lavish dishes, Lin Nan felt a chill run down his spine. If I recall correctly, these 8 dishes together will cost over 10,000. Good gracious, this is outrageous. Since I'm treating, I can't be too modest, Jin Yaobao declared, slamming his fist on the table. Huiqing, don't blame me. It's just that this table is too small to accommodate more dishes. Yuri not well, so we should eat quickly and head back to school. Lin Nan paid little attention to the three of them, thoroughly enjoying his meal while quietly contemplating. Do not underestimate the youth's poverty. Jin Yaobao, the humiliation you inflicted upon me today, I shall repay 100-fold. Lin Bro, why have you paused with your chopsticks? It seems like a discontented gesture towards my choice of dishes, Jin Yaobao remarked. Oh, I merely paused to rest my throat and refresh my lungs. I was eating too hastily. Damn it, what a country bumpkin, Jin Yaobao thought to himself. I can't let this guy off easily. My wealth is not so easily taken. At that moment, Jin Yaobao ordered 2 bottles of ordinary liquor from the waiter, not the kind of rare vintage one would cherish. Lin Nan glanced over and muttered, Damn, 68. Brother Bao, this liquor is quite harsh on the body. Lin Nan was well aware of Jin Yaobao's intentions to ensnare him. I shall play along, forcing you to suffer both financially and physically. Heh. Lin Nan remarked, 68 liquor is still within my capacity, but I wonder if Brother Bao can handle it. Even better, when drinking with a friend. 1,000 cups are too few. Come, we shall not leave this table until one of us is down. Brother Bao, look at this. Lin Nan feigned reluctance. Jin Yaobao's face darkened. A man should not hesitate. Come. Down it. Downing the liquor in one gulp, Jin Yaobao let out a belch. Good liquor. Let us drink to honor our friendship. The deeper the bond, the more we must drink. Drink up." Beneath the jovial exterior, muscles were taut with tension. Lin Nan utilized his internal energy to evaporate the alcohol in his cup. Alcohol evaporates easily, and under Lin Nan's exertion, the liquor's potency was akin to that of beer. "Ha! Down it." Brother Bao is a man of fortitude. However, I have a peculiar habit. I enjoy challenging others to drinking contests. Are you up for it, Brother Bao? Good lad. I intend to drink you under the table. Yet you've turned the tables on me, that if this is intentional, you truly possess some skills, Jin Yaobao said, discreetly downing a second cup of liquor. This continued with the third and fourth cups. Sister Huiqing, want to you dissuade these two men from competing for your affection. Drinking liquor is much swifter than beer. It could easily lead to dire consequences. Hirowashi tentatively suggested that Liu Huiqing continued eating, seemingly unfazed. Do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. Let them be bored together, we shall enjoy our meal. Come. Yet, at that moment, Hirowashi's words provided Lin Nan with a powerful motivation. An opportunity strong enough to incapacitate Jin Yaobao. Seizing the moment, Lin Nan downed his final cup of liquor, which, by now, was as pure as water. Brother Bao, to be honest, the first time I saw Liu Huiqing, I thought she was quite a remarkable woman. Very much to my taste. However, it seems Brother Bao is not inclined to grant me a chance. Nevertheless, in the presence of a woman I admire, I must make my stand. You think you have a chance, based on your appearance? Jin Yaobao scoffed. After a couple of drinks, you begin to babble nonsense. Huiqing despises such behavior. Let us eat and drink in silence. Lin Nan shook the empty liquor bottle in front of Jin Yaobao. Brother Bao, mine is finished. What about yours? It seems you still have a bit left. When it comes to drinking, it's about savoring. One cannot simply gulp it down carelessly. Jin Yaobao downed the remaining liquor and was already feeling slightly tipsy. Truth be told, he was not the kind of burly man from the north who could handle liquor effortlessly. Consuming a cup at a time was harmless, but he was clearly struggling after finishing 8 liang of liquor with Lin Nan. Observing Jin Yaobao's condition, Lin Nan was concerned he might act inappropriately and find a chance to slip away. Feigning a bashful drunkenness, he remarked, Brother Bao, this wine is simply too aged. I fear I cannot continue. Upon hearing Lin Nan's words, Jin Yaobao became invigorated and declared, this wine, the older the better. Naturally, the higher the alcohol content, the superior it is, that as the legendary martial arts master Gu Long once said, water. The more you drink, the colder it becomes. But wine, the more you drink, the warmer it gets. Huiqing, wouldn't you agree? Liu Huiqing disdainfully spat and continued to nibble on her snacks. Lin Nan, now fully aware, realized that men's attraction to women could be rather sordid. Although he was oblivious to Jin Yaobao's family matters, it was evident that with his imposing demeanor, he could easily find a woman of lesser stature. Noticing that a small bottle of liquor was almost drained, Lin Nan suggested, Brother Bao, how about we get another bottle? Since you're so generous, allow me to accompany you in this endeavor. Alas, we can manage only this one. Jin Yaobao waved his hand dismissively, saying, No, my friend, your loyalty is commendable, but let us refrain from another bottle. Waiter, bring us 2 barrels of liquor swiftly. 2 barrels? What kind of barrels? Water barrels. Surely not. Hurry up, do you think this is a water pump? Lin Nan was utterly speechless, glancing at the female classmates beside him, who seemed completely unfazed. Could he truly intend to push me to my limits? Lin Nan pondered, numbly exclaiming, just 2 barrels, 2 barrels. Oh, by the way, Master Bao, I see you're working hard. I advise you. Liu Huiqing is not the epitome of beauty, that if you're so desperate, why not seek someone else? Hearing this, Hirowashi chuckled. He is not desperate. He is relishing it. Liu Huiqing shot Lin Nan a glare, saying, You two continue your chat. Do not involve me. Jin Yaobao, undeterred, proclaimed, Brother, you are unaware that Huiqing and I have been classmates since primary school, and my feelings for her are as enduring as the sun and moon. I believe she harbors affection for me, but in these times of fickle men, she is testing me. What is meant to be shall be. Just wait and see, brother. Huiqing and I shall soar together, blossoming in love. After downing a couple of drinks, The brothers were bound by camaraderie, yet inwardly, they wished for each other's demise. Lin Nan hastily poured another drink for Jin Yaobao. Ha, indeed. Let us strive on. Brother Bao, regardless of what we do or say, at the table, the cups must never be empty. Look, I may not drink as much as you, yet my cup remains full. Lu Huiqing shot Lin Nan another glare. You shouldn't say that. The more you talk, the more he gets into it. Jin Yaobao exhaled deeply and remarked, This wine, it has potency. Lin Nan, from this day forth, you are my brother. We shall share joys and sorrows together, and in due time, we shall pledge brotherhood under the heavens. This affection for women is beyond your understanding. Just ask your sister Huiqing. Oh dear little Qingqing, please do not hit me. He seems quite intoxicated after consuming 2 barrels of liquor. Jin Yaobao had completely lost his bearings. With the assistance of friends, he exited the small restaurant. Haha. Observing the departing Jin Yaobao, Lin Nan could not afford to become too complacent. Honestly, he felt slightly bloated and his bladder was quite full. Ruoshi. And Huiqing, I must return to school now. Upon finishing his sentence, Lin Nan ascended to the rooftop to gather his belongings, exchanging greetings with 2 girls along the way, and he particularly noted a new recruit. A strikingly handsome young man. Lin Nan had encountered this individual during his time at the first high school, and now, feeling slightly dazed, he hurried directly to school. Lin Nan resided in dormitory 7312. Specifically on the 3rd floor of Building 7. After collecting his quilt at school in the afternoon, he lay down on his bed, completely forgetting about his afternoon classes. Drinking leads to missed obligations. When Lin Nan awoke, it was already past 5. Suddenly, he recalled his rather dubious appointment with the lecherous Tai Tu Wang. After hastily washing up, he donned his school uniform and headed to the classroom. Upon entering, he found the classroom bustling with approximately 30 people. Oh, I thought who it was. Turns out to be Brother Ball. Lin Nan immediately spotted Baldy, who notably had a pretty girl in his arms. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the same girl from yesterday. Brother Bald, to be honest, I truly admire your ability to keep this young lady so obedient. Ha, I must treat you one day and seek your wisdom. Big brother, is this the boastful fellow? After Tai Tu Wang, a rather handsome young man approached. It seems he does possess some talent. Brother, you are quite audacious. I appreciate your boldness. To be frank, the second lecherous one was tall and robust. The sight of him gave Lin Nan a sense of overwhelming pressure. Lin Nan smiled faintly. I'm Lin Nan, and I quite admire your spirit. After Lin Nan introduced himself, the brothers from the duel gang couldn't help but scoff. Who do you think you are? After informing Lin Nan of the time and place for their duel, the 2 lecherous members of the duel gang exited the classroom amidst laughter from their comrades. Boss, our crew is clashing with the Iron Hand gang on the playground. They want to enlist the Jiangnan gang as their backing. What should we do? Just as Wang the lecherous was passing by the classroom, a breathless individual rushed in, speaking urgently. Lin Nan observed Wang the lecherous frowning, his grotesque visage resembling that of a vulture. Dark and pointed. Damn it, is the Jiangnan gang so formidable? Bullying my brothers. I shall play along till the end. Lin Nan shook his head in silence, muttering to himself. This guy is truly out of his mind. They have the Jiangnan gang backing them. And he can't find someone to support him. What are you doing here? Wang the lecherous questioned, perplexed at Lin Nan's presence. Rest assured, I'm not here to witness your gang's disgrace. Lin Nan chuckled. On the contrary, if you are being bullied, perhaps I shall assist you in turning the tide. At that moment, Lin Nan distinctly noted Wang the lecherous, anxious demeanor as they made their way to the playground, where indeed a crowd had gathered, primarily curious onlookers. The actual fight was only between the duel gang and the Iron Hand gang, both comprising no more than 60 individuals, yet the playground was teeming with over 1,000 spectators. Lin Nan felt the excitement igniting within him. Brother Bald, just who have you provoked? Witnessing the standoff between the 2 sides, Lin Nan's mind conjured a chaotic scene. Passion! Brother Bald, tell me how we shall defeat them. Lin Nan rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge forward. The brothers from the duel gang looked at Lin Nan in bewilderment. Wang the lecherous pulled Lin Nan back. Lin Nan, you are not one of us. Why meddle in our affairs? Today's conflict is ours. According to the rules, they will seek your gang for a duel, and you are but one person, Lin Nan scoffed. What does that matter? I previously faced off against your duel gang. I reckon that fellow is no match for you. Lin Nan, you are quite reckless. Damn it. Today is my business. Keep out of it. Given your eagerness, after this duel, if you do not wish to engage in gang warfare, I could perhaps intervene on your behalf with the brothers. Wang the lecherous shoved the woman he was with over to Lin Nan. Look after her. Don't let her get hurt. At that moment, Lin Nan truly felt less inclined to intervene, especially as Wang the lecherous and his 20 or so followers arrived at the playground, where suddenly an additional 40 to 50 male students appeared on the basketball court. Clearly allies summoned by the duel gang. Chapter 39, Jiangnan Gang's Third Young Miss, Part 3. From the introductions earlier, Lin Nan learned that Wang the lecherous woman was named Xiaodai. Frankly, Xiaodai was a beautiful classmate, embodying a delicate and gentle demeanor that evoked a sense of pity. That to say she was pitiable was not due to weakness, but rather her charm that stirred protective feelings. Lin Nan couldn't shake the thought that Xiaodai had been mistreated by Wang the lecherous. Xiaodai, it seems Brother Bald treats you quite well. I can't help but wonder, why would you choose to be with Wang the lecherous? Nan go, please don't speak ill of Brother Wang. He treats me well, Xiaodai replied, always speaking with a hint of shyness. Is that so? I would not have guessed Wang the lecherous had such capabilities to keep you so compliant. Lin Nan had no intention of saying much more. Do not misunderstand. My curiosity about Wang the lecherous is merely that. While conversing with Xiaodai, Lin Nan inadvertently sensed the gaze of the second lecherous one upon them. Though it was not directed at him, but rather at Xiaodai, it was evident that the second lecherous one harbored some unspoken feelings for Xiaodai. Goodness! Does the second lecherous one have ulterior motives for staying in the duel gang? Lin Nan silently resolved to observe what kind of person Xiaodai truly was. Lin Nan's gaze shifted to the center of the field, counting the members of the duel gang, all of whom had gathered. The Iron Hand gang's numbers far exceeded those of the duel gang. Just then, Wang the lecherous voice rang out. Zhang Taicheng, it seems you have become increasingly shameless with age to battle with my duel gang. You still need to call upon the Jiangnan gang for support. If this gets out, you might as well resign from being the boss. You lack even this modicum of dignity. The Iron Hand gang is significantly larger in scale than the battle gang, a fact that can be gleaned from Wang Da's scornful remarks to this moment. The students on the playground have increasingly gathered, with many rushing to the observation platform, binoculars in hand, fixated on the scene. Some indolent individuals have even resorted to observing from their dormitories. The second rascal, this affair won't escalate too much, will it? Lin Nan, witnessing his first college gang confrontation, found the atmosphere somewhat intimidating. Goodness, if the battle gang cannot hold their ground against the Iron Hand gang, might I become a celebrated figure by heroically turning the tide? But, as the saying goes, fame can be perilous. Perhaps I should assess the situation first. Upon hearing Lin Nan's words, the second rascal cast a curious glance at him, nodded slightly, and remarked, I overheard our leader mention you. It seems you just began attending school yesterday, so it is no surprise that you are unaware of this. To be frank, everyone here is quite bored. Why not enjoy the spectacle? A thrilling performance is about to unfold, so take your time to appreciate it. With that, the second rascal made his way towards Wang Da. However, Lin Nan was not entirely certain of the second rascal's intentions. Take my time to appreciate? Lin Nan thought to himself, feeling that the skirmish between the two small gangs was hardly worth such admiration. Xiaodai smiled sweetly. Brother Nan, judging by your demeanor, you might be familiar with the Jiangnan gang, but I suspect you are unaware of the three formidable third leaders within it. I can surmise that this third leader must be quite an impressive woman. Lin Nan chuckled, his gaze drifting forward. What use do women have in a brawl? If the Iron Hand gang cannot handle the battle gang, even if that third leader were present, it would likely be of no avail. Brother Nan, you are mistaken, and not just in one regard, Xiaodai replied earnestly. Lin Nan smiled shyly. Is that so? I am not well versed in matters of the school. If Sister Dai could enlighten me, I would be most eager to listen. Enlightening you is too grand a term, but I can tolerate you calling me Sister Dai, Xiaodai said playfully, her enchanting gaze causing Lin Nan to tremble. I am 21 this year. Being your elder sister would not be a loss for you. Lin Nan laughed heartily. You truly know how to climb the social ladder. Then allow me to correct two misconceptions, Xiao Dai said, her bright, mischievous eyes twinkling with allure as she gazed at Lin Nan, her pink lips slightly parted. First, there are 3 leaders in the Jiangnan gang, as I previously mentioned, and they are all quite enchanting. Spend a few days at school, and you will soon become acquainted with them. These 3 leaders have a penchant for causing trouble. Second, their fighting prowess is no trivial matter. I doubt even my husband could best the 3rd leader of the Jiangnan gang. I believe you are quite infatuated. Upon hearing Xiao Dai refer to Wang Da as her husband, Lin Nan was momentarily taken aback. I shall be more observant from now on, and I will certainly keep an eye on Wang Da. If that little bald fellow dares to bully my sister, I shall not hesitate to give him a well-deserved smack. Lin Nan noticed Xiao Dai's anxious expression and turned his gaze towards the playground. The Battle Gang and the Iron Hand Gang had already split into 2 groups, escalating from mere verbal disputes to a cacophony of insults exchanged between gang members. Lin Nan chuckled wryly. Is fighting really conducted in such a manner? Haha, this is certainly a first for me. He turned to Xiao Dai. Sister Dai, you should stay here, he remarked, feeling the crowd closing in around them. It's not safe if the battlefield expands and chaos ensues. You could be hurt. You should go to the observation platform. It is often said that one should not judge a book by its cover, and Lin Nan could not condemn Wang Da based solely on first impressions. To be candid, the second rascal had left a favorable impression on Lin Nan, as had Xiao Dai as for Wang Da. Their initial encounter had left him feeling irked at that moment. Lin Nan began to reconsider his judgment of Wang Da. Could it be that this fellow, despite his beastly appearance, is actually quite gentle? Watching Xiao Dai ascend to the high platform, it was evident that she cared deeply for Wang Da, leaning against the railing and refusing to step away. Lin Nan's instincts were exceptionally sharp, allowing him to discern the conversation even from a distance of 30 meters, that he sensed something amiss. Wang Da's brutish visage had turned a shade of purple, while Zhang Taiching wore a continuous grin. Zhang Taiching, are you not a man? If you are a man, then face me one-on-one. What does this have to do with women? From their dialogue, Lin Nan began to grasp certain key elements. It turned out that Xiao Dai was not Wang Da's woman, but rather the girlfriend of the handsome Zhang Taiching before him. That as for why Xiao Dai had chosen to follow Wang Da with such devotion. It was because Wang Da had shown her unwavering care after she had been forcibly violated by Zhang Taiching. Damn it, another wolf in sheep's clothing, Lin Nan thought as he beheld Zhang Taiching's striking features. Reminiscent of a predatory wolf, to be honest, Lin Nan felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. You have taken my worn-out shoes and still have the audacity to boast here, Zhang Taiching laughed shamelessly. You have seen what kind of woman Xiao Dai is. She is quite the temptress. Accustomed to being indulged by you these past few days, that you really intend to stand against us in the Iron Hand Gang for her? Zhang Taiching gestured towards the Jiangnan gang brothers behind him. Wang Da chuckled, his fingers forming a fist as he pointed to himself, speaking with an air of authority. I am a man. I care for Xiao Dai. I will consider her past ignorance as a mere error, akin to being bitten by a dog. So what? Are you dissatisfied? I have no fear in telling you that while others may dread the Jiangnan gang, I do not, though the battle gang may be fewer in number. Every one of my brothers is no mere decorative pillow. Zhang Taiching, do you believe you are the Golden Hand? If any one of my brothers could easily bring you down, you pretty boy. Chapter 40, Pretending to be Ambiguous, Part 1, Dewei Sua. Do not become overconfident. When the 3rd leader arrives, we shall teach you a lesson. Zhang Taiching fumed, his teeth grinding in frustration. His intention was to use Xiao Dai to undermine the battle gang's morale. But unexpectedly, Wang Da had turned the tables, branding him a pretty boy. To be honest, Zhang Taiching did possess some capabilities. However, relying on his handsome looks and prestigious background, he preferred to take shortcuts. Zhang Taiching. Damn it, who dares to shout at me? Zhang Taiching, already furious, was taken aback that someone would dare to call his name directly. Come out here. It was Lin Nan who had spoken. Thus he stepped forward obediently. Upon seeing Lin Nan's unfamiliar face, Zhang Taiching remarked, I do not know you, and you are not part of the battle gang, that if I have any grievances with you, we shall resolve them later. Right now, I am speaking with the leader of the battle gang. If you know what is good for you, step aside. Damn. Lin Nan pouted, his expression one of defiance. You are the leader of a small gang. And so am I that I will not hesitate to inform you that Xiao Dai is my sister. Just now, in front of so many people, you disrespected my sister and my brother-in-law, so I will settle this score with you first. If you are a man, come out and face me in a duel. To be frank, Lin Nan felt no embarrassment as he uttered these words, even if Zhang Taiqing possessed some skills. He believed he could easily subdue him, of course. He was not foolish enough to provoke a tiger in its den. He had always been one to assert his dominance, truth be told. With this act, he could hardly avoid becoming well known. Spectators from afar began to point and whisper, "Who is this guy? He has got guts to shout at Zhang Taiqing." Others shook their heads in disbelief. This kid must be out of his mind. There is no way he should provoke Zhang Taiqing. Everyone knows he has a connection with the third leader of the Jiangnan gang. Lin Nan was oblivious to these speculations. Generally speaking, when faced with such a dominant gang, Lin Nan would rationally choose to retreat, as the wise approach is to pick one's battles. However, this situation was beyond his expectations, for he could not fathom what qualities Zhang Taiqing possessed, apart from his looks, that would captivate the infamous third leader. The only plausible explanation was his background. Nonetheless, women who navigate the underworld are typically fierce and spirited. They generally prefer robust, masculine men rather than someone like Zhang Taiqing, who lived off others' fortunes. When Lin Nan declared himself the leader of a small gang, Zhang Taiqing responded with interest. "Kid, you may not be aware, but my reputation in school is quite stellar. Among the 6 districts and 108 gangs, I have connections with almost all the leaders, including the student council president, Jin Yaobao, who occasionally concedes me a modicum of respect. However, I have never heard of you as a leader." Zhang Taiqing patted Lin Nan on the shoulder with a sense of smugness, surveying the throngs around them, and sighed. "Brother, I understand your desire for fame. This is a splendid opportunity, that I concede. You are now somewhat famous. However, your good fortune ends here. You must realize that you are climbing on my face to gain status. Today, I will let you off, purely for the sake of my past connection with Xiao Dai. After today, do not let me see you again. Otherwise, every encounter will result in your downfall." Zhang Taiqing's words were delivered with a nonchalant air, prompting Lin Nan to chuckle. "It seems you truly view me as a mere spectacle." Lin Nan felt a sense of helplessness. "It appears that if I do not put forth some effort, you might never notice my presence?" "Huh?" Zhang Taiqing laughed with pride. "Fight me. Certainly. Only if you are the leader of a gang or a renowned figure like the second lewd one. But you, a nameless pawn? Why should I, as a mere chief of Tang Tang, engage in battle with you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Nan scoffed mockingly and replied, "What is this? Do you, a mere lowly gang leader, aspire to emulate the ancient adage of killing a famous person with a renowned sword? Alas, you shall be disappointed today, for I too happen to be the leader of a small gang." "Ha ha ha! You claim to be a gang leader? Pray tell, which faction do you lead?" Zhang Taiqing and his companions erupted in laughter. As for Lin Nan's gang, he was fervently passionate about it. The mere mention of those 4 words was enough to ignite his blood. "I must admit, it feels somewhat embarrassing, but I have recently taken the helm of a little gang called the Southern Eagle. So, how about it? Does this title now grant me the right to contend with you?" Oh, just yesterday, news reached him that a student dared to venture alone into the terrifying realm of the underworld guilds. And the school had already begun inquiring about this legendary individual. The Underworld Guild, a place of fear, sent shivers down Zhang Taiqing's spine. "So, you are the audacious fool who dares to take a stand. Ha ha! My brother, I forgive you. You need not rely on my name to achieve fame, that I believe it won't be long before you become the talk of the school." Zhang Taiqing was acutely aware that he must not offend a student under the special protection of the notorious Yang Xiongxian, as it would be tantamount to confronting the Underworld Guild directly. Though not a major force in the school, the Underworld Guild had surpassed the Student Council in power, boasting members who could take on 10 opponents at once. Historically, students favored by Yang Xiongxian would ultimately join the Underworld Guild after a year of observation, managing the school's affairs in tandem with the city's university guilds. Zhang Taiqing was unwilling to alienate a student with such immense potential, as it would spell endless trouble for him in the future. "Lin Nan, you speak true that I am at fault. My apologies to your sister that it was my uncouth mouth that blurted out nonsense. Heh, brother Lin, how about this? Another day, I shall invite you to the New World Entertainment City for some fun. Shall we become friends? Lin Nan found it difficult to adapt to Zhang Tietching's sudden change of demeanor. Frankly, he now glanced towards Wang Dawa and the second lewd one, who regarded him as though he were a monster. Zhang Taiching, once spoken, words cannot be taken back, that a man ought to possess some spirit. Why cower the moment you learn I am but a small gang leader? Fuck your mother. Zhang Taiching cursed Lin Nan in his heart. Do you think I would fear a mere gang leader? If not for Yang Xiongxin's backing, I would not have shown you such respect in front of so many people today. Lin Nan's words pricked Zhang Tietching's nerves. Do not get too pleased with yourself, despite Yang Xiongxin's regard for your potential. I could just as easily ruin your qualifications right now. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan realized it was indeed Yang Xiongxin's reputation that had intimidated Zhang Taiching. Oh, is that so? Zhang Taiching, I shall be honest with you. I have no connection to Yang Xiongxin. My foray into the underworld guild is merely due to my ignorance of the procedures for joining a gang. That's so. How about it? You have no more worries now, do you? In all honesty, Lin Nan's candor completely assuaged Zhang Tietching's concerns. Even if he were to eliminate Lin Nan today, should Yang Xiongxin come knocking, he could assert with a clear conscience. It was Lin Nan who claimed to have no ties to Instructor Yang. If he had been truthful, how could I dare to lay a hand on your man? Haha, splendid. Zhang Taiching laughed heartily, dismissing Lin Nan with a contemptuous finger. Ha! You, a mere greenhorn, dare to shout at me. Zhang Taiching? Indeed, I am the one who knows your sister, that foul woman, who bit me so hard I think my little brother is still swollen, just as Zhang Taiching reveled in his self-satisfaction. He was suddenly struck by a fierce wind at the tip of his nose. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, a potent sting shot through his nose, causing his eyes to water uncontrollably. Damn it! How dare you ambush me, brothers? Take him down! Chapter 41. Pretending to be ambiguous. Part 2. Take me down? You dare utter such words? It was evident that Lin Nan's punch was not a light one. Seeing Wang Dawa glare with fury, he signaled his brothers to join the fray. Lin Nan roared, "Listen up, brothers from the battle gang. This is a personal matter for me. I want to see how Zhang Taiching, as a gang leader, dares to utilize his entire gang against a mere newcomer like me." Lin Nan's killing intent surged. His fingers splayed wide at that moment. He failed to notice his arms beginning to emanate an ancient hue. Especially between his fingers, a faint golden radiance began to shimmer. Had he not caught on quickly, this spectacle would have been witnessed by countless eyes. Good, 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 Zhang Taiching exclaimed thrice. Do you think I, Zhang Taiching, would fear a newcomer? Humph. Do not believe that just because Yang Xiongxin is behind you, I would not dare to act. Today, I shall demonstrate the legendary might of the little golden hand. Haha. Utterly absurd. I have seen those who boast, but never one as exaggerated as you, Lin Nan said, furrowing his brow as he scanned Zhang Taiching up and down. Shaking his head, he retorted, I fail to see how this connects to any legend. I too wish to see what the little golden hand is truly capable of. Enough of your prattle. Lin Nan, I come to challenge you. Zhang Taiching suddenly produced a steel pipe of forearm length from behind him, radiating an aura of ferocity. Take good care of the two lewd ones from the battle gang, and when the third miss arrives, let her witness a splendid show. Lin Nan, it seems we cannot avoid a brawl, the second lewd one remarked, eyeing Lin Nan with disdain. Wipe out the Iron Hand gang, should Jiangnan gang dare to intervene. Let it be known they should never cross my path again. Hearing the second lewd one's arrogant tone, Lin Nan thought, My, this second lewd one certainly has a temper. It was clear to Lin Nan that he respected the audacity of the second lewd one in challenging the authority of the Jiangnan gang in front of thousands of college students. I haven't been arrogant for a long time. Every step I take falls behind. Zhang Taiching. Lin Nan did not overthink it. As Zhang Tietching's steel pipe descended towards him, he abruptly raised his arm to shield his head. Bang! That hurt. The steel pipe rebounded in an instant. Lin Nan felt a fiery sting in his arm. Thankfully, I wore my school uniform today. Otherwise, you might have left me injured. Lin Nan grinned at Zhang Taiching, his expression bloodthirsty that he licked his lips. Feeling a surge of heat coursing through his nostrils, as if his nerve endings craved the long-awaited thrill, Lin Nan exploded with energy, leaping into the air, his fist clenched tight, crashing down upon Zhang Tietjing's head. In the sky, Lin Nan resembled a leaping lion, fierce and commanding that a gust of wind followed, as Lin Nan's speed was blindingly swift. Zhang Tietjing, still reeling from his backward stumble, saw a shadow rushing towards him and looked up just in time to feel a punch connect squarely with his nose. Zhang Tietjing was truly infuriated. Within a mere minute, Lin Nan had struck him twice, blood gushing uncontrollably from his nostrils. "Damn it, Lin Nan, you hit me again. Brothers, give them a thorough beating. Is the little golden hand limited to such abilities?" Lin Nan stood before Zhang Tietjing, smirking. "Today, let me incapacitate your little golden hand, and from now on, you shall crawl behind women, never to cross my path again." The end. Lin Nan's fist plunged into Zhang Tietjing's embrace. Smack! Lin Nan's punch was halted by Zhang Tietjing's palm. "You do possess some skill. My punches are typically fierce, yet you managed to withstand them." At that moment, Lin Nan executed a sudden somersault, his body soaring higher than Zhang Tietjing by over a meter. Utilizing the powerful momentum from his spin, he brought his heel crashing down upon Zhang Tietjing's nape. Thud! Zhang Tietjing was struck by Lin Nan's kick, causing him to vomit undigested food. "Boss, look at Zhang Tietjing," the second lewd one exclaimed, witnessing Lin Nan deliver such a devastating series of blows that Zhang Tietjing lay motionless on the concrete, resembling a dog that refused to leave. Lin Nan seems to genuinely possess some skill. "Boss, we cannot allow ourselves to be overshadowed. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen someone take down Zhang Tietjing so effortlessly." Zhang Tietjing was known on the streets as the Little Golden Hand, and his skills were indeed formidable that in mere moments, Lin Nan had annihilated him, igniting a fervor among the generally combative members of the battle gang. Wang Dawa hurled a member of the Iron Hand gang aside, bellowing, "Iron Hand gang, you bastards, come witness. Your leader has been bested by a nameless pawn. I want to see how your bunch of swine will continue to rampage in the school." With that, Wang Dawa let loose a raucous laugh. "Brothers, the Iron Hand gang revels in kicking the fallen. Today, let us too embody the essence of grandfathers and brothers. Let us kill them." "Huh!" Lin Nan scoffed at Wang Dao's remarks. "Haha, I'm a nameless pawn." "Quite right." Lin Nan's fists were solid and robust. While he had yet to reach the pinnacle of crushing mountains, he certainly had the ability to curtail Zhang Tietjing's arrogance for a day or two. Approaching Zhang Tietjing, Lin Nan placed his foot upon Zhang Tietjing's head, leaving imprints from his freshly purchased 10 yuan shoes on his pale face. "Zhang Tietjing, where is your third miss? The little lover has likely forgotten about you." "Oh, haha. Let us see how arrogant you remain when you encounter me again. Today is a private matter between us. Remember to be courteous to my sister in the future. Greet her properly. Or else every time my grandfather sees you, he'll take a jab at you." Lin Nan showed no intention of removing his shoes, while Zhang Tietjing twisted his wrist, attempting to push Lin Nan's foot away. Lin Nan scoffed derisively, exerting even more force with his leg. "ISNT, you're backing the Jiangnan gang. Today, you've stirred up my grandfather's temper. To be honest, he is quite eager to see what your little lover is like." "Haha, stepping on your face doesn't matter. It's the Jiangnan gang that loses face. Have you considered how, in front of all these people, claiming the Jiangnan gang as your support means being trampled by me? What will you tell your little lover when you return?" "Damn you!" Zhang Tietjing's face scraped against the gravel, blood seeping out. "Lin Nan, I will not rest until I confront you, if you let me go today. I'll bring people to chop you up tonight." "Oh ho ho! Are you trying to intimidate me?" At that moment, a peculiar wave surged through Lin Nan's mind, conjuring an image of a woman leading a group of 40 to 50 men towards him. Her figure is quite slender, just wondering what she looks like. It was evident that Lin Nan had realized the third miss of the Jiangnan gang had come to his aid. "She will want you dead." Zhang Tietjing cast a sidelong glance at Lin Nan. "I will send her a grand gift first." Lin Nan turned his face away. At this juncture, the underlings of the Dual Gang and the Iron Fist Gang were embroiled in a fierce clash, steel pipes and iron rods crashing against each other relentlessly. Frankly, this chaotic brawl did not favor the Dual Gang, although their brothers were individually stronger than those of the Iron Fist Gang. The disadvantage of having only 30 iron rods against 60 steel pipes quickly became apparent. Moreover, the Iron Fist gang outnumbered them, with some belligerents from the Jiangnan gang masquerading as members of the Iron Fist gang, playing tricks on the dual gang. What puzzled Lin Nan even more was that Wang De and the Second Wretched were also fierce warriors on the battlefield. Why could they not handle such a small skirmish? Surrounded by the Iron Fist gang and the faux Iron Fist gang members, the dual gang's territory was shrinking rapidly. Chapter 42, pretending to be ambiguous, 3 many brothers had already been knocked to the ground. Unable to rise, Lin Nan delivered a fierce kick to Zhang Taiching's waist. Tell your brothers to retreat. After a long pause, Zhang Taiching remained silent. Lin Nan lowered his head, displaying an incredulous expression, his brows furrowing. Oh ho! Have you grown a backbone now? Everyone stand down! Lin Nan bellowed, his voice echoing across the basketball court as if amplified, resonating like thunder. Brothers of the Iron Fist gang, please retreat. I will handle this matter. Following Lin Nan's wild declaration, a melodious voice akin to a lark chimed in. Lin Nan felt as if his bones were about to crumble, secretly acknowledging the formidable presence of this woman. After all, she was the third leader of the Jiangnan gang, and despite being a woman, she commanded 3,000 men ready to serve her at any moment. Wang De pulled back the Second Wretched. Brothers, let us give Sister Li a bit of face. We can settle our scores with the Iron Fist gang anytime. Baldy, out of respect for Sister Shui, I want to hold this against you today. A melodramatic voice emerged from the Iron Fist gang. The brothers of the dual gang and the Iron Fist gang had already separated. The basketball court now divided into 2 territories, or rather 3 factions. Lin Nan was not allied with either side. Sister, save me, Zhang Taiching called out pitifully to the approaching Li Shui. Standing before Lin Nan was a girl, one whose form, demeanor, and current aura exuded an explosive energy. Frankly speaking, Li Shui's appearance could be described as adorably innocent, with 2 little braids framing her fiery outfit, creating an incongruous yet captivating image. Despite it being early winter with the temperature dropping, there was no sign of the season's chill on Li Shui. She wore a beige knitted sweater on top and fiery red leather pants below. Her petite golden feet encased in red rubber boots fashioned from wild animal fur, presenting a vibrant and lively appearance. Lin Nan shook his head vigorously, looking down at Zhang Taiching beneath his feet, and stomped down twice more on his face. Such fine meat, fed to the dogs. Damn it, you wretch. How do you even deserve such a good woman? Truly, heaven is blind. Honestly, you're an embarrassment to her. When Li Shui arrived at the basketball court, no one dared to make any move. Thus, it was eerily quiet, and Lin Nan's words were naturally heard by those nearby. As Li Shui approached in her little rubber boots, her slightly flushed face adorned with an enchanting smile. She walked slowly towards Lin and at this moment, Lin Nan found it strange that Li Shui did not demand him to hand over Zhang Taiching immediately. It seemed she was even more intrigued by him. As the distance between them closed, the youthful and fiery allure of Li Shui intensified, leaving Lin Nan at a loss for words about the sensation coursing through him. Whenever he encountered beauty, his heart would inevitably race. After a brief moment of excitement, he inhaled deeply, unafraid to meet Li Shui's gaze. Damn it, this little girl's gaze is truly enchanting. The instant Lin Nan's eyes met Li Shui's bright orbs, he shivered. You are Lin Nan, who registered for the Nanguishan gang yesterday? Li Shui inquired. What? Is your curiosity about me more significant than your current concern for your little lover? Clearly, Lin Nan had no intention of responding to Li Shui's arrogant question. However, this waste has thoroughly embarrassed you. Given your beauty, I shall present you with a grand gift. With that, Lin Nan kicked Zhang Taiching in the chest, akin to a soccer kick, where different points of force could alter the trajectory of the ball. This kick was perfectly executed to make Zhang Taiching slide along the ground. There was no doubt that Lin Nan had done this intentionally. He was curious to see how Zhang Taiching would handle this face without resorting to cosmetic surgery in the future while trying to flirt. Oh! Lin Nan's eyes widened at the peculiar scene before him. He watched as Li Shui's little rubber boot connected with Zhang Taiching's stomach and then delivered another kick between his legs. Sister, I never said you were my little lover. No, it's all Lin Nan's doing. He framed me. Zhang Taiching now felt as though his entire body was being stung by bees, a sensation of indescribable agony. Sister, you kicking me is my fault. After all, I am also under your command. No, I'm one of your subordinates. I can't afford to lose face. Sister, you must avenge me. Li Shui dismissed Zhang Taiching and boldly approached Lin Nan, stopping a meter away. Zhang Taiching is still under the protection of the Jiangnan gang when beating a dog. One must look at its owner, that you've shown us little respect. Care to explain your reasoning? Lin Nan sensed that she wasn't here merely to seek revenge, but rather to inquire about the justification for his actions. He considered himself not a man who was infatuated with women, yet at this moment, he felt himself captivated by Li Shui. Suddenly sensing Li Shui's casual smile, Lin Nan discerned the contempt within. A woman like you can be so heartless. To be honest, I previously felt pity for you, but now I feel pity for Zhang Taiching that I asked for my reason for striking him. Why should I tell you? A cold barrier of tension formed between the two, with both exhibiting playful expressions. However, undeniably, the anger from Li Shui was gradually escalating, that Li Shui's delicate frame trembled slightly. No one has dared to speak to me like this. You are the first. Why should I feel pity for both myself and Zhang Taiching? To be honest, Zhang Taiching and I are not in a romantic relationship. How does that make you feel? More at ease after hearing that. One could sense Li Shui's disdain. Her tone laced with a subtle arrogance, as if all men should pay for the mere sight of her. Why are you saying so much? Are you in such a hurry to explain yourself to me? Did you fall for me at first sight? Upon hearing this, Li Shui felt embarrassed, a sweet smile gracing her lips, captivating Lin Nan's soul. Still claiming you're not interested in me? Anyone who sees you now would know you're a hypocrite. My clarification about my lack of relationship with Zhang Taiching is merely to convey a message to the whole school. If Zhang Taiching attempts to leverage our Jiangnan gang's name, we can ignore it entirely, for he is slandering us. When has our Jiangnan gang ever produced such a coward? Lin Nan clapped his hands, puzzled. So what does your sudden appearance signify? You first answer my question. Li Shui maintained her smile. Don't smile at me, or I might make a mistake. Lin Nan grinned back. I haven't avoided answering your questions. Now, it's your turn to answer mine. I ask if you fancy me. Frankly speaking, aside from Lin Zidong, this was the first time Lin Nan had encountered such a bewitching woman. Of course, beauties like Tang Miao Miao, Li Rui, and Li Tong were all stunning as well. Lin Nan couldn't help but wonder if he had too low a standard, finding all women beautiful. Yet he had to concede that after women matured, they possessed a certain allure that could captivate the opposite sex. Different females exuded different personalities, and this fiery girl before him was precisely the type Lin Nan admired. Equally as adorably silly as Lin Zitong. Lin Nan scratched his head and chuckled. Well, to be honest, I like you. Haha, that is absolutely impossible. Look at that foolish expression of yours. Can't even admit the truth. Li Shui laughed uncontrollably. But today, consider yourself unfortunate. Although I generally do not take drastic measures against men who are infatuated with me, you are an exception. Chapter 43, Challenge to the Underworld Guild, Part 1. You self-absorbed woman. When have I ever been keen on you? I protest. Feeling belittled by Li Shui's words, Lin Nan was quite furious. I have a girlfriend, so stop inflating your own ego. How shameless of you to ask a stranger in public if he likes you. I've never encountered anyone so obsessed with me. Li Shui snapped her fingers, and two individuals approached. Take Zhang Taiching to the hospital, that I will handle things here. She then turned her gaze back to Lin Nan. So, my little man, shall we take a trip to the infirmary to see the state you've left Zhang Taiching in? It would allow me to prescribe the right remedy to. Watching Li Shui laugh heartily, Lin Nan felt she was akin to a venomous vixen, that he understood her implication. She intended to use Zhang Taiching's injuries as a means to target him. Lin Nan was not one to concede easily. Am I afraid of you? Who wouldn't dare? It's just that I wonder how you will weep inconsolably after losing both your husband and your soldiers. Lin Nan greeted Wang De and the second pervert before heading to the school infirmary with Li Shui. Meanwhile, the playground witnessed a ruthless massacre. Without the support of the Jiangnan gang and Zhang Taiching's little golden hand, the Iron Hand gang quickly disintegrated. Defeated by the decisive battle gang with overwhelming force, to be precise, it was Lin Nan's first time in the infirmary, which was spacious yet chillingly cold. The school is so stingy. They don't even turn on the air conditioning. Not even for the doctors and nurses. Upon hearing this, Li Shui pointed at the infirmary. Do you know why it's so rudimentary here? Lin Nan shot her a look of disdain. Li Shui paused, her bright eyes fixed on him. Are you itching for a fight right now? I'm afraid of you. Lin Nan instantly struck a pose as if preparing for battle. It's precisely because of people like you that this place lacks items to be smashed. Noticing the doctor staring at them, Li Shui suppressed her anger. To be honest, I truly want to beat you up right now. Once Zhang Taiching's injuries are assessed, you better get out of my sight so I can properly deal with you. When Lin Nan saw the doctor's defeated expression, he realized he had indeed dealt Zhang Taiching a severe blow. Not only was half of his face utterly disfigured, but his nose had also been shattered by Lin Nan's punches. And 2 ribs were broken. Which student is this? So vicious. Does he want others to live? Lin Nan felt quite embarrassed and circled behind the doctor, playfully delivering 2 punches to the back of his head. At that moment, Lin Nan noticed a petite nurse nearby and awkwardly smiled. Hey nurse, you are so beautiful. Smooth talker. The nurse, clad in a pristine uniform, playfully retorted, her cheeks flushing as she walked away. Clearly, Lin Nan had now caught on to Li Shui's displeased expression. The rosy hue on her face was unmistakably a sign of mild anger. Upon hearing the doctor curse Lin Nan as the culprit, Li Shui seemed to find a powerful excuse to take her frustrations out on him. Flashing a captivating smile. Kid, come with me. Li Shui was a girl of strong character, exhibiting a courage often associated with Lin Nan walked behind her. He casually glanced at her figure to be honest. Some women look appealing from the front, but upon viewing from the back, they might possess larger behinds or X-shaped legs, which can detract from their overall beauty. However, Li Shui was different. Lin Nan found her to be akin to a princess in perfection. Her attire was a fusion of fiery allure and passionate charm, innocence and cuteness interwoven beautifully. Moreover, her physique was truly exquisite. Her bosom resembled 2 inverted bowls resting on her flat abdomen. And Lin Nan noted that her breasts were quite high. Her curvaceous posterior, tightly wrapped in bright red leather pants, undeniably captivated the EYE as she moved. Lin Nan could vaguely see the outline of her curves. Igniting an impulse to seize her immediately, to top it off, Li Shui possessed an endearing demeanor, a delightful twist of fate that seemed to mock men. You want me to follow you inside. But it wouldn't happen to be the headquarters of your Jiangnan gang, would it? In that case, I shall not comply. Lin Nan spoke with a hint of trepidation. What do you think? Is it appealing? Li Shui suddenly turned around and asked a nonsensical question. What is appealing or not? Lin Nan was at a loss. My behind. Li Shui pulled out a whip from behind her. Many men who have pursued me have not valued my face, but rather the view from this angle. The older sisters and younger sisters are just the same. Big man, don't you also feel the alluring charm? What have I seen? Oddly enough, all I noticed on the way here were the wildflowers and grasses on the ground. Who would lack the class to stare solely at your backside? It was evident that Li Shui was quite annoyed. At least her 3 to 4 meter long whip indicated that she could strike at any moment. Seeing her smile with satisfaction, as if she had seen through Lin Nan's thoughts, he feigned calmness and pointed at her. Don't think that all men are as lecherous as you imagine. I wouldn't be interested in that part of you. I dare you to bet that I will make you cry and beg for mercy, as a reminder of your insult to my noble character. Lin Nan declared this with righteous indignation, as if his integrity were sacred and untouchable. Li Shui furrowed her delicate brows in confusion. You really haven't looked? Lin Nan replied, You're incredibly tedious, and if you want to fight, then let us fight. Who would be interested in your backside? Come on, do you believe I will beat you until you're sore? You dare? Li Shui suddenly shouted. Lin Nan, do you dare to tease me? Lin Nan scoffed. Is it only permissible for you to tease me, while I am forbidden from teasing you? What kind of logic is that? Li Shui chuckled. Since you dare to venture alone into a place like the Underworld Guild, I truly admire you. I've heard that you've received special attention from the Yang Fiend, and I'm curious to see what kind of prowess allows you to be so arrogant. As she spoke, Li Shui swung the whip towards Lin Nan. A dark shadow swiftly cut through the air, creating a whistling sound as it sliced through the wind. accompanied by a loud thud as it struck the ground. Lin Nan suddenly leaped up, moving with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. His gaze sharp as an eagle's, his eyes like tracking devices focused intently on the whip she wielded as Li Shui made her sudden move. Lin Nan, momentarily passive, quickly transitioned to an offensive stance, following the trajectory of the whip to find an opportunity for a decisive strike. Unlike most people who would seek to evade a whip-wielding expert and then attempt a sneak attack, Lin Nan was different. He pursued the path of the whip, seeking a chance to deliver a fatal blow. Clearly, he was not inclined to do so today. He was not the type to engage in ruthless acts against flowers. And under the current circumstances, he found himself incapable of doing so. "You're helpless." Li Shui tugged at her whip, yet it wouldn't yield, and she shouted at Lin Nan the moment the whip touched the ground. Lin Nan swiftly followed up, stepping on it and gazing at Li Shui with a triumphant and derisive demeanor. "The legendary third miss is nothing extraordinary. I expected far more from you. Did I see you are not much stronger than that Zhang Taiching fellow?" Chapter 44, Challenge to the Underworld Guild, Part 2. "I am indeed stronger than him. Don't you dare compare me to him." Li Shui continued to tug at her whip. Lin Nan nodded and replied, "If you were a man, you would be in the hospital right now. Just like Zhang Taiching. You wouldn't think I'm a tender-hearted woman, would you? Look at me, I'm not drenched in sweat, and you still want to remove your foot from me. Ha!" Lin Nan was irresistibly drawn to the sight of Li Shui's angry, yet charming demeanor. After laughing, he suddenly withdrew his foot. If I don't let you suffer a little, you might really think too highly of yourself." Li Shui, caught off guard, stumbled backward and fell onto a nearby stone bench. "Oh no!" Lin Nan exclaimed. "Are you all right? Don't come over here. Kid, you've mocked me, and you're finished." The spot where she fell was none other than the very place she took pride in. "Do you find me amusing?" This was a small bamboo grove, where the gentle breeze carried a hint of moisture, refreshing the air and adding a romantic ambience with its deliberately asymmetric design. Listening to Li Shui's teasing words, Lin Nan pointed at the surrounding environment and laughed heartily before plopping down next to her. "This seems like a lover's stroll. Are you bringing me here to fight?" Quickly confess. Do you have ulterior motives? Get away from me. You smell terrible." Li Shui delivered a sharp kick to Lin Nan's thigh, only to let out a startled gasp as she instinctively reached for her own backside. Aware that the impact had inflicted pain not only on her skin, but possibly on her muscles and bones as well. Struggling on the ground for some time, she was unable to rise. And upon noticing Lin Nan laughing at her predicament, she shot him an indignant glare and exclaimed, "Do you have no conscience? Such a stunning beauty is in distress, and you still have the audacity to stand there chuckling. I'll be damned. You truly are the epitome of arrogance," Lin Nan retorted, casting her a derisive look. "My grandfather has a young girlfriend. Why should I cater to you?" After a brief standoff with Li Shui, Lin Nan began to feel a sense of irritation that in such a serene and picturesque setting, it was a shame to be engaged in a scuffle instead of indulging in romance with such a beautiful woman. Now, he had inadvertently caused her to bruise her shapely backside, and he lamented to the heavens, feeling a mix of despair and helplessness akin to the saying, "I do not harm you, yet you are harmed because of me." Although he felt no obligation to fall for the enchanting third miss, it was undeniable that in his mind, Li Shui had reached an ideal of perfection. However, he did not intend to offend her to such an extent. Lin Nan sighed, lamenting his lack of charm with women. At that moment, he felt two piercing gazes directed at him, undoubtedly emanating from Li Shui's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he snapped his fingers and declared, "Out of pity for your plight, I shall lend you a hand, lest you go around claiming that I lack compassion for the fairer sex. However, let me make it clear that you must not trouble me regarding this matter in the future." Approaching Li Shui, he lifted her up in response to her astonished and bewildered expression, placing her on a stone bench. This scene struck Lin Nan as reminiscent of a certain type of film, where a man might be seen handling a woman in such a manner. Li Shui, propped up on the stone bench with her elbows resting upon it, clearly found herself momentarily incapacitated by the impact. With a sudden thud, she collapsed sideways onto the ground. "Lin Nan, what do you intend to do?" she demanded, visibly irate. Yet Lin Nan chose to ignore her, Dai's hand rested on her waist. He felt an astonishing softness, and a pleasant fragrance wafted towards him as Li Shui turned her head and scolded him loudly. "You scoundrel!" Taken aback by her outburst, Lin Nan couldn't help but chuckle. Without hesitation, he delivered 2 resounding slaps to her other cheek, causing her to turn away in embarrassment, resembling a helpless creature sprawled on the ground. After attempting to assist her up twice and sensing her deliberate resistance, he remarked, "My dear lady, why must you be so obstinate? Do you truly believe I am the type of man you imagine? You underestimate me. I merely wish to examine your injury." Suddenly, Li Shui turned her face back, declaring, "And you say you are not trying to take advantage of me? I shall not grant you that privilege." Candidly, Li Shui felt a bit flustered. Her usual flamboyance and carefree spirit faltered in the presence of someone as brazen as Lin Nan, who was leagues more formidable than she. Lin Nan, perplexed, replied, "It is broad daylight. What do you think I could possibly do to you? You should allow me to finish speaking before you retort." "Then speak." "But why must I lie on the stone bench? It is quite evident that you—" Lin Nan interrupted. "My dear lady, I simply wish to ascertain the extent of your injury. You have proclaimed your backside to be quite attractive, and many men admire it. Surely, you take pride in such assets that I fear that if I do not check it, the bruise from our collision could lead to internal bleeding, adversely affecting its development." "You are absurd. Where is your logic?" Li Shui exclaimed, her head raised in disbelief at Lin Nan's reasoning. "Believe what you will," he replied, adjusting her position to reveal her curvaceous form, which now rested against his abdomen, an undeniable source of temptation. "If your legs do not part, I shall forcibly move them aside." "Very well, but do not touch recklessly," she warned, a sharp cry escaping her lips. "Lin Nan, should you dare to take advantage of this situation, I will ensure your demise is most unpleasant. Calm yourself. I have already expressed my intention to avoid causing you harm and to prevent any bruising to your exquisite figure. Why must you overreact?" With that, he placed his hand on the inner part of her thigh, gripping her soft flesh and gently maneuvering one leg 2 centimeters apart, allowing her ample figure to be supported. Admittedly, Lin Nan found the current position rather suggestive, akin to the scenarios depicted in certain films, as Li Shui lay before him, her backside fully exposed to his gaze. That as he glanced downward, he found himself undeniably aroused. A large tent forming in his trousers. It would be an understatement to say Lin Nan's thoughts were somewhat inappropriate. Li Shui too felt an unfamiliar sensation, realizing that a stranger was handling her in such a manner. An experience that was undeniably disconcerting. That Li Shui slowly turned her head to find Lin Nan engrossed in the sight before him, a flicker of delight igniting within her. Suddenly, she felt something pressing against her thigh and instinctively knew it was Lin Nan's doing. "Lin Nan, you hypocrite, what are you doing?" she shouted. Nothing," he stammered, quickly regaining his composure and feigning a nonchalant demeanor. "As you said, you possess assets to be proud of. However, should you wish to maintain that delightful little backside, you ought to express gratitude to me." Chapter 45, Challenging the Underworld Society, Part 3, Gratitude? "Why should I thank you?" Li Shui questioned, aware of Lin Nan's intention to treat the bruise on her backside. As he began to unfasten her belt, she allowed him to proceed without resistance. "What in the world?" Within 10 seconds, Lin Nan was drenched in sweat. "Li Shui, what are you doing? Why is your belt so tight? I can't loosen it." "You fool. It is to prevent you rascals from taking advantage of me." Lin Nan understood her implication and, with a resigned expression, retrieved a finely crafted dagger from her waist. As he drew the blade, a glint of cold steel caught his eye. "What a fine knife," he remarked. "Of course it is," Li Shui giggled. "This was a special military dagger my grandfather commissioned from our country for my 18th birthday. Not only is the metal a rare and expensive alloy, but the design also required considerable effort." Li Shui seemed to have forgotten her vulnerable position before Lin Nan, engaging in lively conversation. Suddenly, upon seeing Lin Nan press the dagger against her back, she gasped, "Lin Nan, what do you intend to do?" "I am cutting your belt and making a small incision in your trousers," he explained, realizing that the bruise was located just above her backside, rendering the removal of her leather pants unnecessary. "Your injury lies between your waist and your backside." as Lin Nan gently peeled back her leather pants. He felt the smoothness of her delicate skin, igniting a rush of excitement throughout his body. Yet, he maintained a demeanor akin to a doctor tending to a patient, exuding an air of solemnity. Producing a box of silver needles from his waist, he prepared to perform acupuncture on Li Shui. Her body trembled slightly, and when she turned to see two silver needles embedded in her rear, panic set in, and 2 tears streamed down her cheeks. Lin Nan observed this without intending to offer comfort. Sensing her tremors, he tentatively asked, "Are you frightened? Are you even capable?" Li Shui responda, "Incredulos." Acupuncture is a highly specialized skill. How could someone your age possibly know how to do it? In truth, Lin Nan wished to confess that he had merely dabbled in it out of interest. However, witnessing her current state of fear, he decided to remain silent, as the procedure was swift and nearly instantaneous. After securing the silver needles, he could not help but pat her rear gently. "There, you should be able to move now." After testing her mobility, Li Shui found herself able to stand as before. Bouncing on the spot with a sense of relief in that moment, her hand shot out towards Lin Nan once more. Clearly, this impulsive reaction had been anticipated by Lin Nan, who effortlessly countered her strike, catching her wrist tightly in his fist. "How ungrateful you are, little brat," he exclaimed in frustration. Li Shui huffed, her disdain for Lin Nan palpable. "What do you mean ungrateful? You caused me this injury. I am merely letting you off lightly." "Someone is coming," Lin Nan noted, observing Li Shui's expression shift, indicating she too had sensed the presence of outsiders approaching through the bamboo grove. Lin Nan gradually loosened his fist, allowing the black whip to slowly return to Li Shui's grasp. "I trust you are a sensible individual and will not let this moment pass you by," he remarked, casting a glance at Li Shui's abdomen, and added with a smirk, "Do not forget that not only have I severed your belt, but your trousers also bear a small tear. I advise you to refrain from exerting yourself too much, lest your trousers fall to the ground, which would undoubtedly bring great embarrassment to you." The 3rd Mississippi. "Mind your own business," Li Shui huffed, stamping her feet in irritation as she tightly gripped the black whip in her delicate hand. "Hey, Lin Nan, look over there at that beautiful woman. Where?" Lin Nan turned around in confusion, only to receive a punch to the nose that a myriad of sharp and peculiar sensations surged through his head, causing tears and snot to pour forth that moment. Lin Nan had no time to consider his dignity. He collapsed to the ground, rolling about as he sought comfort in any way possible. Truth be told, he felt a swell of anger, never having anticipated that Li Shui could be so heartless. Despite his numerous acts of kindness towards her, he was met with nothing but a powerful fist. Lin Nan now regretted his own leniency. "Consider yourself unfortunate to have crossed paths with me, and in the future, keep your head down when passing by," she scoffed. With great effort, Lin Nan opened his eyes, eager to catch a glimpse of Li Shui's triumphant expression as she departed. Once her figure vanished into the bamboo grove, he sprang up like a carp leaping from the water, channeling his internal energy. A stream of pale yellow light collected at his fingertips, which he gently glided over his bruised nose, mending all his injuries. After the commotion caused by Li Shui, Lin Nan suddenly felt quite hungry. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, he was met with the unfortunate sight of Li Shui dining at a table with another beautiful woman. Feeling disheartened, he distanced himself and took his meal far away from them. To be honest, Lin Nan was exceedingly famished today, leading him to eat somewhat recklessly. However, he did not mind, especially since ever since he took up martial arts, he believed that a man should eat heartily for true satisfaction. "Lin Nan, are you also dining at school?" A melodious voice chimed in his ear. Turning around, he found Hai Ruashi and Lu Huiqing approaching. Clearing a space for them, he said, "Ah, it's you too. Ah, do you ladies feel a special connection with me?" Hai Ruashi shot him a sharp glance, unceremoniously rolling her eyes. "Lin Nan, do you know why this lady has come to find you?" To be frank, Lin Nan found it rather peculiar that all the girls he encountered at school seemed to possess such haughty demeanors. It was quite irksome that Li Shui was one thing, as she was the 3rd miss of a significant faction, commanding thousands of subordinates ready to serve her at any moment. But what was Hai Ruashi? "Are you also this arrogant? You will come to regret it." Lin Nan replied to Hai Ruoshi with a bewildering remark before taking another hearty bite of his food. How rude. Aren't you afraid of choking? Lu Huiqing pulled a bottle of mineral water from her bag and offered it to Lin Nan. Here, take this to be careful not to embarrass yourself here. Just as Lin Nan was about to accept the water, he heard Hai Ruoshi burst into laughter. Glancing back at her, he said, "Oh, beautiful lady, your laughter rings like silver bells. Surely, you have a unique perspective on my eating habits." Indeed, Hai Ruoshi's bright eyes conveyed a teasing nature, yet her earnest nod suggested a hint of affirmation. Huiqing is the type of gentle girl who wouldn't understand what it means to be a man. I think your eating style is quite dashing. Oh, quite unique and dashing, you say? Just how dashing? Lin Nan continued to devour his food. As dashing as a marshal. Ha! Hai Ruoshi handed her lunchbox over to him. Here, have this too, that I wish to appreciate your dashing eating style. At that moment, Hai Ruoshi rummaged through her bag, only to seem disappointed when she looked up. However, upon witnessing Lin Nan's eating style, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Grabbing Lu Huiqing's hand, she exclaimed, Huiqing, I forgot my camera. Do you have yours? Chapter 46. The Turmoil Sparked by 1 Yuan, Part 1. After a moment of calm, Lu Huiqing hesitantly replied, I don't think I brought it. Huh? Huiqing, what kind of talk is that? After finishing his portion, Lin Nan took Hai Ruoshi's lunchbox, noting the stark difference in their meals. Lin Nan's was clearly of inferior quality, while Hai Ruoshi's box contained dishes specially delivered from home. In both quantity and quality, there was no comparison. Hai Ruoshi seems to appreciate my eating style. Let her take a couple of photos for keepsake. Huh? Fool, your eating style is like a marshal's, but more akin to that of the heavenly pig marshal. Lin Nan stopped eating, his thoughts lingering on the image of Hai Ruoshi laughing heartily while covering her mouth. Moments later, he raised his head, shot Hai Ruoshi an annoyed glance, and moved to a far-off seat with her lunchbox. Behind him, he could hear the mocking laughter of both Hai Ruoshi and Lu Huiqing. Today seemed ill-fated in encounters with beautiful women. Just as he settled into another seat, a woman sat down beside him, her familiar scent wafting through the air. What is this fragrance? I have a bad feeling about this. What's wrong? Did you bully this lady earlier? And now you dare not even lift your head? The newcomer was none other than Li Shui, the third miss of the Jiangnan gang. Upon hearing her words, Lin Nan abruptly looked up, brushing his fingers across his forehead. Though regrettably, he was lacking in hair. Ah, beautiful lady, Lin Nan chuckled. It's you, what a coincidence that I never expected that after such a brief separation, we would meet again here. To be honest, Lin Nan was not keen on encountering Li Shui again. Sitting next to her made him feel an unsettling tension. Why? Need to be asked. A beauty of her caliber would undoubtedly draw countless gazes, and many would vie to protect her, with her sitting beside him. Lin Nan felt as though he had been thrust into the spotlight. Beautiful women bring disaster. Lin Nan shook his head and turned away to eat his meal. Even a simple meal has become uncomfortable. Lin Nan felt numerous unfriendly eyes upon him. However, he believed his life was not in immediate danger, for a gentleman would never reveal his violent inclinations in front of a woman he admired. Nevertheless, upon leaving the cafeteria, he could not be certain if he would enjoy a moment of peace. Clearly, Li Shui had sensed Lin Nan's discomfort and chuckled softly. Lin Nan, do you think my allure is formidable? Indeed, it is quite formidable. Reluctantly, he faced reality, however harsh it may be. Suddenly, Lin Nan turned around, his gaze landing on Li Shui's fair, delicate face, her beauty reminiscent of flowing water. Did you wash your face? You look even more adorned. At that moment, Lin Nan also noticed Li Shui had changed into a fresh outfit. Although she had a fiery personality, she favored wearing pure, light-colored garments. He leaned back slightly, noting that her lower half was clad in tight black jeans, complemented by knee-high coffee-colored boots. Looking back, he saw two handsome young men approaching, comparing himself to the two strangers in his mind. Lin Nan acknowledged that in terms of height, grace, and attire, he could not compete with these two heartthrobs. Yet in terms of looks, he felt he could hold his own, though when considering the overall package, he was clearly at a disadvantage. So what? Being handsome won't feed you. Lin Nan turned back to Li Shui, saying, I don't have a grudge against you, so why are you targeting me? But let me make it clear. I'm not someone to be trifled with. Lin Nan was certainly not an easy target. In fact, with his current martial prowess, while he might not be the strongest in the land, he was confident that within this university, he would find no worthy opponents unless they banded together. Such a scenario was highly improbable. Lin Nan understood that as long as he did not provoke the goddess in their hearts or offend their idol, he would be safe most days. However, life is a way of being inconvenient. When one seeks to avoid trouble, trouble often finds them. Clearly, Li Shui's anger had not dissipated. She intended to leverage the admiration of her followers to undermine Lin Nan. With a dismissive glance, Lin Nan noticed Li Shui was becoming rather full of herself, even humming a little tune in his presence. Lin Nan remarked, "Li Shui, it seems you are unaware of the saying, 1 man holds the pass. 10,000 men cannot open it. Do not push me into the spotlight. Otherwise, you shall regret it." "Ha! How could I be in danger? I would like to see how you are doomed," Li Shui said, taking small bites of her meal. "Do you believe that the moment I vacate this seat, trouble will immediately come knocking at your door? Ha! Do you think I'm doomed?" Lin Nan imitated her teasing tone. "Do you believe that if they send 1, I will defeat 1, and if they send 2, I will defeat 2? Li Shui clearly did not anticipate that Lin Nan was such a domineering young M. And, to be frank, she had no intention of harming him. It was merely an impulsive reaction when she saw him approaching, and she followed suit out of boredom, as both her elder and second sisters were absent. However, the current turn of events made her realize that she had underestimated the strength of her fans. "Miss Li Shui, may I sit here?" Lin Nan asked, lifting his gaze to find a handsome young man before him, whose large, expressive eyes crinkled into a smile. "Jiang Nan, sure, please do." "Why so formal?" "Huai Shu, you should join us as well," Li Shui replied. "Indeed." Jiang Nan, Huai Shu, these two are not to be trifled with. The former is the leader of the Shilu gang, as introduced in his family lineage. The latter, Huai Shu, is the head of the Dongbei gang. In Lin Nan's mind, he had always associated the Dongbei with robust and brawny figures, so it was quite surprising to see such a dashing gentleman in a position of authority. Naturally, one must not underestimate their cunning and prowess. Lin Nan felt no fear. The more prestigious their backgrounds, the less likely they were to resort to underhanded tactics like some petty individuals. They were all capable men who valued fair competition. On the contrary, Lin Nan felt a sense of honor in sharing a table with such formidable individuals. Anyone would feel privileged in his position. Realizing his own unworthy mindset, Lin Nan mentally chastised himself. "Damn it, they should feel honored to have encountered me today." Lost in thought, he returned his attention to his meal. "Miss Li Shui, why not introduce us to your friend?" Jiang Nan casually inquired. However, Lin Nan sensed an underlying tension in his tone, his heart racing as if it were boiling with blood. Feeling Li Shui gently tugging at his arm, Lin Nan barely managed to swallow his food before stammering. "Li Shui, what are you doing?" "Fool! Didn't you hear that the leader of the Shilu gang wants you introduced to Snow?" Li Shui exclaimed, her demeanor radiating an inexplicable shyness. "Fool!" Lin Nan sputtered his food, fortunate that he had lowered his head quickly. Otherwise, Huai Shu, sitting opposite him, would have been in trouble. Raising his head, his face flushed, he looked at Li Shui and said, "What exactly do you want?" "These two are the leaders of the Shilu and Dongbei gangs. There is no need for such theatrics." Chapter 47. A Storm Triggered by a Single Coin, Part 2. Haha, Jiang Nan. "Huai Shu, I apologize for the amusement at your expense," Li Shui said sweetly. "Lin Nan is quite timid. Although he is dating me, he seems rather intimidated by you two." At this, Lin Nan lifted his head. He had initially intended to clarify the situation, but it seemed unnecessary now, as Li Shui was willing to sacrifice her own reputation, that he was too apathetic to explain their relationship, as doing so would only affirm Li Shui's words that he indeed feared these two gentlemen. Truth be told, Lin Nan was more concerned about avoiding trouble than fearing them. The distinction was significant. He could easily be mischaracterized as a coward. Thus, with a courteous demeanor, he greeted the two leaders. "Hello, Jiang and Huai. I am Lin Nan. We rely on family at home and friends outside. I hope for your support in the future." It was evident that Huai Shu and Jiang Nan regained their composure after a brief moment of distraction. Smiling as they acknowledged Lin Nan, Jiang Nan spoke first. Lin Nan, while Miss Li Xue claims you are timid, I beg to differ. You see, Huai Shu and I, despite our esteemed positions as gang leaders, have long coveted Li Xue's affections, and we're planning how to pursue her without even having the chance to get acquainted. It seems you have beaten us to the punch, demonstrating that your courage is not lacking. Lin Nan analyzed Jiang Nan's peculiar smile, clearly a mix of self-deprecation and frustration. Huai Shu added, I heard you have only been at school for a mere 2 days. So based on that rapidity, it would be rather unwise for me to agree with Miss Li Xue's assessment. The adage, a graceful lady deserves a gentleman, rings true, Lin Nan. I, Huai Shu, am not so easily disheartened. Ah, what do you mean by that? Honestly, there is no need for you to say such things to me. To haha, in my eyes, there are plenty of beautiful women. You are welcome to pursue Snow as well. If she favors you, I, Lin Nan, could gracefully withdraw from the contest. Ha, Lin Nan, you truly are a forthright individual. I, Jiang Nan, appreciate a man who speaks his mind. Come, let us drink. With that, Jiang Nan grabbed Lin Nan, intending to take him outside the school for drinks. Huai Shu, you should join us as well. Let us get acquainted with this brother Lin Nan. Huai Shu glanced at Li Xue and said, Jiang Nan, this may not be wise. Our drinking capacities are well known, that if we were to intoxicate Lin Nan, I fear the third miss would be displeased. How about a friendly competition between the two of you? I shall abstain. Unexpectedly, Huai Shu proved to be quite straightforward. Lin Nan responded, Jiang, to be frank, I cannot go out tonight because I have plans with Snow. Haha, right, Snow? In truth, Li Xue genuinely wished for Lin Nan to be dragged out, as even if Huai Shu and Jiang Nan did not attack him, Lin Nan's guilty conscience would surely give him a fright for a couple of hours, which would be quite enjoyable for her. However, Lin Nan had passed the ball back to her, and Li Xue sighed, acknowledging that he was indeed a crafty fellow. Lin Nan certainly did not doubt that Li Xue would allow him to leave, especially since she had just displayed the demeanor of a loving girlfriend. To disregard their feelings now would easily expose their relationship, given the influence of these two individuals within the school. It would not take long for the truth about Lin Nan and Li Xue's ambiguous connection to emerge. With the conversation taking a turn, Lin Nan had declared he had plans with Snow, and Jiang Nan and Huai Shu understood that lingering any longer would only leave a negative impression on Li Xue. Thus, they bid farewell, that in Lin Nan's mind, a pair of sharp eyes had been observing them, belonging to the girl he had seen dining with Li Xue upon his arrival. Lin Nan chose not to acknowledge her. Firstly, there was no need, and secondly, he wished to avoid further complications that in this day and age. A beautiful woman is indeed a treasure, especially one with power and influence who is yet to be dealt with. Who knows what kind of extraordinary character the girl dining with Li Xue might be. Lin Nan, my second sister has been watching you for quite some time. Why don't you greet her? Li Xue nudged Lin Nan's shoulder. Just moments prior, Wanda had informed him about the ambiguous relationships among the three heads of the Jiang Nan gang, hinting at potential romantic pursuits that if the girl across the table was indeed Li Xue's second sister, Lin Nan would have no choice but to avoid her. How could he dare approach her? You fool! I warn you, do not tell anyone we are dating. Who do you think you are? Lin Nan retorted, saying something brash as he turned to leave in the opposite direction of Li Xue's second sister. Due to his agreement with Huang Jiang, Lin Nan was restricted from leaving the school for half a month, especially at night, that it was best to remain in his dormitory, as Tang Guogua, that little girl, enjoyed wandering out at night, that if he were unfortunate enough to encounter her, not only would Lin Nan face dire consequences, but Officer Huang would also be implicated. Lin Nan had never quite understood the extent of the Tang family's influence. Even Officer Huang seemed wary of them. They must have some significant backing. What significant backing? A deep voice suddenly boomed from within the dormitory. Lin Nan furrowed his brow and turned, startled at the sight of the two figures. Haha, why not us? It seems fate has brought us together. Lin Nan, prepare to be beaten daily, chuckled Wangda and the second lewd fellow. In a dormitory that could accommodate four, Lin Nan glanced at the upper bunk, occupied by a frail scholar. It seemed there was no way to engage with this guy. It's just you two, that's fine. At least I won't have to meet new friends, Lin Nan replied, unperturbed by the two lewd individuals. The student on the upper bunk was named Yang Tian, a major in accounting. Lin Nan and the two lewd fellows were scheduled for a competition in the school arena the day after tomorrow. Any gang that applied for a battle must compete in the school arena. The losing gang would have their number revoked and their members disbanded. From this perspective, Lin Nan had no reason for in-depth discussions with them. As he put it, it was to avoid unnecessary bloodshed in the future. So he kept quiet. As for the scholar, Yang Tian, he was nothing more than a bookworm. After Lin Nan took a nap and awoke, the young man was still engrossed in his studies in the dead of night. Lin Nan slipped out of the dormitory, heading toward the bamboo grove where he had sparred with Li Shue. His senses scanned the area, and the surroundings were eerily silent within 100 meters. Once settled in meditation, Lin Nan continued practicing the internal cultivation methods of the Sunflower Classic. In Lin Nan's mind, a vague illusion persisted. Featuring divine beings, phantoms, monks, and cold-blooded rulers in the dreamscape. Lin Nan stood at the center, observing scenes flowing around him as if they had transpired before. Despite the modern perception that such ancient martial arts had become obscure, Lin Nan found the learning process effortless, as everything felt so familiar. Thus, he speculated that his rebirth was not as simple as it appeared. However, he chose not to dwell on these absurd and convoluted thoughts. As the saying goes, the ship will find its way when it reaches the bridge. Lin Nan was confident that once his martial skills reached a certain level, a new vista would unfold before him. The next day, Lin Nan slipped back into the dormitory early. Both lewd fellows were deep in slumber, while Yang Tian remained at his desk studying. Upon the entrance of Lin Nan, Yang Tian merely cast a dubious glance before returning to his book. Elder sister, a scoundrel truly bullied me yesterday. However, I was no match for him, so I sought your justice. I insist that upon your return, you must teach that bastard a lesson. Li Shue languidly reclined on her bed, her face adorned with slices of cucumber. Chapter 48. The turmoil arising from 1 Yuan, Part 3. On the other end of the line was Li Shue's elder sister, the formidable Liang Xing, a prominent figure within the Jiangnan gang, currently in her 3rd year at Lanyang University, where she also commanded considerable respect. Even Jin Yaobao would show her a modicum of deference. Li Shue's dormitory housed 4 occupants, comprising 3 young ladies from the Jiangnan gang and another named Lu Yin. Lu Yin, the most unassuming among them, remained indifferent despite the throngs of noble suitors vying for her attention. Her heart steadfastly untouched in the realm of female rivalry. Comparisons were commonplace. Thus, any male whom Lu Yin deemed unworthy was mercilessly abandoned by the 3 Jiangnan sisters. Dong, the second sister of the Jiangnan gang, the very beauty who had frightened Lin Nan away yesterday, was now clad in a soft silk nightgown, leisurely airing out her garments in the corridor. Upon hearing Li Shue's inexplicable reprimand, her exquisite features formed an incredulous arc, mirroring Lu Yan's astonishment. Dong pondered, chuckling, "Fourth sister, it seems our esteemed 3rd sister may have already captured someone's heart." Lu Yin giggled mischievously. "Second sister, shall we eavesdrop? Who dares to bully my little 3rd sister? Inform elder sister. I shall return tomorrow to thoroughly discipline that ruffian." "But how did he mistreat you?" Li Shue's face flushed slightly. "Elder sister, why do you ask?" "Naturally, I must ascertain his egregious errors. He pulled down my pants. He pulled down your pants, my little ancestor. And what transpired next?" The voice on the other end of the line grew noticeably agitated. "Then he spanked me twice." The 2 listeners behind the wall could detect no anger in Li Shue's tone, only an unmistakable hint of delight. Dong and Li Shue exchanged bewildered glances, feeling a twinge of jealousy. "And what happened afterward?" "Elder sister, after such an incident, what else could possibly follow? Regardless, I demand you assist me in punishing him upon your return." Li Shue's insistence was resolute. She felt that revealing the truth of Lin Nan administering treatment to her posterior would surely dissuade her elder sister, who valued factuality, from offering any help. Alas, I was puzzled yesterday as to why our little 3rd sister displayed such concern for that that it appears he has already taken liberties with our Shuer. That dastardly fellow shall face my wrath. Dong huffed, storming out. Despite her ignorance of the young man's identity, she could inquire with Jiangnan or Huisu at this moment, Lu Yin, who had been listening intently. Noticed Li Shui's slight sobbing. Worried, she sprang forward, only to find Li Shui pinching her nose and mimicking a peculiar expression, producing a plaintive sound reminiscent of a mountain stream. Lu Yin shot Li Shui an exasperated glance. Always up to mischief. Little third. Do tell elder sister who that scoundrel is. She shall return today to teach him a lesson. Oh, cease your tears. That scoundrel's name is Lin Nan. As Lin Nan entered the classroom, a profound silence enveloped the space. As if stifled by an unseen force, his long-conditioned instincts warned him that something was amiss. Standing at the doorway, he scanned the room, and his heart sank upon noticing a girl surrounded by stunning beauties. All dressed similarly. Just as Lin Nan resolved to retreat, a voice called out from within, "Second sister, that is the Lin Nan you seek." Why did Lin Nan wish to flee upon seeing this woman? Simply put, he had recognized her as Li Shui's second sister. After returning home yesterday, he had made a special visit to the school's electronic reading room, ostensibly to study, but in reality, to peruse the Jiangnan gang's records. He understood that this seemingly innocent girl was, in fact, the notorious Ying Dong, and the 8 girls surrounding her were undoubtedly her loyal guards. Damn it, this spy. Once I navigate this ordeal, I shall teach you a lesson. Realizing escape was futile, Lin Nan boldly approached Ying Dong to greet her. "Hello, so it is the second demon, miss. It seems you have come early specifically to find me." Upon catching sight of Lin Nan, Ying Dong's interest was piqued. She thought, this slick, well-groomed fellow possesses some audacity, and is not lacking in looks either. And if he can survive my scrutiny, perhaps he and Li Shui may have their fun. Unbeknownst to Lin Nan, Ying Dong's thoughts were far from benign. The ire of her and her entourage simmered, and even the most excruciating punishment would not quell their fury. Ying Dong's smile, though strained, remained strikingly beautiful. Yet to Lin Nan, this was the epitome of the second demon. "Lin Nan, do you know why I come to find you today?" Ying Dong stepped forward. "Come with me." "Fool, I can deduce your intentions merely by your demeanor," Lin Nan replied. Obediently following Ying Dong, in the midst of astonished gazes, Lin Nan abruptly collided with a wall that as he had been looking down, he failed to see which girl he had bumped into. It was likely one of the second demon's 8 guards. The collision was unfortunate, landing squarely against her bosom, and as Lin Nan inhaled the intoxicating scent, he felt himself drifting into a daze. Sensing the rigidity of the girl before him, Lin Nan realized he had been utterly disrespectful. Yet he remained entranced by the soft sensation, contemplating how many men were drawn to a woman with ample bosoms. The pleasure was undeniable. "Lin Nan, are you not going to move?" "It's you." Lin Nan looked up, only to find it was Ying Dong. She was furious, and the consequences would be dire. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Nan was momentarily stunned by her beauty, she kicked him sharply in the groin. Though Lin Nan had encountered many beauties, Ying Dong possessed a unique allure that left him utterly captivated. The pain sent him sprawling to the ground, but his mind was consumed with visions of Ying Dong's exquisite features. Her flustered yet indignant expression in that moment. Lin Nan felt he had encountered a soulmate, a sensation he had never experienced even with Lin Zito. Could it truly be, as the lyrics suggest, that when one gazes upon their match, the body instinctively responds? "Drag this scoundrel to the bamboo grove," Ying Dong declared, her patience worn thin after Lin Nan's audacious behavior in front of so many onlookers. "Ying Dong, I do not hold it against you for kicking me there," Lin Nan grunted through the pain, managing to regain his footing despite his disheveled appearance, his legs tightly clamped to protect his vulnerable area. "However, could you perhaps choose another target next time? Kicking there is quite detrimental to a man." Ying Dong, dismissive of his protests, continued onward. Her haughty demeanor incited Lin Nan's pride, as he thought, had it not been for his parents' misfortune, he might well be the son of one of the empire's wealthiest families. How dare these young girls look down upon him? Nevertheless, Lin Nan refused to allow such thoughts to dampen his spirit. Channeling his inner strength, he summoned the essence of life to his groin. And after a brief moment, the pain subsided. "I will not accompany you to the bamboo grove," Lin Nan shouted boldly from behind Ying Dong. Chapter 49, The Deception, Part 1. Ying Dong regarded Lin Nan with curiosity. Her delicate hand gesturing, and her 8 loyal guards closed in on him. Ying Dong calmly approached. Are you seeking a beating? You are the first to dare shout at me. Fear not. I do not intend to kill you. I merely wish to see where you assaulted our third sister yesterday. Come along. Lin Nan resolutely replied, Dong, I will not go. That may not be your decision to make, she retorted, and with that, her guards prepared to lift him. Lin Nan, summoning an immense force within, felt his body grow dense, as though he were a neutron star, rendering the 8 girls' strength inconsequential, like droplets in the ocean, vanishing without a trace. Second sister, we cannot move him, one guard exclaimed, flustered that at this moment, Dong noticed Lin Nan's unwavering gaze upon her. Realizing this fellow was utterly shameless. How could a man gaze upon a woman without blinking? After a moment, Dong regained her composure, only to discover that her 8 companions had also become acutely aware of the awkwardness of the situation. As a distinguished young lady, this was the first time she felt such a fiery gaze penetrate her heart. Previously, the suitors who showered her with flowers and diamonds had failed to ignite any genuine interest, having grown weary of their insincerity. She found herself unexpectedly captivated by Lin Nan's unabashed stare. Just as she pondered the significance of this moment, her thigh once again made contact with Lin Nan's groin. Lin Nan hopped on the ground, clutching his groin in agony, exclaiming, You wicked woman! Did I not tell you to refrain from striking that area? You may hit me anywhere else at your leisure, but you are so impatient that I shall repay you in kind later. Oh, the pain is unbearable. I am in excruciating torment. Lin Nan urgently needed to find a place to recuperate. After being kicked twice in succession, he feared that if he did not tend to himself carefully, the weighty responsibility of continuing his lineage might soon fall to Dong's capable legs. Second sister, you kicked him twice in a row, a nearby bodyguard chuckled. But I must say, the way that lad looks at you, second sister, is rather intense that I dare say he must have a liking for you. Dong scoffed dismissively, retorting, I could easily gather 10 individuals from the entire school, and at least one would be utterly devoted to me. At least 9 would harbor affection for me. What is so extraordinary about that? By the time Lin Nan returned to the classroom, it was already afternoon. Dong's kicks had indeed been rather fierce, yet Lin Nan found this invigorating. Wow, I have encountered the goddess of my life. Alas, this girl is too fiery. I must employ a strategy to win her over. Should I persist relentlessly? Employ soft persuasion. Take her out for a lavish meal. Go shopping. How mundane, Lin Nan sighed in his seat, muttering. Am I not merely tormenting myself with such trivialities? What is the matter? Are you contemplating how to woo a girl? Lin Nan opened his eyes to see the second lecherous one before him. Mind your own business, Lin Nan replied. Gesturing rudely, the second lecherous one chuckled. I merely fear for your embarrassment. You see, your lament was rather loud, nearly audible to everyone in the classroom. However, I have no interest in your goddess. Thank you for the reminder. But may I timidly inquire why you are here if you have no interest? Lin Nan was seated quite far from the 2 lecherous ones. The second lecherous one said, Lin Nan, I truly cannot fathom what sort of person you are. Do you not know that the school's Underworld Association has issued a red punishment order against you? Lin Nan was indeed aware of the red punishment order. It was a punitive measure employed by the school's Underworld Association against troublemakers. Anyone subject to such an order became a target throughout the school, to be beaten upon sight. What on earth? When did I incur the wrath of the Underworld Association? At this moment, Lin Nan recalled that he owed that girl Lu Yen $1. Damn it! That girl is so petty. For the sake of a single dollar, she has issued a kill order against me throughout the entire school that I swear, if I do not confront the Underworld Association today, I shall not remain in this school any longer. What? You intend to confront the Underworld Association? The second lecherous one burst into laughter, as if Lin Nan had just shared the most ludicrous joke of the day. Watching Lin Nan storm out of the classroom in anger, he mused, this lad cannot truly be a hot-headed fool. Can he? The Underworld Association is not a place just anyone can enter. Yenna, what are you doing? The red punishment order is aimed at incorrigible students, those beyond redemption. How could you issue such an order against Lin Nan? At the desk, a captivating woman exhaled a fragrant sigh, her tone seemingly indulgent, yet lacking in the severity of punishment. Lu Yen fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, her eyelids fluttering as she looked at her teacher's wife. That in truth, she was most afraid of her master. Thus, she remained by Huang Yin's side, half pouting, half pestering. Teacher's wife, it is all because that scoundrel Lin Nan bullied my third sister. I must do something for her, don't you think I am right? You little troublemaker. Yang Go snapped, breaking a piece of chalk and throwing it at her. After 3 throws, Lu Yin giggled and clung to Yang Go, playfully whining. Yang Go had a habit of punishing others. His method required 3 procedures, regardless of the severity of the offense, as long as the punishment was administered 3 times. He would turn a blind eye to the matter. Having thrown 3 pieces of chalk, he demonstrated that he had already forgiven Lu Yan's mischief. However, this trouble is of your own making. You must resolve it yourself. I do not believe that lad is easily dealt with. This mess you have stirred, you must handle it yourself. The do not expect to gain any advantage here. Yang Go stated firmly, appearing to be a paragon of impartiality. Lu Yin was well aware of Yang Go's biases. Her master was quite protective and would not abandon her. That moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. Yang Go furrowed his brows. Come in. A student under the jurisdiction of the Underworld Association entered. Naturally, to become a member of the Underworld Association, one had to possess considerable skill, typically having studied martial arts for years or come from a notable family. Yang Go recognized this student, having previously offered him guidance. Speak. Who has beaten you so severely? It had been years since anyone dared to disturb the Underworld Association, and seeing the beaten individual before him, bloodied and tearful, Yang Go cast a fleeting glance at Lu Yin. If this person is not Lin Nan, that would be fortunate. But if it is Lin Nan, Yinner, you truly know how to bring trouble to your master. However, Lu Yin could see Yang Go's emotions were stirred, and she reluctantly admitted her fault. President, the one who attacked our member is Lin Nan. Oh, so it is that lad. Huh? After a moment of self-satisfaction, Yang Go stroked his beard and cleared his throat. It has been quite some time since anyone dared to lay hands on our Underworld Association. This trend cannot continue. Follow me. I wish to see what this lad is truly made of. Why was Yang Go able to deduce that it was Lin Nan? The reason was simple. Historically, no student had ever dared to provoke the Underworld Association. Yet Lin Nan, who had registered to join the association alone just the day before, struck Yang Go as refreshingly audacious. Frankly speaking, Yang Go admired Lin Nan's fearless spirit. Generally, those without some capability would not possess such confidence or composure. Moreover, the red punishment order had only just been issued that morning, and by afternoon, someone had been beaten. Even if this individual was not Lin Nan, he would still be closely associated with him. But Yang Go ultimately underestimated Lin Nan. He never anticipated that Lin Nan was not there to reason but to use his fists. At that moment, Yang Go heard the injured member's words and inquired, "What do you mean our member? Aside from injuring you, who else did that lad harm?" Lu Yin also found it puzzling and remarked, "Hu Chung, you are all elites of the association. How could you be so thoroughly trounced by Lin Nan? Surely, there must be some mistake." Hu Chung, looking despondent, replied, "That individual claimed to be Lin Nan, and his appearance matched the photo exactly. So I doubt there was any error." Lu Yin then realized she had entangled herself with a bandit. "Master, do not worry. This is the headquarters of the National University Underworld Association, with 8 formidable warriors here. It is impossible for Lin Nan to break in. Although most of the senior brothers are unable to return immediately, I believe you will be able to handle him." The Underworld Association was a nationwide organization. But it was not a criminal gang. Its purpose was to eliminate the scourge of the underworld from the school and maintain order, as well as to prevent outside gangs from causing trouble on campus. Currently, the association had only 4 leaders, known as the 4 Great Fiends of Longyang University, with 8 elite warriors under their command. The organization was simple, yet its strength was formidable. The 8 elite warriors included the Eagle Riders, Lion Riders, Qilin Riders, Phoenix Riders, Dragon Riders, Leopard Riders, and Wolf Riders. Among these, the Qilin, Phoenix, and Dragon Riders were the C Army de la C Army, their strength often surpassing that of the 4 Great Fiends. However, these individuals had all received some form of education from the 4 Great Fiends and generally obeyed them. They were selected from among the outstanding martial artists in universities nationwide, forming an indomitable force that Hu Chung, the individual before them, was the third chief in his family and was currently responsible for guarding the headquarters of the Underworld Association. Naturally, a place like the Underworld Association headquarters could not be guarded by a single individual. Yongo had previously dispatched several of the more available leaders among the 8 elite warriors back to the school to maintain order. As the campus gangs had grown increasingly bold, hearing Liu Yan's deflection, Yongo suddenly turned back, stating, "Yinner, I have warned you before, as long as that lad does not directly target our Underworld Association. The trouble you have caused is yours to resolve. Besides, you are the leader of the Phoenix Riders. Surely you can handle this hot-headed fool, if not, you will surely disappoint your master." Upon hearing this, Liu Yin cunningly assured him, "Master, do not worry. I will certainly teach him a lesson he will not forget." Yongo was still pondering the question he had posed to Hu Chung when Liu Yin interrupted him, almost causing him to forget. "Hu Chung, I ask you, how did you end up here? Were you not at the Imperial University handling matters? And how did Lin Nan manage to strike you, aside from you? Who else did he harm?" Hu Chung replied, "President, Lin Nan issued the Red Punishment Order, so I brought 8 brothers back from the Imperial University to witness the spectacle. Little did I know that the lad had set his sights on us. When he approached and asked if we were the Eagle Claws of the Underworld Association, I was incensed and replied affirmatively that, to my surprise, that lad played a dirty trick, launching an unexpected attack and knocking me out with a single punch. When I came to, the other 8 members were all lying on the ground, defeated by Lin Nan. Hence, I came to report." Yongo, upon hearing this explanation, remarked, "Your reasoning does not add up that if that were the case. Wouldn't Lin Nan have long since stormed the office? Are your 8 brothers still trying to restrain him? How could our brothers possibly hold back that bull?" Hu Chung retrieved a tissue to wipe away his tears and nosebleed. Continuing, "When I awoke, Lin Nan was engaged in a fierce scuffle with 2 women, battling to a standstill, so I seized the opportunity to slip away." "What a disgrace, you! Liu Yin scolded, poking Hu Cheng's forehead. Huang Yin, being the more perceptive one, inquired, "Hu Chung, given Lin Nan's imposing demeanor, when did our school acquire female students capable of matching his strength?" Hu Chung replied, "I didn't see clearly, but one of them looked quite familiar. Likely Ying Dong, and the other seems to be Lian Xing, the leader of the Jiangnan gang. Ha! It seems Lin Nan has gotten himself entangled with that girl Lian Xing." Upon hearing Hu Cheng's words, Yongo burst into laughter. However, Huang Yin's expression turned somewhat anxious as she remarked, "Darling, Ying Dong is also involved, and this matter was instigated by Liu Yin. It seems rather suspicious." "My dear wife, you are absolutely correct," Yongo acknowledged. "Hu Chung, you should investigate this matter. There are not many left at headquarters, and I apologize for putting you in this position. The president is far too gracious. Serving the club is both my responsibility and obligation. I shall promptly gather the information and relay it back." Hu Chung said before taking his leave. At this point, only 3 individuals remained in the office. Huang Yin pondered, with only 8 formidable warriors left at headquarters. "Darling, don't you think we should take measures at Longyang University? It might be time to recall the 8 warriors. Is that truly necessary?" Yongo tugged at his beard and replied, "Even if Jin Yaobao, Lian Xing, Jiang Nan, and Huai Shu harbor grievances against our Underworld Association, what of it? Ying Dong can easily divert Lian Xing, and Liu Yin is more than capable of handling that little fatso Jin Yaobao. As for Jiang Nan and Huai Shu, with Hu Chung and his 18 Tiger Guards present, I doubt there's much to worry about that. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that the second statue has quietly returned. You will soon see that young man." Upon hearing that the second statue had returned to Longyang University, Huang Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Nonetheless, he added, "However, with Lin Nan causing such a ruckus, I fear the second statue may only manage to contend with Lin Nan if we cannot suppress him this time. I believe you will at least need to recall a unit, or the school will undoubtedly descend into chaos." In the hall of the Underworld Association, after Lin Nan battled 8 Tiger Guards, he was about to storm into the Underworld Association's office with great fury when he suddenly sensed a piercing gaze from behind. As the Star of Calamity turned around, he found it was Ying Dong. The weavered it is worth noting that not only the cowherd admires the weaver girl. Even the Star of Calamity holds a fondness for the weaver star. Lin Nan could unmistakably sense a wave of murderous intent emanating from the girl beside Ying Dong. He quickly recognized that this woman was none other than Lian Xing, the leader of the Jiangnan gang. Lian Xing, a 20-year-old woman, had matured into a captivating beauty, reminiscent of a ripe peach. That it was no surprise that all three leaders of the Jiangnan gang were fiery women. Known for their fiery tempers and flamboyant attire, as if red were their signature color, Lian Xing donned a light-colored knit sweater layered with a pale red leather vest, complemented by tight-fitting crimson trousers that accentuated her slender figure. "So, you are Lin Nan?" Before Lin Nan could fully appreciate her, he was met with a fierce roar. Typically, Lin Nan enjoyed the melodious tones of a woman's voice, relishing in the experience. However, in a life-or-death situation, he would unreservedly choose the former. Thus, upon hearing Lian Xing's domineering inquiry, Lin Nan retorted, "So you are the Lian Xing of the Jiangnan gang, the so-called woman who does not yield to men? I see you are nothing remarkable. There is no need for you to bark here. Whatever tricks you have, I shall take them all." Chapter 51. Being Played, Part 3. "You are the first person to dare speak to me like this." Lin Nan felt utterly helpless and pointed at Ying Dong, saying, "Lian Xing, let me be frank with you. I am not swayed by your tactics. Damn it. Even Li Shui said that I was the first to dare speak to her like this." And Ying Dong here, Donger, also remarked it was her first time someone spoke to her in such a manner. "But I want to ask, what is so remarkable about your Jiangnan gang? Today, I dare to confront the Underworld Association alone. Your Jiangnan gang is nothing to me. I'm not afraid to tell you that I plan to take on your Jiangnan gang too. What do you intend to do about it?" "Lin Nan, you shameless wretch. Who told you to call me Dong?" Ying Dong's face flushed crimson. "You better not call me that, or I will beat you every time I see you." Lin Nan opened his mouth to retort but decided against it. "Ying Dong, I will not bicker with you. Everything you said is correct. Fine, you have already taught me a lesson this morning. Now step aside. Your Jiangnan gang women are so self-important. Today, I intend to wake you up one by one. If that is the case, why should I step aside?" Ying Dong challenged. "You step aside first. I will come find you tonight for a private lesson." Lin Nan, fueled by anger, spoke without a filter, blurting out whatever came to mind. Once the words left his mouth, he realized they were inappropriate and quickly added, "All right, your Jiangnan gang women clearly dislike me. You should all come at once, and it would be best to summon Li Shui as well. Today, I shall deal with all three of your arrogant women." Oh my, just then Li Shui arrived, catching Lin Nan's boastful words. "Lin Nan, do you dare?" I dare. What are you, a ghost that won't leave me alone? I dare to do anything. Even take you three women as concubines, I dare." Lin Nan suddenly fell silent, cursing himself inwardly. How did I let that slip? How will I face these three women in the future? What he said was not entirely baseless. Despite the current monogamous marriage system in society, many powerful tycoons have several wives. Albeit unregistered, it was evident that the three women were furious. But what drove them to the brink was that this remark was overheard by the arriving Liu Yin, accompanied by several members of the Underworld Association. Now the three women were in quite the predicament. "Ha, Lin Nan, what grand ambitions you have. Aiming for 3 wives and 4 concubines are we?" Yongo, always so blunt, remarked, "You still do not know who Lian Xing is, do you? She is the little princess of the Empire's second financial consortium. Not only do suitors line up at her door, but they are all noble sons of kings and lords. Look at how you present yourself now. Do you think anyone would be interested in you? Not to mention Ying Dong and Li Shui. You should go home and take a good look at yourself." Uncle, is that you?" Lin Nan felt rather embarrassed. "Didn't I say that this little lady pushed me to my limits, which is why I said that to irritate them?" Saying this, Lin Nan pulled out a 1 yuan coin from his pocket and tossed it to Liu Yin, glaring at her as he said, "Liu Yin, you crazy girl, is it really necessary to issue a red penalty order just because I owe you $1? I'll give you that 1 yuan back. Just cancel the ridiculous order." Yongo looked at Lin Nan in astonishment, and Huang Yin was equally taken aback. Yongo said, "You really are thick-skinned. Who do you think I am? I am Yongo, the fierce god in your eyes, and this is the yellow-faced woman you refer to. You not only disrupt our gathering, but also dare to make such unreasonable demands that you think our Underworld Association is your personal emergency clinic. Ha! Lin Nan laughed heartily. So you are Yongo. Honestly, you are nothing special. Lin Nan was feeling somewhat reckless now. He had to consider a way out. Not only had he offended the Underworld Association, but the Jiangnan gang also viewed him as an enemy. Furthermore, he had just made such ignorant remarks, undoubtedly antagonizing the three leaders of the Jiangnan gang. Lin Nan also recalled that the leaders of the Shilu gang and Dongbei gang were likely his romantic rivals. And even the student council president, Jin Yaobao, had a grudge against him. Damn it, with no one to back him up, this world truly makes survival difficult. Lin Nan thought to himself, fighting would certainly not end well. He had come merely to reason things out. A wise man avoids unnecessary conflict. If hard tactics won't work, soft ones must be employed. Lin Nan swallowed hard and said, So, Yongo, what exactly do you want? This mess was instigated by your Underworld Association. I only injured your member in response. If there is blame, it lies with you. I came here to inquire how you plan to deal with me. As far as I know, the red penalty order is issued to those who are utterly irredeemable. You putting that on my head is quite the conundrum. Seeing Lin Nan's submission, Yongo felt even more triumphant, saying, Since the red penalty order has been issued, there is no reason to retract it. According to the rules, someone will come to provoke you within a year. It is unavoidable. After all, you owe money and have not repaid it. Lin Nan accepted his fate, saying, Fine, I concede it's just a trivial matter of 1 yuan. I'll take the fall for it. Lu Yin, return that 1 yuan to me. Huh? Yongo's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Lin Nan. How can you be so ridiculous? We can discuss the matter of that 1 yuan later. But right now, you assaulted a member of our Underworld Association. What do you propose we do about that? I'm at my wit's end. How was I to know what to do? I had no idea your Underworld Union was so nefarious. Otherwise, I would not have come here. Lin Nan thought to himself, resolved that as long as he did not antagonize the entire school, he would consider himself fortunate. If you don't know what to do, allow me to enlighten you. Yongo interjected. Our Underworld Union has always conducted its affairs with fairness. Since you've come to confront us, if we let you leave unscathed, what face would we have left to maintain our standing in this school? So they intend to teach me a lesson, Lin Nan reflected, considering himself a formidable opponent. If he were to die, he would do so with dignity. A gentleman takes his revenge 10 years later. If Yongo were to approach this carelessly today, he would find himself at odds with the Underworld Union for the next 4 years. Lin Nan was curious to see who among them would dare to take action against him. Yongo, what exactly do you intend? At this point, Lin Nan had thoroughly provoked the wrath of the fierce Yongji It had been ages since someone had addressed him so openly in public. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no anger, yet as a lord of his domain, Yongo strove to temper his fury. Lin Nan, your fate is sealed, he declared. In matters of the underworld, we take our grievances seriously. Since you dare to challenge us, you must accept the red penalty decree of our union. Furthermore, during this year, any faction other than our union is free to trouble you. No need for that. Lin Nan waved dismissively, asserting, including your underworld union, I fear not a mere pile of bird droppings. Even if you do not seek me out, I shall visit your underworld union daily. Let me make this clear. Every day. As many waves of people come to trouble me, I will return in kind to dismantle your union. I recall now. It would be wise for you not to conspire against me from the shadows. Yongo, hear me well. No matter how you may plot against me, I will not be driven from this school under flimsy pretenses. You must understand that for individuals like us, pursuing an education is no simple task. Should I discover that you are settling personal scores, mark my words, the mountains remain unchanged and the waters flow on. I will not believe that I cannot bring your underworld union to justice. Chapter 52. Played for a Fool, Part 4. But you cannot leave today. Yongo retorted. Rest assured, such actions are beneath our underworld union. Why can't I leave? Can you truly stop me? I am curious to see what prowess the legendary 4 fierce spirits possess, other than bullying the weak through sheer numbers. Truth be told, Lin Nan was somewhat afraid. If Yang Go, the yellow-faced woman, and the few before him rushed him, he would not only perish but also be thoroughly humiliated. If your underworld union has the ability, let us adhere to the rules. Choose one person for a duel in the arena, and the loser shall retreat into obscurity. Yang Go chuckled darkly. Even so, we must resolve today as matters first. You have assaulted 9 members of our underworld union, and you expect to walk out unchallenged? Lu Yin, you and the others, go teach this arrogant fool a lesson. Wait! Lin Nan raised his hand, declaring, "First, let us clarify one thing. Are your underworld union and the 3 heads of the Jiangnan gang joining forces against me? Or is it a solitary battle? I just fought with those ruffians from the Tiger Clan. Do you intend to ambush me in a war of attrition? Even if you win, would you not feel it was an unworthy victory? You naive little brat," Yang Go sneered. "Success or failure is what matters." In the underworld, countless tales of treachery abound, where the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Consider this a lesson for you. Our underworld union will definitely teach you a lesson. As for whether the heads of the Jiangnan gang will strike now, I cannot say. Yang Go exchanged glances with Lu Yin, who immediately leaped forward to engage Lin Nan in close combat. While 5 members of the underworld union brandished electric batons to assist Lu Yan's assault. "Sister, look, 4th sister has joined in." "We should too," Li Shui exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with eagerness. "I truly wish to teach this brat a lesson." "You impertinent child," Lian Xing slapped Li Shui on the head. "Can't you see that Lu Yin is a dog of the underworld union? Our 4 major factions have always been at odds with them. When did she become so closely aligned with the underworld? It seems we have all been deceived." Hearing Lian Xing's harsh words, Ying Dong felt her heart race. The true spy of the underworld union was not Lu Yin but her. Noticing Lian Xing's harshness, Ying Dong quickly interjected, "Sister, perhaps 4th sister has her reasons. Please don't be so quick to scold her." Lian Xing's heart jolted. Her gaze momentarily lost in thought, as a chilling realization washed over her. She regarded Ying Dong with suspicion, saying, "What do you mean? The underworld union has purged our 4 factions, unjustly harming countless students. Almost all of us from Jiangnan abandoned our studies to resist the underworld union. Now you come to me with this? Are you also a pawn of the underworld union?" No, I am not." Ying Dong hastily denied that Li Shui, being the younger of the 2, caught on to the underlying tension and grasped Lian Xing's arm, saying, "Sister, please don't be angry. Ying Dong is also one of us from Jiangnan. She wouldn't ally with the underworld union, that if anyone is to blame, it's that Lin Nan for stirring up this trouble." Lian Xing glared coldly at Ying Dong. "Wouldn't? How can you be so sure? Lu Yin also hails from Jiangnan, and I've heard the 4 fierce spirits recently took on a promising disciple. I suspect it's that little girl to be why the heavens. I've been fooled so badly. Ying Dong, I will investigate you. If you are a spy for the underworld union, you best not return to the dormitory tonight, or you shall face my wrath." Ying Dong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "Sister, please don't speak so seriously. How could I possibly be one of them? You may investigate as you wish. I will definitely return to the dormitory tonight." As she spoke, Ying Dong cast a glance at Yang Go, which Lin Nan noticed amidst the chaos. Could it be that this girl really has ties to the underworld? Their reach extends so far that even the 4 major factions harbor spies. Bang! While Lin Nan was lost in his thoughts, one of the members struck him with an electric baton. Contrary to Yang Go's expectations, Lin Nan did not fall. Instead, he staggered a few steps, feigning the effects of the high-voltage shock that if he did not exhibit some signs of suffering, Yang Go would surely grow suspicious. Lu Yin was exceptionally strong, and Lin Nan struggled to fend off her assault. He had indeed underestimated the current world. It was filled with hidden talents, and ancient martial arts still thrived among special factions and families. Lin Nan acknowledged he had been caught off guard. Fortunately, he possessed the determination to surpass Lu Yin. Ever since he had awakened the so-called golden bloodline of the war clan, his previous fears had dissipated, leaving only an unwavering fighting spirit. Suddenly employing the dragon capture technique, he formed a pinch grip with his thumb and index finger, channeling his energy to create a vice-like hold. Lin Nan swiftly seized one member by the throat, letting out a roar but refraining from tearing out the man's windpipe. You are already dead. Step aside. With a swift kick, Lin Nan sent the man flying to Tio Lu Yin. Lin Nan appeared like a dragon soaring among them, moving with the grace of a fish in water, each strike more ferocious than the last. This was a battle against true experts. These individuals were not the ordinary thugs he had encountered alongside Lin Zidong on the street. They were skilled martial artists. Lin Nan moved with the rhythm of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, weaving through punches and kicks. Lu Yin felt her fists connect with Lin Nan's body, yet when the moment came for impact, it was as if her strength had vanished into thin air, akin to a stone sinking into the sea. What a clever use of strength. He is indeed a martial arts master, Yang Go observed, his sharp gaze fixed on Lin Nan, who was unfazed by Lu Yan's attacks, yet wary of Yang Go's potential treachery from behind. I can't be bothered to waste words with you. You all shall perish, Lin Nan bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the hall, shattering several incandescent light bulbs that rained down like meteors. Yenner, close your eyes. Huang Yin swiftly positioned herself beside Lu Yin, tearing off a piece of her skirt to shield Lu Yan's delicate features. Lin Nan, you should also take cover. Be cautious of your eyes. You need not hide, boy. Yenner is not your match, that I will face you instead. Yang Go leaped forward. However, Lin Nan was taken aback to see Lian Xing standing protectively in front of him. Rebuking Yang Go. President Yang, do you intend to bully the weak? Have you consulted the 4 major factions? Lian Xing, do you dare oppose my underworld union? Yang Go glared fiercely at her. I Shui also stepped forward. Bo Inting et Yang Go. President Yang, do you think this is still your era of sole dominance? Do you still believe your underworld union possesses the strength to suppress the 4 major factions? Your tyrannical days are over. Now it is the collective voice that matters, and you shall not plot in the shadows. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiongxin let out a sinister chuckle and remarked, What do you mean by everyone has a say? You 3 think you can meddle in my underworld affairs. Today, I shall incapacitate all 3 of you. Lin Nan sprang forth from behind, positioning himself protectively in front of Lian Xing, and declared, Head honcho, you and Li Shui should retreat for now. Regardless of whether Ing Dong is a spy, you must not engage her. Leave this to me. Although Yang Xiongxin is formidable, he is not beyond my capabilities. Chapter 53, Initial Training of the Young Eagle, Part 1. Then who, pray tell, is worthy of your attention? Yang Xiongxin laughed heartily, his fingers splayed as he lunged for Lin Nan's throat. Dragon capture hand. Lin Nan countered with precision, but in that fleeting moment of contact, he felt an overwhelming force akin to a mountain bearing down upon him. Despite his swift reflexes, he found his wrist lacking in strength to repel Yang Xiongxin's assault. That it appeared that he was indeed no match for Yang Xiongxin. As Yang Xiongxin's claw approached his throat, Lin Nan was not one to surrender his fate so easily that in that split second, he summoned all his strength to roll backward, aware that this maneuver would expose his entire upper body to Yang Xiongxin's strike. Yet he had no other choice. Yang Xiongxin, mid-attack, transformed his claw into a palm, striking Lin Nan's chest with the intention of knocking him to the ground. However, while Lin Nan's strength may have been inferior, his speed surpassed that of Yang Xiongxin that upon landing, he executed a graceful twist in mid-air, managing to stabilize himself upon the ground, albeit nearly falling to his knees. Lin Nan coughed twice. Indeed, Yang Xiongxin is formidable. But consider this. How many years have you trained, and how many have I? If you employ such underhanded tactics against me, I shall return the favor. Yang Xiongxin clapped his hands and replied, Lin Nan, youthful exuberance can lead to folly. Should you prove yourself, I welcome your return at any time. For now, consider this a minor lesson. Do not presume that our underworld society is your personal restroom, accessible at your whim. After a brief moment of recovery, Lin Nan regained his composure, his body feeling rejuvenated under the influence of his golden bloodline. Having recovered half of his strength, he pondered that conventional martial arts would not suffice against Yang Xiongxin. Thus he resolved to employ the sky-piercing hand. With a sly grin, he proclaimed, Is that so? From this day forth, the underworld will become my private restroom. Let us see who dares to obstruct me. Yang Xiongxin, brace yourself. Witness how the arrogance you hold so dear is dismantled by this young man. Very well. Yang Xiongxin responded fervently. It seems you possess some hidden talent, which has indeed surprised me. Having traversed the battlefield of the underworld for over 50 years, I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent. Today, I shall see how you dare to relieve yourself within my domain. Sky-piercing hand. Lin Nan unleashed a powerful strike. The light in the hall abruptly dimmed before illuminating once more, as a transparent entity, resembling a colossal hand, swept through the room, colliding with Yang Xiongxin's body. As Yang Xiongxin charged toward Lin Nan. He was caught off guard by the sky-piercing hand and was knocked down by the sheer force. The impact was significant, and Yang Xiongxin remained on the ground for a while, unable to rise. You clever young man, what sorcery have you employed? I feel as if my body is no longer my own. Lin Nan was unaware of the years of power he had just channeled into that strike. Yang Xiongxin's muscle cells were undergoing drastic changes. He was no superhuman from another realm, thus struggling to adapt. Lu Yin, you should take your master to the hospital quickly. I'm concerned that if we delay, he may not survive. Defeating Yang Xiongxin was within Lin Nan's expectations. However, the fact that he would require a 2-week stay in the hospital was beyond his anticipation, that he believed that after sustaining his sky-piercing hand, Yang Xiongxin would not return to school for at least a decade. To his surprise, half a month later, Yang Xiongxin returned unscathed. During that time, Lin Nan also found himself hospitalized. The sheer number of underworld members was overwhelming. By day, Lu Yin relentlessly challenged him, and by night, mysterious visitors would arrive, leaving Lin Nan battered and bruised each morning. Well, since the underworld seemed intent on sending him to the hospital, he accepted his fate. Indeed, Lin Nan's suspicions were entirely correct. After he pretended to be severely injured and in need of hospitalization, Lu Yin treated him with newfound kindness, allowing him to sleep soundly at night. Unexpectedly, he also found himself enjoying the company of the two beautiful women, Lian Xing and Li Shui, who graciously provided him with meals thrice daily. However, Lin Nan felt a tinge of disappointment that Ying Dong had never come to see him. Little did he know, the one who had been assaulting him at night was none other than Ying Dong. Thus she had no reason to visit. Ying Dong's identity was soon uncovered by Lian Xing 2 days later, leading to her expulsion from their circle. Information that Li Shui had relayed to Lin Nan. Now, Lin Nan was left puzzled by how someone could enter their dormitory and attack him despite the doors being locked. He could not fathom that they possessed the ability to transcend reality. It was evident that there were members of the underworld within their dormitory. This situation cannot be mere coincidence. Can it, Xing? Lin Nan expressed his suspicions to Lian Xing with a sigh. Over the past few days, he had grown familiar with the two spirited women and felt comfortable addressing them informally. After all, they were sharing meals, and he saw no harm in it. However, he refrained from calling Li Shui by a nickname, as her overly familiar demeanor towards him made him uncomfortable, just after having lunch. Less than an hour had passed when Li Shui returned with new snacks for Lin Nan. At tea times, he found himself perplexed by her behavior, questioning whether she was experiencing a romantic infatuation. When Lin Nan spent time with Lian Xing, it was a rare moment of solitude between a man and a woman. Lian Xing was a stunning beauty, and during their time together, Lin Nan had noticed her attentiveness and gentleness. She often used warm towels to soothe his bruises and had even helped him with his back and legs due to the lingering soreness. Why had their relationship evolved in such a manner? The reason was simple, that on the very first night of his hospitalization, Lin Nan, feigning vulnerability, had fallen asleep with Lian Xing by his side. Perhaps the sweetness of the moment was too intoxicating, as he found it difficult to wake until he was unceremoniously kicked out of bed. In the days that followed, Lian Xing did not visit Lin Nan, to be honest, ever since that night. Lin Nan had developed feelings for Lian Xing thus. When he saw her again visiting him, he felt a rush of excitement, and in a moment of spontaneity, he swept her up in his arms and twirled her around the room, much to Li Shui's astonishment. Li Shui is still upset. She hasn't come to see you these past few days. Here, have some fruit. Once you finish, I'll go to the supermarket to get you more, Lian Xing said with a gentle smile. Lin Nan, unfazed by Li Shui's situation, was aware that Yang Xiongxin had been discharged, that he began to look around and said, since Yang Xiongxin has left the hospital, I should do the same. There are many matters that require my attention. At that moment, he noticed a shadow of sorrow clouding Lian Xing's face. He chuckled. Are you unhappy that I'm leaving? Lin Nan leaned in closer, and Lian Xing felt the warmth of his breath against her fair skin, causing her to suddenly lift her head, only to meet Lin Nan's curious gaze. Flustered, she stammered, "Of course not." As Lin Nan gazed into Lian Xing's eyes, they sparkled like precious gems hidden within the depths of the ocean, as if they were rare treasures that had emerged after millennia, the only flaw being the pronounced redness in the whites of her eyes, which gave her an intimidating allure up close. The air was filled with the delicate fragrance of her presence, reminiscent of a lover-esque kiss lingering on the lips, a sensation Lin Nan had never experienced so intimately with a woman. As he inhaled her intoxicating aroma, he found himself entranced. Sensing Lin Nan's fervent breath, Lian Xing's heart raced uncontrollably. She was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to lower her gaze or hold it steady. As Lin Nan's handsome face inched closer to hers, nearly allowing her to feel his skin in that moment, Lian Xing, unsure of what to do, slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 54, Initial Training of the Young Eagle, Part 2, Xinger. "You look rather unappealing." Lin Nan swallowed hard, the sound echoing in the quiet room, yet he feigned a casual smile. "Are you teasing me?" Lian Xing sat upright, her enchanting eyes fixed intently on Lin Nan. Lin Nan sensed the awkwardness in the atmosphere of the hospital room. It was a pivotal moment. Either they would advance their relationship, or they would become strangers who merely exchanged glances. Being a child of humble beginnings, he felt a deep-seated inferiority. It was evident that while Lian Xing may not be extraordinarily wealthy, she was certainly of a higher social standing than he, who was but a rootless wanderer. Unlike Lin Zitong, who was aware of her circumstances, Lian Xing was oblivious to the disparity between them. Lin Nan did not wish to deceive her, especially since he had already developed feelings for her. Thus, he gradually returned to his bed, inching closer to Lian Xing's face, his gaze fixed on her luminous, jewel-like eyes. "Xinger, can you truly see someone like me in your eyes?" "You fool, whether I can see or not. You should be the one questioning your own visibility," Lin Nan chuckled, noting the hint of playful reproach in Lian Xing's tone. "If I were a person without roots, one who could be easily discerned at first glance, would you still be able to see me?" Lian Xing understood Lin Nan's implication. His words were clear as day. He was a lonely wanderer, devoid of connections, friends, or any semblance of belonging. It seems I can perceive a hint of self-mockery in Lin Nan's demeanor. With a playful smile, Lian Xing remarked, "I cannot see the Lin Nan you describe. What I behold is a dashing and cheerful young man, one who bravely stands in front of me against the formidable Yang. My grandfather was once destitute, yet my grandmother valued him, which is how we now enjoy this blissful home." Are you implying that you are making a declaration?" Lin Nan, oblivious to Lian Xing's true feelings, naturally took hold of her delicate hand, though he dared not toy with it, still not having the audacity to go that far. "Pray tell, why do you hold in such high regard a poor farmer like myself, while remaining indifferent to those noble scions?" Lian Xing shrugged her exquisite nose and chuckled. "It is all thanks to my grandmother's guidance. I shall not divulge more." "Ah, you little minx, have you learned to act coy now? Come on, speak up, or else the big bad wolf might not spare the little white rabbit." Lin Nan feigned a fearsome expression. All right, I shall speak." "Why do you insist on appearing so fearsome? It's quite unbecoming," Lian Xing replied. "My grandmother has said that should I marry, it must be to a man akin to my grandfather, rather than someone like my father. Do you understand now?" Lin Nan couldn't help but commend Lian Xing's grandmother. "Your grandmother possesses great insight." Hee. "What is it? What troubles you?" "I noticed it earlier," Lin Nan said, pulling Lian Xing along. "Come, let us first handle your discharge papers, and then you can tell me that I shall undoubtedly assist you in resolving this predicament." "All right." Lian Xing's father had come from Jiangnan to arrange a match for her. Specifically, she was to meet the second son of a family of equal standing. In this era, marriages among the affluent are often directly tied to familial interests. Thus, when Lin Nan heard Lian Xing articulate her reasoning, he couldn't help but chuckle at her father's adherence to tradition. "Truth be told, it is not entirely your father's fault. Establishing a business is arduous, but maintaining it is even more challenging. You mentioned that your father has only you as his daughter. How could he disregard your happiness? I imagine the young master he has chosen is quite a notable figure in the area. No? To be frank, Lin Nan felt a twinge of envy as he spoke these words. Lian Xing found it amusing. You clearly feel uncomfortable, yet pretend to be a good person. What shall we do? Regardless, you are the one making the decisions in this matter. I shall follow your lead. When did you become so compliant? Lin Nan said with self-deprecation. What can I do? You know I am penniless, devoid of power or influence, and my grades are dismal. Your father would surely be troubled at the sight of me. I can scarcely conceive a solution. Lian Xing, however, wore a cheerful expression. Currently lacking money, power, and influence does not mean I will lack them a year from now, 2 years from now, or even 10 years hence. Therefore, I propose that tomorrow I introduce you to my father, regardless of whether he agrees or not. If he consents, splendid. If he does not, I shall reside at school for the next 2 years. But be prepared, for if my father disapproves, he may freeze my living expenses, and henceforth, my financial support will rest upon you. Lin Nan observed Lian Xing's luxurious attire and her seemingly nonsensical hypothesis, saying, My lady, surely you jest. The value of your outfit must be at least 10,000, not to mention other expenses. How could I possibly support you? It is absurd. Then I shall forego gold and silver adornments. I could simply wear garments from street vendors costing 10 yuan each. Lin Nan felt a wave of emotion. It was indeed rare for a wealthy heiress to utter such words. He replied, Xinger, do not say such things that I am uncertain what you see in me. But I assure you that regardless of the outcome, even if your father were to freeze your expenses, I will ensure you maintain your previous lifestyle. The current underworld business was indeed lucrative, and Lin Nan believed that with his skills, he could forge a successful path. Initially, he had intended to focus on honing his martial arts in his youth. But it appeared that circumstances had changed. With such a significant burden in the form of a wealthy heiress to support, it was no light matter. Every aspect of life required expenditure. And this heiress's needs far exceeded those of the average individual. Lin Nan, what do you aspire to accomplish? I do not wish to be a burden to you. As my grandmother said, I shall strive alongside my man. Upon hearing this, Lin Nan laughed heartily. Xinger, your grandmother has indeed stated that a man she values must possess ambition. Very well, since one must achieve great deeds in this life. I, Lin Nan, am willing to create a sky for you. That no matter the outcome of my meeting with your father tomorrow, I shall act as though I have never met him. We shall persevere. Cheers, let us strive together. Lian Xing raised her glass of red wine and clinked it with Lin Nan's. To be honest, Lin Nan did not need to meet her father to anticipate the outcome of the following day. Being cast out was inevitable. A barrage of insults and humiliation was merely a minor inconvenience. And he might even find himself embarrassed in front of his rival. Lian Xing seemed to share his foreboding, casting a worried glance at Lin Nan before breaking into a playful smile. Saying, the pressure is quite heavy. Lin Nan shook his head and smiled wryly. The pressure only arose when I agreed to your request. Tomorrow, it will be as though I merely took a stroll, I assure you. I shall not lay a hand on your father. However, if your rival incites trouble, well, I cannot promise I will refrain from delivering a few punches. Lian Xing responded with a wry smile. Can you not exhibit a modicum of grace? A man should possess some measure of magnanimity, that I do not wish to marry him, but there is no need to resort to violence. Tomorrow, just pretend you are deaf and blind. Go in and out without incident. I shall wholeheartedly support you. Cheers. More drinking? Are you afraid you won't have the chance to drink later? Since Lian Xing was treating, Lin Nan felt no hesitation. Truth be told, it was Lin Nan's first time at such an upscale restaurant. His first experience with such expensive wine, and his first toast with a wealthy lady. Lian Xing taught him numerous etiquette lessons, likely as a means to prepare him for the following day, ensuring he would not embarrass himself too severely. Feeling Lian Xing's thoughtful intentions, Lin Nan was overwhelmed with a sense of shame. As Lin Nan returned to his dormitory, he deliberately spread the news of Yang's discharge, only for the second lecherous fellow to remain unfazed, appearing quite calm. So, the Underworld Union spy is none other than you rascal. Lin Nan did not intend to deal a heavy blow to the second lecherous one just yet. He would bide his time until tomorrow. As for Lin Nan's 7A wager with Jin Yaobao and the impending confrontation with the Decision Battle Gang, no one spoke of it anymore. That a person capable of besting Yang was undoubtedly beyond Jin Yaobao's capabilities, and certainly not someone the entire Decision Battle Gang could contend with. It is essential to remember that Yang had once single-handedly infiltrated the student council and taught them all a lesson. Lian Xing merely informed her father that she had found someone she liked, without elaborating further. As a daughter, her only recourse was to promise that her boyfriend would meet him the next day. Since learning of Lian Xing's arranged marriage, Lin Nan realized that her willingness to be his girlfriend was largely born out of desperation. Moreover, by chance, they had shared a night together, although nothing had transpired. As Lin Nan had remained awake throughout, leading Lian Xing to cling to him, that as for why he was willing to take on such a burdensome role, Lin Nan himself could not pinpoint the reason. Perhaps deep down, he harbored a hope. The following day, Lin Nan dressed reasonably well. The new outfit was prepared by Lian Xing for him on short notice and had yet to be washed when Wang De, the lecherous fellow, saw Lin Nan admiring himself in the mirror. He burst into laughter and approached him. "You may be handsome, but do you have to flaunt it so ostentatiously? Do you not care about us ugly fellows?" Lin Nan ruffled his hair and retorted, "Do you not have my sister? Aren't you satisfied? You are akin to a frog that has unexpectedly found itself among swans, unaware of which past virtue has granted you this fortune." The agreed-upon meeting place was the same Western restaurant Lin Nan had visited yesterday. In the same private room, upon entering, he noticed the room was already filled to capacity. There was no place for him. Frankly, he could discern the hierarchy of the individuals present. Seated in the center were two elderly individuals, appearing quite robust, likely Lian Xing's grandparents. To the left were two middle-aged couples, whom one could surmise to be Lian Xing's parents, and on the right sat another middle-aged couple, a young couple, and a strikingly handsome youth, presumably her in-laws. Upon Lin Nan's arrival, Lian Xing hurried over, gently taking his hand and whispering, "Lin Nan, my father and the others are being unreasonable. Please take my seat." Lin Nan maintained a calm smile on his resolute face and gently pushed Lian Xing aside. "No need to say more. Even if your father does not offer me a seat, surely you can advocate for me, at least as I am here today as your boyfriend. Rest assured, I will uphold my promise to support you through today. I have a thick skin for this." In truth, Lin Nan felt quite disheartened that he had anticipated being the one to deliver a few punches in jest, but now he found himself facing ridicule instead. He realized he was merely a martial artist, akin to a brash country bumpkin with little distinction. "Lin Nan, please help me get through this, that I will explain everything to you shortly." It is not that Lian Xing is unwilling to fight for a position for Lin Nan, but rather that her grandmother advised her against it, wishing to ascertain whether Lin Nan truly merits their family's ire by offending a powerful conglomerate on behalf of a penniless student. Generally speaking, the likelihood of such an outcome is exceedingly low, and it is only Lian Xing's fanciful imagination that would prompt her to acquiesce to her grandmother's seemingly plausible request. However, she has neglected the fact that her present circumstances starkly contrast with those faced by her grandmother in her youth. In her grandmother's eyes, Lian Xing has no need to seek a suitor from a family of no standing, for such a choice would only set their lineage back by decades. That in essence, for the sake of the family's continued prosperity, Lian Xing has been betrayed by her grandmother. At that moment, Lin Nan felt no anger, striving instead to maintain a tranquil demeanor in the face of it all, impervious to the words of others. He mused that perhaps he was indeed too young and lacking in worldly experience, which led him to be so easily deceived. Yet he figured a lesson learned is not without value. "So you are the Lin Nan that Xing speaks of? You appear rather unremarkable, save for your thick skin, it seems. You are the fiancé that Lian Xing is to marry." I beg your pardon. What can I say? I am poor. Although Lian Xing treated me to a mixture of wine and water yesterday, and gifted me a new outfit, I suppose I have sold myself short. My eyelids are indeed rather shallow. You may disregard my presence and tend to your own affairs." Lin Nan displayed no signs of disrespect. "Lin Nan, what are you saying?" Lian Xing realized that Lin Nan was genuinely upset. "How could you say this? You promised to help me, and now you..." Lin Nan touched Lian Xing's chin and playfully slapped her cheek twice in front of everyone, remarking, I truly am quite Navi approaching her relatives. Lin Nan downed a glass of red wine in one go. So you are her relatives? Hardly impressive. You are but a pair of eyes and a nose, basking in the legacy of your ancestors without any remarkable achievements of your OWTO. Speak plainly. Lianxing does not care for your second young master. So do not presume to impose your warm greetings upon her cold indifference. Take my words as you will, whether you find them agreeable or not. Consider them mere ramblings. You are utterly audacious. You have no place here. Leave at once. You Lianxing's father abruptly stood, his face contorted with indignation as he pointed accusatorily at Lin Nan. Lin Nan regarded the middle-aged man without a flicker of emotion and retorted bluntly, "You too are but a parasite, sheltered by my benevolence. How unbecoming for a person of stature to bellow at us common folk. Allow me to correct you. It is not that I lack a position here. Rather, it is that I do not hold one at this moment, that I in 4 years, I, Lin Nan, shall stand here to utter the same words to you. I shall await that day." Lin Nan departed, leaving behind a disjointed remark. His sleepless night having prepared him for an encounter that was both fleeting and charged with intensity. As he stepped outside, the light rain fell, the wind carrying a slight chill, frowning at the drizzle. He muttered, "It wasn't raining when I arrived, Lin Nan. Wait for me in the rain." Lin Nan walked ahead, aware of who was pursuing him, that he turned and smiled as Lianxing caught up. "All right, I played along long enough. What more is there to say?" Lin Nan spoke with a calm demeanor, feeling no need to engage in discourse with Lianxing. "Lin Nan, please let me explain. I truly," Lin Nan interjected, smiling. "As I mentioned in the private room, there is no need for that I want to take it to heart. After all, you were the one who cared for me during my illness, weren't you?" "Lin Nan, do you really not wish to hear my explanation?" The implication of not wanting to listen suggested there was no need. Lin Nan refrained from further elaboration and continued to walk further into the rain. After the spring festival, the climate turned warm and humid, the air imbued with the fragrant scent of blossoms. Though it was largely overpowered by the heavy perfume of women, somewhat suffocating. Lin Nan had been adrift for 3 months, remaining calm and reflecting during that time. His return to the gates of Longyang University came 2 days after the second semester's enrollment. And this time he was not alone. "Grandmother, do you think me a fool?" Lin Nan mused, calling out to the 13 youths who appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old trailing behind him. "Once we enter, you will focus on your studies. Manage your living expenses and next semester's tuition yourselves, for I too must attend to my own financial matters." Chapter 56. Trouble Approaches, Part 1. In these 3 months, he had not been idle. On the contrary, he made what could be considered the greatest investment of his life, that he first ventured to the most remote and impoverished regions of the Empire's West. Why, you may ask? The answer is simple. Lin Nan sought to quietly experience the original way of life and understand what true hardship entailed. Furthermore, he had heard during his studies that conditions in that area were dire, with many families relying on selling their daughters to survive. Lin Nan did not go there to purchase a wife. He had not yet lost his senses. Instead, he purchased 13 boys from impoverished families. Why? Do not assume he harbored any peculiar inclinations. Had he not suffered enough at the hands of Lianxing's family, since he had promised her father that in 4 years he would not be without a position there? Should he not take some action? Empty threats would not sway anyone. Only with immense power and authority could one influence the actions of others. Given that heaven had granted him martial prowess, he could not afford to squander it. Lin Nan shamelessly thought. Turning to the 13 disciples behind him, he felt a surge of ambition igniting within him, fueled by the impending tide of zeal. It is worth mentioning that it is quite rare for boys from poor families to be sold. Typically, they remain at home to farm. Thus, Lin Nan managed to acquire these 13 reasonably talented boys at a bargain price. 3 months prior, he had opened their meridians. It goes without saying that to mold them into masters, one must exert effort. To become a master, one must have their meridians unblocked. Moreover, these boys had already passed the optimal training period. Yet he served as a living testament that could easily overturn the ancient fallacies. After over 3 months of rigorous training in the rugged mountains, these boys had already reached a level comparable to about 30 or 40% of his own abilities. Lin Nan felt confident in releasing this batch of fledgling eagles into the vast forest of the school to pursue their own prey. Brother, there are identity checks outside the school, like the police. How do we get in? Asked Lin, one of Lin Nan's most valued, yet seemingly less promising youths, causing Lin Nan to feel rather displeased. Are you afraid of the police? In a place like this, they are but ants, hardly worth your concern. As for how to enter, just follow me closely. Lin was not this youth's true name. Lin Nan had renamed them for ease of remembrance, assigning them numbers from 1 to 13 based on his own surname. Lin Nan declared, names are merely code names. With strength, it matters not how simple your name may be. Utter it, and it will command respect. Whether Lin Nan's words are nonsense remains to be seen in the future. Isn't that Xiao Nan? Finally, we meet you in person. The student council's execution team members at the university greeted him enthusiastically. Are we that familiar? Lin Nan mused internally. With 13 fledgling eagles behind him, he would never voice such a pedestrian remark. Judging by their demeanor, it was evident that Jin Yaobao had briefed them. Lin Nan naturally replied, How has Baoga been lately? Quite well, quite well. Baoga instructed us to invite you for a drink immediately upon seeing you. Of course, he emphasized that this time he is treating. Baoga has not forgotten the time he knocked down Yang Xiong and has been eager to discuss forging an alliance with you to counter the ruthless gangs that lack humanity. The execution team member chattered on, but Lin Nan had lost interest in listening. I will be sure to find Baoga. Please allow my brothers to pass. Of course, absolutely, accompanied by the 13 fledgling eagles. They arrived at the affiliated high school and stormed into the dormitory building. That it was hardly surprising for a university-aged individual to impose on this group of younger students. They sought out 13 unfortunate souls who were boarding and had not yet joined any gangs. Lin Nan threatened, Your student IDs are temporarily requisitioned. You will receive them back in 6 months. Should anyone dare to gossip in the academic office, I will deal with you personally. They targeted the weak and unconnected, easily squeezing the low-hanging fruit. For Lin Nan was no fool. He would not provoke those backed by powerful gangs. This will serve as your credential for entering and exiting the school. Do not lose it. For misplacing it may complicate your re-entry. Lin San nodded. Brother, can we start developing our own crew now? Lin Nan regarded Lin San with appreciation. Indeed, you are the elite of the southern country's divine eagles. The leaders of the 13 Hall, IT is essential to build your influence. But remember this, we do not accept rubbish into the southern country's divine eagles. The southern country's divine eagles was a criminal organization. Hence Lin Nan insisted on having only the brave and daring as enforcers. The Hall's names were straightforward, simply referred to as the Divine Eagles Hall and the 13 Halls of the Divine Eagles. As he was leaving, Lin Nan instructed, Do not make a grand show of it. Keep a low profile. In 6 months, stabilize the high school, middle school, and affiliated elementary school. Do not rush, since a gang had been established. It must grow, and development requires both talent and funds. While talent can be nurtured over time, without money, the growth of a gang would be akin to that of a snail. Without funds, how does one eat? How does one drink? People risk their lives for you. Is it merely to throw their lives away? Lin Nan is not foolish. He understands that ultimately everything revolves around profit. Thus, the greatest challenge he currently faces is how to acquire substantial amounts of money. Robbery. Indeed, this method yields wealth swiftly and in large quantities, making it a prime choice. However, once one engages in such acts, remaining in the empire becomes untenable. Even contemplating such a perverse notion makes Lin Nan feel like a scoundrel. Business? Goodness! How can one establish a capital when there is nothing to eat? Moreover, small enterprises are ultimately trivial and cannot keep pace with the gang's expansion. Black eats black. Lin Nan thought of another approach. But without any leads or connections, such endeavors could lead to one's own demise. While meandering around the university playground, he noticed a crowd gathered around something intriguing. With his mind clouded by thoughts of making money, he felt the need to unwind. Yet upon realizing that Ming Yu was the center of attention, he pondered whether it was time to stretch his legs a bit. Pushing through the onlookers, he suddenly saw a group of burly men in black encircling Ming Yu. At first glance, he could tell that this young man was not to be trifled with. Lin Nan mused that Ming Yu had likely crossed paths with some gang members. Bro, isn't it said that gangs are not allowed to cause trouble at school? How can they be so audacious? I should report them. and their gang would be swiftly dealt with by the anti-gang unit. Such matters are not so clear-cut. It's evident this kid lacks any backing. The fact that they dare to pose as students to hunt him down shows he has no support. The 8 men in black wore menacing expressions, seemingly intent on confronting Mingyu. Most alarming were the machetes in their hands, 2 of which were already stained with blood. Judging by Mingyu's posture, he had likely sustained 2 wounds to his shoulder. Mingyu was unarmed, holding only a helmet, which was also splattered with blood. Upon closer inspection of the 8 men, it appeared Mingyu had left his mark on each of their heads. Having fought alongside this kid before, I can't just stand by and watch. Lin Nan pushed through the crowd and sprang forth. Hey, you bunch of scoundrels, you are no longer students and dare to masquerade as such to stir up trouble. Today, I'm taking one of you to the anti-gang unit. Chapter 57, Trouble Approaches, Part 2. Suddenly, 4 men in black began to close in on Lin Nan. Heh, kid, I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs. Moreover, this is a matter of the underworld. Do you understand the rules? Is that you? Mingyu clearly recognized Lin Nan. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Nan replied with a smirk. Curious why I would help you? Mingyu, with an expression of calm detachment, said, This is my personal matter. You needn't involve yourself. Goodness, it seemed he was indeed wasting his time. Lin Nan reassured him. Mingyu, don't worry about me wanting a reward. How could I stand by and watch you perish? This is a school. If we don't curb their brazen behavior today, chaos will ensue. To be by the way, where are Yang Xiong and his fierce crew? Why haven't they shown up? The conflict between students and gangs has always been mediated by the Underworld Union. Lin Nan wondered aloud. You haven't offended the Underworld Union, have you? Mingyu smiled wryly, clearly acknowledging Lin Nan's suspicion. Lin Nan found it amusing. You and I make quite the pair. I'll take responsibility for this matter. These few aren't worthy of my concern. They may have entered today, but leaving won't be so easy. Mingyu called out to Lin Nan, anxiety etched on his face. Don't provoke these people. They are from the streets, and you cannot afford to cross them. I believe it's they who cannot afford to cross me. Lin Nan replied with indifference that he cast a cold glance at the 8 men, saying, You better scram. I can easily call the anti-gang unit. If you don't want to become extinct, leave now. One of the burly men, sweating profusely, glared at Lin Nan and said, Kid, you've got guts. I'll remember you. Just make sure we don't cross paths outside. After leaving a menacing remark, the 8 men in black threw down the student IDs of the 8 students and stormed out in anger. Mingyu was left speechless, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Lin Nan, do you have any understanding of the underworld? This question caught Lin Nan off guard, and after a moment he chuckled. I've seen the underworld since childhood. Hacking, killing, turf wars, collecting protection fees, and the occasional brawl. That's the underworld for you. Mingyu could only smile ruefully at this. That's merely the superficial layer. The underworld is an organization with its own rules. For instance, if you were considered my family, they wouldn't touch you. But since we have no relation, they would see you as a meddler, no offense intended. They will keep an eye on you, so be cautious in the future. And they won't keep an eye on you? Lin Nan countered with a knowing look. The answer was obvious. Lin Nan didn't inquire why Mingyu had offended the people of the streets. When they parted, Mingyu simply said, I've been in this world for quite some time. However, Lin Nan later realized that using the anti-gang unit's power to intimidate the men in black was a rather shameful act in the eyes of underworld members. That on his way back to the dormitory, Lin Nan spotted a familiar figure. Lian Xing. To be frank, it would be disingenuous to say he had no feelings for Lian Xing, but her previous antics have been excessively outrageous. If I were to forgive her just like that, would I lose face? Lin Nan pondered, feeling bored. Indeed, Lin Nan had garnered the attention of many, including Jin Yaobao, Jiang Nan, and Huai Shu, leaders of major gangs hoping to form an alliance against the Underworld Union. Additionally, there were Li Shui and Lian Xing, both harboring their own intentions and gazing longingly at Lin Nan. Then there was Lin Zito. Meow meow, where has that rascal run off to? I've been at school for 3 months and haven't seen him. Lin Zidong, along with Tang Meow Meow and Tang Gua Gua, was in the school cafeteria. The 3 beauties together were quite a sight, yet no one approached them. Tong Tong, what's so good about that rogue? You seem more concerned about him than Gua Gua does, that you're a big star now. You can't compete with my guagua for men. That brat will eventually come to heel, Tang Meow Meow huffed. The previous night, the two girls had returned from a party, coincidentally finding Tang when nestled in her blanket. After this little one distorted the facts, both Meow Meow and Lin Zidong had even visited him in jail. However, after Officer Huang clarified matters, any misunderstandings regarding Lin Nan were smoothed over. Yet, Lin Nan had indeed seen Tang Guogua's situation, so Tang Meow Meow was not prepared to let him off easily. As for Lin Zidong, she felt a weight lift off her chest. Her taut nerves relaxed, and she secretly rejoiced, having long suspected her beloved had no character flaws. After all, Tang Guogua was still young, only 10 years old, and not yet mature. So Lin Zidong didn't feel jealous. Every time she heard Tang Meow Meow complain, she merely smiled it off. Meow Meow, it's been a while since we mentioned Lin Nan. Why do you suddenly think of that brat today? I heard from Guogua that Lin Nan bullied you. Are you planning to compete with me for a husband? Lin Zitong exaggeratedly remarked. Upon hearing the word husband, Tang Guogua pouted, refusing to eat. With her small stature, only her head was visible above the table, yet her temper was surprisingly fierce. Tang Meow Meow patted Tang Guogua's back, shooting Lin Zitong a glare. Tang, what do you want to eat? I'll go get it for you, Dado. Why are you sulking? Lin Zidong laughed. This little girl, still so small, wants to compete with me for a husband. Being upset won't do any good. Lin Nan wouldn't fancy a shrew like you. Humph. Hee, let's eat. Tang Guogua, with her little face peering around, said, Meow Meow, why did you suddenly bring up Lin Nan? That guy must be too scared to see me after being locked up by me for half a month. Little girl, if you dare to bully Lin Nan again, I won't let you off. I'm so scared. The two girls squabbling over Lin Nan was not their first time, as long as Tang wasn't upset. Tang Meow Meow chose to ignore it. I heard Lin Nan returned yesterday and agreed to attend the banquet organized by Jin Yaobao tonight. Should we go take a look? A bunch of stinky men? What's so interesting to see? Lin Zidong huffed angrily, feeling snubbed by the fact that he returned without seeing her. Meanwhile, Tang Guogua's eyes sparkled with excitement, abandoning her meal. Tang Meow Meow grabbed her, asking, Tang, what are you planning? I'm going to buy a new dress. Oh. Lin Zidong slapped her forehead. Why does my rival have to be that little girl? I'm going crazy. Quick, water please. Ningyi District, Huahua World Grand Hotel. Truly a splendid venue. As soon as Lin Nan walked in, he felt the vibrant atmosphere, each wave more exhilarating than the last. Seeing Jin Yaobao, Jiang Nan, and Huaishu's expressions of nonchalance, Lin Nan feigned a calm and unperturbed demeanor. After all, such affairs were not without precedent. Nightlife is inherently rich yet monotonous. Today, Jin Yaobao has graciously invited everyone to a banquet aimed at strategizing against the underworld syndicate, attracting primarily the leaders and elite members of various gangs. Among the attendees, there are a few familiar faces, including Wang De and the second lecturer. Will this spy be kicked out later? He mused, recalling the few nights when he had been pummeled by those ruffians. Undoubtedly orchestrated by this very individual. Within the private room, Jin Yaobao conducted a brief count of the guests, remarking, most have arrived, though it seems the women from the Jiangnan gang are rather hefty. I'll need to invite them repeatedly. Ha! Brothers, feel free to enjoy yourselves for now. A little wait won't hurt. Chapter 58, Trouble Approaches, Part 3. Of course, no gathering of this nature could proceed without women. Their presence is essential to enliven the atmosphere. Jin Yaobao, Jiang Nan, and Huaishu are seasoned veterans in this realm, so no further explanation is necessary. Wang De and the second lecturer, along with several other leaders, are equally experienced. Hence, everyone's gaze is directed toward Lin Nan, as he represents their most formidable ally. Amused, Lin Nan remarked, There's no need to look at me. Just proceed as you see fit. Haha, enjoy yourselves. How forthright. Jin Yaobao exclaimed. Jiang Nan, use your discerning eye to select some beauties for us. Ha! Absolutely. Lin Nan, I know their temperaments quite well. It should be an easy task for you, haha. At this moment, Jiang Nan noticed Lin Nan's stealing glances at the room as hostesses and chuckled. Lin Nan, that girl is merely a decoration. Don't get any wild ideas. However, if you find a way to charm her, she might just accompany you, Lin Nan, merely captivated by the girl's beauty. had not anticipated being caught by Jiang Nan that he smiled wryly and waved his hand dismissively. Whatever, I'm not picky. As long as she can wear a skirt, I'm content. Lin Nan, step outside with me for a moment. I need to discuss something personal with you. Jin Yaobao pulled Lin Nan aside at that juncture. Brother Bao, just say it directly. If we start having private discussions, it could ruin the atmosphere. All right, well, taking advantage of today's gathering, I, Jin Yaobao, wish to offer you my sincerest apologies. Lin Nan understood he was referring to the incident when he had tricked him. And with a feigned innocence, he replied, Brother Bao, you've mentioned this before, to be honest. I was at fault that time. We all made mistakes. Since that's the case, let us bygones be bygones. Shall we? Agreed. Such matters were trivial, and everyone understood that if a man lacked the capacity to forgive, he ought not to be in this line of work. The hostesses were undeniably stunning, showcasing Jiang Nan's efforts in their selection. With graceful figures and elegant movements, they embodied the quintessence of beauty. Though inexperienced, Lin Nan emulated Jin Yaobao and the others, wrapping his arms around one of the girls. The intoxicating fragrance mixed with the rich aroma of fine wine was undeniably alluring. While everyone else seemed at ease, Lin Nan felt out of place, acutely aware of his inexperience, especially after hearing the admonitions outside, cautioning him against physical contact with the women, although they were not engaging in any lascivious acts. Simply touching their waists made Lin Nan feel quite uneasy. With delectable dishes and exquisite wines at hand, accompanied by beautiful women, it would be disingenuous to claim he was unhappy. However, upon seeing Lian Xing and Li Shui enter, Lin Nan's discomfort became palpable. Damn it, I cannot show any weakness. How could I possibly maintain my reputation otherwise? Alcohol emboldened him, prompting Lin Nan to drink heartily. After several rounds of drinks, Jin Yaobao declared, as we all know, the purpose of today's gathering is to form an alliance against the underworld syndicate. Frankly, our gang has suffered immensely under their oppression over the years. Nearly all students have been pressured by the syndicate, leaving us little room to study or thrive. Although we operate in the shadows, we must also protect our fellow townsfolk from being bullied in this remote area. Lian Xing, with a scornful expression, retorted, Jin Yaobao, aren't you a native of Longyang? How could you possibly be bullied? Lian Xing, are you mocking me? To the underworld syndicate, our student council is insignificant. Despite our council's prominence, we have always been under the thumb of the syndicate. It infuriates me, but our fists are not strong enough to confront Yang, the ruthless leader, so we have endured until now. With Lin Nan as our potential savior still present in our school, I wish to seize this opportunity to unite all the gangs and bring down the underworld syndicate, restoring a conducive learning environment for everyone. What do you all think? Lian Xing continued, that sounds nice. But isn't it merely for your selfish desires? Whether the underworld syndicate or your student council holds power, what benefit does that bring to the rest of us? At the very least, our student council exists to maintain discipline within the school, while the underworld syndicate seeks to suppress all student gangs across the empire. The events of 5 years ago remain vivid. The syndicate ruthlessly crushed all student organizations, leading to the demise of many leaders that I cannot swallow this injustice. Why should the syndicate prevent our student council from growing stronger? Over the years, they have become increasingly dictatorial and overbearing. I believe it is time for us to counter the syndicate's arrogance, that if you agree, please raise your hand. Unquestionably, everyone raised their hands, although Lian Xing and Jin Yaobao exchanged barbs to Lin Nan. It seemed more like an emotional release. Could it be that this girl truly has feelings for me? How intriguing. She seems quite possessive. With this thought, Lin Nan felt a flicker of delight. What man does not appreciate a woman who shows affection? However, Lin Nan did not dwell on Lian Xing and Li Shui. Instead, he maintained a bemused expression while observing the second lecturer until the latter noticed the shift in dynamics and excused himself. Allowing Lin Nan to relax, to be honest, having a spy from the underworld syndicate present felt akin to having a venomous snake lurking nearby, casting an ominous shadow. After consuming too much alcohol, Lin Nan felt the urge to relieve himself. Just as he stood, Jin Yaobao caught his sleeve, exclaiming, Lin Nan, today is a joyous occasion. You haven't had enough to drink yet. Where do you think you're going? Don't tell me the alcohol has stirred your desires, and you're rushing to find a lady. Come on, brother Bao, show me some respect. Lin Xing is still here. Can't you give me a little grace? Let us not indulge in drunken antics. I genuinely need to use the restroom. I'll be back shortly. In truth, they had not consumed much alcohol. It was merely Lin Nan's discomfort with Lin Xing's constant, feigned indifference that compelled him to step away. Rather than remain a coward guessing Lin Xing's emotions, he opted to take a breather. Lin Nan, upon seeing Lin Xing, Lin Nan hesitated to head to the restroom and replied, "What is it?" "Lin Xing, you inconsiderate fool, is it not enough that you've angered me? Now you wish to join Jin Yaobao in such places to indulge in frivolities? Do you not regard me as your girlfriend anymore?" When women broach such sensitive topics, they often display a boldness and persistence that can rival men. What does this mean? Now she chooses to confront me. Am I to be treated like a beggar seeking scraps? I don't need that. I am not a petty person, but I want to allow myself to be toyed with. It's truly a dilemma. Can I really let go of such a stunning beauty, reflecting on the humiliation Lin Xing's family had inflicted upon him that day? It seemed to have faded somewhat. Lin Nan responded, "Lin Xing, I don't disregard you as a girlfriend. Consider what you did to me that day, and reflect on it. Don't raise your voice at me. If we must discuss this, let us not do so here, that I need to use the restroom urgently." Lin Nan hastily concocted an excuse to make his escape. 3 months had passed since that incident. Yet Lin Xing still remembered him, indicating her intentions were genuine. Am I being too petty? Or am I simply too soft-hearted? Am I to forgive her merely because she called my name? Damn it, I truly am a man lacking ambition. Lin Nan scolded himself as he gazed into the mirror. Upon exiting the restroom, while passing by the VIP room in the corridor, Lin Nan faintly heard the sounds of moaning and glanced back to see the door slightly ajar. Goodness, how scandalous. Lin Nan took out his phone and recorded the scene. "What? You accuse me of being unscrupulous. Some people truly baffle me. Do they not spend money when purchasing a plate? Moreover, the main actors in this scenario are rather impressive. And there's no way it could stop within half an hour. Just imagine how many men of such caliber exist in this world. Furthermore, can there be a more thrilling and authentic live broadcast than this?" Chapter 59, The Subtle Matters of Allegory, Part 1. Lin Nan shamelessly mused while filming at the door for half an hour, finally leaving when he sensed an unfamiliar presence approaching in the corridor. On his way back, he genuinely appreciated the performance he had just witnessed. Their chemistry was commendable, a perfect match indeed. Little shorty, who would have thought you could land such a beautiful girl? It seems this world is truly not lacking in stunning women. Lin Nan shook his head, cheeks flushed, and returned to his seat. "Brother Nan, you're here. Ru has been waiting for you for so long." The girl named Ru tugged at Lin Nan's pants leg, playfully pouting that my goodness, this is bad. Having just enjoyed a passionate live show, Lin Nan felt a surge of desire at her touch. Damn it. Her hands are so soft and smooth. Ru seemed to sense Lin Nan's growing excitement and teasingly called him a bad person as she melted into his embrace. "Lin Nan, to be honest, your patience is quite lacking. You've barely had a few drinks and already need to rush to the restroom. Who would believe you could take half an hour just to relieve yourself?" Zhang Nan languidly embraced the delicate woman nestled in his arms, indulging in the soft curves of her form while savoring the exquisite wine that the companion had just poured into his mouth. Frankly speaking, this was what it meant to be a man. Lin Nan felt a twinge of envy, yet with Lin Xing present, he dared not overreach in that moment. He pondered whether having a woman could indeed be a burden. "What are you staring at?" Lin Nan shot Lin Xing a glare and patted his thigh. "All right. You may leave. I have no need for you." The companions were consummate professionals. Sensing the rising fervor beneath Lin Nan, she playfully rubbed her ample curves against him before departing, casting a few flirtatious glances back at him. Ru was indeed beautiful, but in comparison to Lin Xing, she paled. Even if he were to seek pleasure, he would not dare to approach a woman of Ru's ilk. "Lin Xing, come sit here." Fueled by a few drinks, Lin Nan boldly invited her over. What was this upstart planning? Upon hearing Lin Nan's unexpected summons, she felt utterly bewildered. Truth be told, 3 months prior, she had little regard for Lin Nan, but the intricate dynamics between men and women were notoriously elusive. In just 3 months, her mind was filled with thoughts of him. Ah, this little minx, let us see how you handle this. So many men around, if you could set aside your pride, I might just forgive you. Lin Nan was certain she would not approach. Yet to his surprise, she did. Lin Nan, are you intoxicated? What madness is this? Lian Xing plopped down beside him, while Jin Yao Bao jumped up as if struck by lightning. Lian Xing, haha, Lin Nan has had a bit too much to drink. Dante, take it to heart. Jin Yao Bao was quickly dismissed by Lin Nan's scorn. He was merely a nuisance, acting as if he were part of the elite. Brother Bao, you all have women. Why can't I have one beside me? Besides, Lian Xing and I. Enough! Jiang Nan jumped in alarm. Who was Lian Xing? The elder sister of the Jiang Nan gang, commanding over 10,000 Jiang Nan students who would heed her call. If she were angered, tonight's alliance would falter. Lin Nan was aware of their concerns, his spirits heightened by drink and a surge of masculinity. Amidst the astonished gazes of his peers, he wrapped his arm around Lian Xing's waist. Xinger, why don't you share with everyone? Truth be told, Lin Nan was also anxious. After all, Lian Xing had her own temper. To have the opportunity to touch her slender waist felt like a significant victory. The saying, a delicate grasp, was nonsense. Lian Xing's waist was soft and warm, invoking a desire to hold her tightly, yet also to press down firmly. That was true delight. What is there to say? It's obvious to the blind. Lian Xing resigned herself, for she had completely succumbed to his gaze. His ambiguous tone was unbearable, that if this was how he would forgive her, so be it. Jin Yao Bao, Jiang Nan, Huai Shu, and Wang Do Weisa regarded Lin Nan as if he were a monster. Who was this Lian Xing? With a throng of admirers trailing behind her, she was a floral spectacle that could easily dominate the entire campus. In her second year, she had become the object of desire for wealthy heirs, not only captivatingly beautiful, but also exuding a spirit that ignited the desire for conquest among noble youths. It must be noted that whoever could win the heart of this extraordinary woman would surely have a tale worthy of annual accolades. And here she was, a transcendent beauty, being held by Lin Nan in front of everyone. More astonishing still was the fact that just moments ago, the woman by Lin Nan's side had been Ru. Ah! Jin Yao Bao's eyes widened in disbelief. This is outrageous. Drinking, it's infuriating just to think about. Lin Nan was well aware of the cause. None other than Lu Huiqing. However, he had no intention of enlightening Jin Yao Bao, chuckling inwardly at the thought of Lu Huiqing, the so-called icy beauty, lacking the fiery allure to capture the attention of that proud girl. Brother Bao, let us drink. Li Shui felt her vision blur. Lian Xing had already confided in her about the situation with Lin Nan, and Li Shui was well aware of Lian Xing's heartache. Swear, if you can't drink, then don't. Sister will help you with this glass. Lian Xing snatched the wine glass from Li Shui's delicate hand and downed it in one go. With a slight smile towards Jin Yao Bao, she said, Brother Bao, it's your turn. Goodness, Brother Lin Nan, I must say, I am compelled to regard you as a mentor. Jin Yao Bao exclaimed in excitement as he raised a bottle of wine worth over 1,000. Drinking heartily. Is it this exhilarating to be around beautiful women? Jin Yao Bao, are you out of your mind? Lin Nan quickly intervened, seizing the wine bottle from him. Jin Yao Bao retorted, You step aside. You don't understand. I'll drink. Suddenly feeling a pair of eyes fixated on him, Lin Nan turned to Li Shui and offered a gentle smile. Truth be told, he wouldn't dare to believe that the 2 playful taps on Li Shui's backside with the bottle had made her fall for him. Such a notion was nearly impossible. Yet, the expression on Li Shui's face was perplexing. Could it be that he was indeed a heartthrob? Shui, come, let me toast to you. Sip slowly, don't gulp it down, Lin Nan said, feeling rather flirtatious as Lian Xing tugged at his waist. Clearly jealous, this sensation only fueled his confidence that he was no ordinary man. Marrying a few more women in this lifetime was not unreasonable. Lin Nan thought, his audacity growing. Most importantly, Li Shui's tear-streaked beauty was extraordinarily captivating, compared to Lian Xing's enchanting allure. She possessed an additional layer of pure charm. One arm around Lian Xing's slim waist, the other clinking glasses with Li Shui. He felt slightly awkward holding the glass with his left hand. But it was manageable. The others watched Lin Nan's actions with intrigue, particularly Jiang Nan and Huai Shu, who had heard Li Shui confess 3 months ago that she was dating Lin Nan. What is going on here? Jiang Nan suddenly realized he had let something slip and hastily grabbed the wine bottle in front of him. That moment, Lian Xing took the bottle from Lin Nan's hands. You men are reckless when it comes to drinking. Jin Yao Bao, Jiang Nan, and Huai Shu. I don't wish to say much, but you can't just force Lin Nan to drink. Chapter 60. The Subtle Matters of Metaphor, Part 2. Got it. Got it, Jin Yao Bao chuckled. Who dares not comply with Sister Xing's orders? Ha, I'll follow her lead strictly. But sister, can you tell us how Lin Nan pursued your heart? Lian Xing lifted Lin Nan's glass. Taking a sip, this posture left Jin Yao Bao and his companions astonished. Goodness, when did the two become so intimate? Lian Xing pursed her lips, noticing the 3 men staring at her in a daze, and remarked, Haven't you seen a beauty before? Why such a loss of composure? No. Jin Yao Bao licked his lips. I'm waiting for Sister Xing to continue. My Hui Qing. I'm entangled with her. Laughter erupted among Lian Xing and the others. They were all too familiar with Jin Yao Bao's legendary misadventures. Lin Nan, feeling at ease among friends, quipped, Brother Bao, can you come up with something fresh? Haha, when I arrived, you were already envious of Lu Hui Qing and me. Has so much time passed, and you still haven't won her over? Thinking of Lu Hui Qing stirred Lin Nan's excitement. That girl was indeed captivating. However, she was Jin Yao Bao's intended, thus he felt it inappropriate to pursue her. Haha, such shameless thoughts. Lian Xing, unaware of Lin Nan's musings, would have surely felt jealous had she known. As the gathering came to a close, everyone was in high spirits. Lian Xing linked her arm with Lin Nan's, playfully engaging everyone in conversation. To be honest, there was nothing wrong with this dynamic. Lin Nan genuinely enjoyed the feeling. However, when he glanced to his right at Li Shui, he caught her glaring at him with fury whenever Lian Xing turned her head away, leaving him utterly perplexed. This simply wouldn't do. The juxtaposition of light and dark was not what he desired. Lin Nan was equally torn. Just then, as Lin Nan and the others were about to leave, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open, and a throng of 20 or so men clad in black surged in, filling the room to capacity. Lu Gu, it's that brat. A burly man in black pointed at Lin Nan, his voice dripping with malice. Lian Xing abruptly sensed danger and tightened her hold on Lin Nan. Lin Nan was equally stunned, for at that moment, Li Shui seized his wrist, her heartbeat racing as if she were ready to defend him against real-life assassins. Damn it, last time it was Lin Zidong. Now it was Lian Xing and Li Shui. 2 different beauties but equally protective of him, that if he didn't act, even Jin Yao Bao would look down on him. Suddenly, the 20 men in black, their hands already brandishing blades hidden within their sleeves, created a chilling atmosphere within the room. Jin Yao Bao, Jiang Nan, Huai Shu, and Wang Dowei swiftly grabbed wine bottles from the table, though Jin Yao Bao was inebriated. He had not lost his wits. Sensing the imminent threat, everyone prepared to defend themselves. Only Lin Nan and the 2 women remained still. Lin Nan did not wish to grab a bottle. Anything was better than nothing. Yet both his arms were occupied by 2 stunning women, and sensing their tension, he could only feign calmness. To be frank, Lin Nan had never encountered 30 burly men wielding knives. Honestly, his lips felt somewhat parched. As the leader, Jin Yao Bao stood before the crowd, his voice neither servile nor overbearing. Esteemed leader, I am uncertain who among us has offended you, but I implore you to show a modicum of leniency to this humble brother. As he spoke, Jin Yao Bao retrieved a bank card from his pocket, stating, the password consists of 6 zeros, and there is a sum of 1,300,000 within. Consider it a token of respect from your junior to the esteemed brothers. The leader in black visibly wavered at the sight of the card. His gaze fixated on it, revealing his intentions. To be candid, Lin Nan had not anticipated Jin Yao Bao's generosity. The adversaries had clearly come seeking him. Yet here was Jin Yao Bao, offering a princely sum to redeem a life that had yet to prove its worth. The leader in black brushed Jin Yao Bao's hand aside, his eyes cold as ice, and declared, whoever you are is of no concern to me, but rest assured you may depart in safety, that we seek that young man, and those uninvolved may leave at once. The leader's words brooked no dissent, yet the occupants of the private room showed no inclination to vacate. Damn it. Had it been in the past, I would have fled at the first opportunity. This is what courage looks like. Lin Nan, with wide-open eyes, wore a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Were they truly courting death? Did they genuinely believe I would shy away from bloodshed? Jin Yaobao once more extended the bank card, smiling ingratiatingly as he said, "Leader, it is wise to leave a line of retreat. We may yet meet again. That I am Jin Yaobao, grandson of the chairman of the Jin Group, and son of the commander of the 3rd Military District. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Of course, while Jin Yaobao's words were eloquent, the men present understood that accepting his money would likely preclude any future dealings with him. If matters were straightforward, they would prefer not to associate with someone of Jin Yaobao's affluent background. The leader in black cast a glance at his comrades, then pushed Jin Yaobao aside, saying, "So it is, young Master Jin. It is not that I disregard you, but as you can see, it is your friend who is causing trouble for our gang. The leader has specifically instructed us to take one of his hands back. If there has been any offense today, I assure you that I shall come to apologize in due course. What a bunch of hypocritical scoundrels." Lin Nan found amusement in the situation as he extricated his wrist from the embrace of the two women. Goodness, those two girls had developed splendidly. The moment he withdrew, he experienced the astonishing elasticity of their figures, and he felt it would be a disservice not to commend their beauty. Clearly, Li Shui, not one to relent, seized Lin Nan's hands firmly. "No, I won't let you go." Li Shui stepped before the burly man in black and declared, "Do you wish to apprehend him? My father is the director of the Anti-Organized Crime Bureau. And while you may not regard this governmental agency as a deterrent, I should also mention that my grandfather is the leader of the Eternal Blade Alliance. You would do well to consider your actions." It is worth noting that the director of the Anti-Organized Crime Bureau is the highest-ranking official in the anti-organized crime faction, whereas the Eternal Blade Alliance is one of the most formidable 5-star gangs in Luoyang City. Such inconsequential gangs as this one would be utterly powerless compared to the likes of the Eternal Blade Alliance, in a world ruled by the strong. All else is but folly. Indeed, Jin Yaobao's lineage is impressive, and these thugs might not grant him any special consideration. However, Li Shui was different. With a mere word from her, her grandfather could dispatch elite assassins to eradicate these small-time gangs. Yet, being shielded by a woman made Lin Nan feel somewhat uneasy. Alas, need it be stated, Jin Yaobao and his associates were present. Even if they spoke not, they surely looked down upon him in their hearts. "Li Shui, come here." Lin Nan beckoned her over, cupping her delicate face and grinning. "If I cannot even handle a few insignificant characters, then I hardly deserve the concern of two beautiful women such as yourself and Lian Xing. Who is concerned for you? I merely fear you may be slain. It would grieve me greatly." Li Shui responded, standing obediently to the side. Lian Xing grasped Lin Nan's hand tightly, lowering her head as she murmured, "Lin Nan, given Lian Xing's willingness to show such concern for him, Lin Nan surmised she must have been cast aside. And sensing her distress, he chuckled heartily. "It is nothing. I understand completely. Rest assured, 3 months ago, I was able to subdue Yang the Fierce with a single blow. These few piglets are hardly worthy of my attention." Lin Nan spoke thus, though inwardly he felt uncertain. After all, there were over 30 knives in play. Goodness, were they truly without sense?